Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you warmly on the stream from the third day of International Riga Open 2022 World Cup tournament. Today I'll be hosting alone, at least for now, due to some changes about the commentators who are about to join me, and we have a little delay today still. Because of some technical issues, so I really apologize for this little delay, but we have some changes tonight. As you can tonight, what am I talking with this tonight? Today, of course. As you can see, the live game with the measured heart rate and stress level is played between Dutch grandmasters Martin van IJzendoorn, who is sitting next to a board, and voter Sipma, who is just wandering around the playing hall. The change is on the third table, where you don't see the third men desk tournament, but first women's board, where Natalia Sadowska and Julia Makarenkova are playing. So, as you wished, we'll be able to show you a little more from the women's side of things. Hello everyone, let me know on the chat who is already here. I really need your help today, again tonight, with hosting it, because without any guests invited, of course, I would like to have much more chat with you directly on the streams. Streams are visible on Facebook as always, Latvian Drafts Federation fan page, FMJD fan page, and group International Tournament Riga Open. We are on YouTube on two channels, FMJD of course, and warcaby on my channel. So hello everyone once again on this Tuesday morning, and we'll be analyzing what is going on during third round, which finally brings us the Grandmasters duels, because on the first table we have the duel between world champion Rule Boomstra and great Grandmaster from Ukraine, Artyom Ivanov, and their duels were bringing us a lot of emotions last years, so I hope this game will be just the same. Second board, and the game between voter Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn. No one needs to know that they are top two grandmasters, finishing top 10 last year in World Championships. So the game is absolutely the one to follow. The game between Natalia Sadowska and Julia Makarenkova, all the games that ladies have played before ended with a draw, so we'll see, maybe we'll have some chances to other results than just splitting points between those ladies. What is interesting, Natalia Sadowska yesterday won her game with a combination, but a little bit earlier she missed another combination. We already could see that on Facebook pages, and I've got some private direct messages with this position. So maybe, as you can see, it's not like everyone is seeing all the possibilities, all the opportunities to win the game. Natalia Sadowska, for example, missed a winning combination, still having, of course, better position, and finally won the game. I will start to update what is going on the boards, but meanwhile, looking at heart rates of voter Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn, it's absolutely low, as you can see. You can absolutely notice that those men are the sportsmen, because of heart rate around 60, staying calm without any stress level. Now you can see that voters one is 0 and Martins is up to 20 as he is thinking. So without any stress and heart rate level at 60, voter is just wandering around the hall. Okay, we still don't have the games uploaded directly to the lead drafts, but maybe from tomorrow on it will be possible. I do hope. Meanwhile, let me do it by hand. Okay, I just want you to show the results of the tournament that we have so far, because we've already played 2 games of the tournament. And as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players in a men tournament with the maximum amount of 4 points. Starting with Martin van IJzendoorn, then Grandmaster from Ukraine, Igor Kirzner. Then we have Master International Michiel Wejstra, so I guess this is the title he recently has done, because as I played against him during during European Championship teams in Chianciano Terme last year, in October, I guess, he was still Master Federation, and now Federation Master, and now he has International Master. So congrats to Michiel for making this title. Rule Boomstra, the current world champion, having 4 out of 4 as well, and his opponent Artyom Ivanov from Ukraine. Wouter Sipma from the Netherlands and Kees Thijssen from Netherlands having the maximum amount of points as well. Behind them, Heinmeier, Anastas Leclerc, so there is a French accent here. Guntis Valneris, Latvian accent. We have seen the end game of Guntis and Guntar's game yesterday. Ron Heusdens, Guntar Spurvinš, Rob sorry for not spelling that well, Bavanibiek, I guess maybe like that, Yuri Anikeyev, Peteris Krispans from Latvia, Jan Hrunendijk and Itse Slump, Taike Koistra, Gies Schoenmakers, and this is all about 3 points. So, as you can see, 60, 17, 18, 19, 19 out of 50, 2 players have +1 or more. So, now the most important games are to be played. Let's take a look how the things are going in the women's tournament. What do we have here? Mateusz Lewandowski, hello, let's get ready for Rumble. We could start with these words, absolutely, because the Rumble is going to be showed today during the 3rd and 4th round. Entire day of playing will be showed on one stream. So under this link, under this broadcast that you are following, you can find everything today. All 2 rounds. Tournament director Robert Misans was the one to be my guest during this morning. Unfortunately, he can't join me now, and he will join me during afternoon round. So if you have any questions, any possible tasks you want to ask to the tournament director and the person mostly responsible for this tournament, looking that great as it is, just wait with those questions till the afternoon to ask Robert directly and personally. Women's tournament, as you can see, we have the duel of the leaders, because only Polish Natalia Sadowska and Ukrainian Yulia Makarenkova have 4 out of 4. And this game, played between girls in a very sharp opening that I can already see on the camera, will be an interesting one. About other pairings, maybe this is another thing that we can see. Pairing in round 3, we have an interesting game between 2 Ukrainian players, Daria Tkachenko and Victoria Motrichko, and this is the game that we will follow and analyze as well. What is the pairing of the 3rd round in men's tournament? After the games we have already seen, Boomstra, Ivanov and Sipma van IJzendoorn, we have Kirzner playing against Kees Thijssen, Anikeyev against Michiel Wejstra, Guntis Valneris against Heinmeier, Ron Heusdens versus Jan Hrunendijk, Itse Slump versus Guntar Spurvinš, and so on. Just because of my curiosity, looking for Polish fans who are Polish players playing against. Łukasz Kosobucki is playing against Grandmaster from Latvia, Raimond Wipulis, who lost the first game in this tournament and won his second one against Polish Tomasz Marczuk, and other two Polish players, Piotr Paluch and Tomasz Marczuk, are still without any points. Piotr Paluch plays against Ilya Trasko on 23rd board, and Tomasz Marczuk against Guntis Bringulis on the last 26th board. This is how things look like. If you would have any questions about the players from your countries or your favorite players and you would like to mention, analyze their games, feel free to ask, to write. I can see your comments from 2 different places, or maybe even 3 right now, maybe Facebook as well. If there is anyone watching on the Facebook, you can just type in the comment, even just saying hi. And if I will mention this hi, it means that I can see it. I will appreciate that. Otherwise, you can always comment on FMJD YouTube channel, which is called FMJD channel without any space between the words. And second one is warcaby, which means drafts in Polish, but many times if you will type in the search box drafts or checkers, you will find my channel as well, as I use many times the hashtags of these names of drafts to name my streams. Going to the games, let me just one by one put the games onto redrafts and analyze it. Maybe as we have women's for the first time on our stream, we'll start with the game between Sadowska and Makarenkova. Live games are showing already the end game. So something is wrong here, I guess. Something is wrong, but fortunately I know what the opening had to be. And between Motrichko and Daria, maybe we won't have any long duel because many moves have been made already. Maybe it's a grandmaster draw, which I would not like to see during such tournaments. Taking a look at Natalia's and Julia's game, the opening has to be 32-28 and then exchange 17-22 to the square 21, and after attack, Natalia's attack 31-26, 7-12, 26 takes, 11 takes to the center, and 37-31, 16-21, 31 attacks on 26 and 22-27. Really known and sharp opening, and Natalia, I guess that quite fast after this exchange, answered with this move 33-29, and now Julia is thinking. Many times during especially chess games, like we have an opportunity to see during candidates tournament, we've seen that the opening preparation was showed by players many times, like many moves made immediately in the opening, and sometimes the opening preparation is just the difference between both players, the difference of few moves, and sometimes if you are stepping few moves ahead your opponent, you are favorite to have more time in the further part of the games, as well as you are favorite to win, as you know the variations and you don't have to calculate because, for example, you've checked it before on the computer. And now it looks like Julia Makarenkova is thinking what is the possible answer for this move 33-29. Of course, they can play a few different things, like 8-12, maybe most probable. Some players will change 20-24, but then the wing can be blocked after going to 30. Some people will play here 19-23, but then we have to be careful about attacks to 31. So we will just see how it goes. Meanwhile, let me switch to the game between Rule Boomstra and, of course, Artyom Ivanov. Games round 3. Now it should work fine. The game was played like this. 34-30. So this is like the game that they have played before, the famous game that Rick Currentius, who was my guest yesterday, mentioned. Here, and exchange to outpost to attack opponent this way. Okay, we have many similar variations of this opening for white, for black. Okay, the opening was played quite fast. Attack, he defends. Okay, so as you can see, Artyom is the one who is attacking in this game, and Rule Boomstra is defending, play the surrounding. But we have to remember that Dutch players are really good at defending. We can, for example, remember Harm Wiersma, who was one of the first in the history of drafts who started to surround, and then all the Dutch players were trying and learning from him to play the surrounding against, for example, an attack, the outpost. That as well for the first times was played really nice by Dutch Piet Rosenburg in the past. So this game is already uploaded. Now it's Artyom's turn. We'll see how it is going. Hi Damian, thanks for commenting the stream. Archange is typing on FMJD channel. Archange, thank you for watching very well. I would like to send the best regards from Riga, Latvia to all players from Americas and Haiti as well. Thank you very much for watching the stream. What time it is in your country? Tell me, please. I don't know if you answered the question. What are the purple indicators next to players' video on the screen? I'm really glad that many of you ask about that, because I hope that this is something that can entertain and just curious many people that are not familiar to drafts, for example, with that measured values. As you can see, the guys that are playing on the lowest camera on the stream, Wouter Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn, were watches. The watches are measuring 3 values. The third value on the bottom, maybe it's not so measured well because of so different values, but the first in the upper side of these indicators is the heart rate. So as you can see now, heart rate of Wouter and Martin is about 60. So they are calm, they are not stressed, because the second value is the stress level measured by these Garmin watches. The factory of Garmin that produced those watches is one of the best in the world to measure those things, and those watches are for the streamers that are streaming like how they playing games online, for example. So thanks to that we can know how their bodies act. 2:52 in Haiti right now. Okay, so it's 9:53 in Riga and hour less 8:53 in Poland. So I admire all the Polish viewers joining to the stream while it is quite a morning. It is quite a morning. I knew chess used to do that. I think it's absolutely sure for me that at some point chess players did use it, but I've never seen it, you know. Maybe there were streams with that, or maybe they measured it in some other way, as the budget for the streams is absolutely higher than for us, while they are watched by many times more viewers, as well they have absolutely best sponsors putting a lot of money, millions of euros, into organizing the chess tournaments. For example, next year there will be an Olympic game in India, and over 350 teams will be playing from over 100 countries, and this is the tournament that costs, I believe, over 20 million euros to organize it. It's something absolutely huge. But as I remembered, maybe the next edition of this Olympic Games will be held in Hungary, in Budapest, so maybe this will be the good time for me from Europe to visit it and see how it is. I missed the meaning of third indicator. Yeah, I did not want to explain it because maybe I'm just not looking at it. This is something, like your battery, life battery, and how it is charged, and body battery, body energy. It can translate to this. It means how much energy do you have. But I don't think this indicator to the right is showing the good value, because it shows always a little or much lower value than the left one. So we can see that the left one is a good one, that the voter already has 78% of his body energy left. So it means that his body energy is in 4/5 parts charged right now. And if we are looking at Martin's one, it would mean that he is only at 25% of his body energy. At this moment of the day, I guess it's not possible, so I would think that he would have just the value similar to voters one. IJzendoorn didn't sleep last night, or maybe, yeah, it's possible. You know, during the candidates tournament in Madrid, Firuzia, after one game, just was playing bullet games, over 300 games during the entire night, and then he lost a game to Nepo and brought him closer to the victory in the candidates tournament. And as we all know, or maybe part of us know, and I will just explain to the rest, Martin van IJzendoorn is one of the biggest fans of the bullet games on lead drafts, and he plays many of them. So maybe, just like Firuzia, he was just sitting on lead drafts during all night. I don't know, I haven't checked that, and played bullet games. So his body energy would be only 25. Ivanov was thinking, because changed the clock to Boomstra's one, he played 9-13. In this position we have quite an interesting one. I'm definitely interested in how Artyom Ivanov will try to develop his left long wing, because with this piece standing on 5, absolutely perfect for him would be to Boomstra bring somewhere here his piece 28-13, just with a double exchange develop the wing, but of course Boomstra will try not to do that. We are curious to see GMI's IJzendoorn and Ivanov performance as the best bullet games on lead drafts. Ivanov is also one of the best bullet player on lead drafts, so I haven't seen maybe his games. Do you know what his nick is? Little portion of coffee, and just update the games. What I can see in the women's one before I will show you the other. After this move from Natalia, 33-29, I don't know if exactly this order, but the exchange was made, and then 39-33, and Yulia Makarenkova is building the column 11, 16, 21 and 27, and now it's Natalia's turn. I don't know if building this column immediately is a good choice. Maybe it's just a waste of 2 tempos, because you can always do that, and absolutely it's not the point for white pieces to go to 28 and lose with simple combination 1 for 2, as just, I guess, white pieces would like to leave this wing and try to block the space on the other wing of black pieces. We'll see what Natalia's strategy here will be. I really like this opening and playing it on both sides. Natalia is patient, just bringing pieces together. That's the way to play, I guess, in many openings, just to wait with your army before you start to show your opponent what your plan is. Cardsman is Ivanov. Oh, so I didn't even know. Thank you, Archange, for this information. It's good to know. And now, my dear viewers, let's just take a look at the game we are seeing below on the screen with the heart rates. So it's the one between Martin van IJzendoorn and Wouter Sipma. Wouter is playing with white pieces. The game went like this. For the first time in this tournament we see this opening. And quite an interesting continuation with this move and 47, 42 and 1-7. So normally, if we would like to explain some young players how to play drafts, we would say them, don't make those 2 pieces cooperate, 22 and 24, because it can be easily used by your opponent by, for example, simple combinations, simple shots. But now, Martin van IJzendoorn is doing some absolutely opposite thing. Of course, many times you'll be able to break this position, maybe just build the position here, try to go to attack, maybe somehow try to go here, 24, 29, to put this not nice cooperation of pieces into opponent's position, 28 and 26. Interesting plan, never have seen something like that. Maybe for Grandmasters something common. Maybe just Martin knows that Wouter Sipma is the guy who plays many things that he already knows and tries to surprise him. For Boomstra versus Ivanov, would you say that the delay in black left diagonal development is on purpose or due to Boomstra's style? In those kind of positions, you can't avoid some weaknesses, yeah, because what they are playing, and just let me switch to this game. The moves were played 4-9, yeah, it's natural, and 50 to 45. Now for black pieces, maybe it would be the best way to give away the turn to his opponent, because now whatever move he will choose, he will just send some information to rule, and no matter if it will be 17-22, which is already making the possibility of closing the outpost with this move, 37-31, if this will be moving the piece number 1, which could be really important later, or just moving with piece number 19, just to avoid the possibility of double exchange here or here, you have to do something, you have to say something. I guess that now for Ivanov it will be time to think, to choose the plan for the further play. And many times with standing on 27 that way, as Ivanov has done, you just have to block your left wing. There is no possibility to do it in a different way. As well as there are no many chances, if you are playing against world champion, just to build a strong central position. He will do everything not to let you do that. And I believe that now Boomstra, as you can see, like he's wandering around the table, he is just satisfied with how the things are going, and the position is just normal to play. Of course, standing on the piece standing on 27 can be used on many different ways by rule to describe his strategy for this game, and Ivanov has to figure something out. Interesting game is going to be. Anyway, that is all what I would say. Of course, I'm not the grandmaster on their level, so absolutely for them maybe this is the theoretical line that they have already played or something. Maybe because it looks like a standard position, but we will see what will happen, and we'll try to just understand what they are playing and what are the possible plans in the next parts of the game. I will refresh the games and we'll see something more. Okay, all the games are live. So maybe just one after another we will update it. Next one, Natalia Sadowska, we can see that she went after 50-44. Now Julia played 8-12. Maybe, yeah. It would not be a good idea maybe right now to go 19-23, because then you don't have any possible move to develop your left wing. Maybe just playing 8-12 is the calm way of playing, and Natalia, like I mentioned before, now decided to go to 30, not to let all these pieces develop after, for example, this move 19-23, because once black pieces would be possible to develop that way on the main diagonal, the position could be better for black central ones, and white pieces would be absolutely would have to be absolutely careful not to let opponents make those central position even stronger. Change, thanks, you're welcome. Kuba Gazda, hello Mr. Damian, hello Mr. Kuba Gazda, Polish Blitz champion, and he was the best Polish player during the World Blitz Championship in Julinek on December 2021. Kuba, are you coming to Riga on Sunday to play? As I know you are not coming, only Marta Bańkowska and Arleta Wlisikowska will come. So still a little bit stronger will be the Polish team in Latvia. Let's move to another game. Next game on my list will be Igor Kirzner against Kes Tyson. And what is going on here? Take a look at the opening. 33-28 and 18-22. So we have the same first moves like in the game of Walter Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn, but they changed in the third move and are playing like this. A standard position as well, okay, nothing special happens. But interesting for me is the fact that Kes Tyson already has 1 hour and 5 minutes. It means that he spent already 25 minutes on this game. Maybe he was late, because the moves that were made already are not that tough and difficult, and choosing the plan, I don't think it takes so long for him. Okay, I see that Martin against Walter decided to continue with this exchange, 22-27, going to an outpost 27, now maybe making use of the fact that 47 piece is gone, and now of course he has to be careful about the combinations going after those moves, 14-19 and 12-18, and sacrificing 38-32, leaving giving the opponent the king and bringing him back to 29 to go through even to a king. And this piece is kinda surrounded by Martin because, okay, this is one column that he has built already, maybe not the best because there are many pieces behind this column, but another one can be built here, 16, 21, 27. And once you have those two columns, sometimes this piece standing on 28 has no place to go and will be lost. I guess absolutely voter will try to take care of it, but it's not always that simple, my dear viewers. I think that lack of this piece 47 will not be easy, and maybe this plan will be just a little bit more convenient, comfortable to Martin van IJzendoorn, despite the fact that he has already only 28% of body energy. But a few seconds ago he had 25, so his energy is like growing. Sometimes we have seen similar things like body energy growing through the game the player played. So maybe sometimes it's like you are just resting by playing drafts, and that's the way for you to charge, and not the sleeping, but playing drafts is the best way to rest, maybe. Rule Boomstra chooses the plan, and it looks very logic. He goes with 33, 29 after 1-6, so Artyom decided to move this one. Of course, it is the move that was the logic one, because otherwise you would definitely say much more to your opponent, and after moving this one, despite the fact that you would like to have it on the square number 1, now 33-29. And it's very interesting what Artyom will choose. Normally you would like to develop your left long wing, but after an exchange there are many problems sometimes with possible attacks 34-29 attacking the long wing of opponent, and could come with some troubles. Even closing the wing with this move 34-30 could come with problems, but still you have to be really precise playing it, because after all the central squares are under control of black pieces, and if your attack to the left wing will not be the successful one, then you can easily lose the game. I'm really curious about what Artyom Ivanov will choose in this game. We'll see. My dear viewers, remember that during the broadcasts, live streams from this tournament until this Sunday, including Sunday, of course, Sunday's World Blitz Championship, we are collecting money for the Ukraine. And come on, give something out of your pocket, because we want to show that drafts are the supporting sport for the Ukraine that is at war right now because of Russia's attack, Russia's aggression, and we've collected only €3 so far. So I do hope that you will be a little more helping today, once again today, not tonight, and will pay something more for Ukraine. We have to do that. I will mention that many times, so I do believe in you. Everyone who will pay with the link that is below the video will be shown on the screen with the pop-up, but if someone would like to be anonymous, then just let me know on the private message. I will tell you how to do that with saving your privacy. Another game to see is Yuri Anikieyev against Mihail Wystra, and Mihail, like I mentioned, is the international master, so I guess that this is the title that he received recently. And the game is played by Yuri Anikeyev, first move 35-30. This is something common already for Yuri Anikeyev. He played this move against, I guess, Natalia Sadowska in Julinek and won the game. Also, Ivan Antonenko is playing that move all the time. It affects other people because Łukasz Kosobuski started to play that all the time. Like Ivan Antonenko says, once you play 35-30, you have always an interesting game to play. The position looks like it's a little bit more comfortable for black, but still with having pieces locked on the right side of things, it will be interesting. It will be interesting. I'm reminding and remember the game between Yuri Anikeyev and Ainur Shaibakov from the last round of World Cup Polish Open, the game which was absolutely incredible with the piece sacrifice for 17 moves, winning position maybe, but finally Yuri lost, and with the win, which could be amazing way to win, he would be the first in the entire competition. So it's a pity. It's a pity. How to send a private message, for example, on lead drafts are changed, you know my nick, Graj warcaby, on Facebook, Damian Reszka, or you can mail me to damian.reszka@warcaby.pl. Or you can find me on my YouTube channel, and there you can go to the details about account, and there is another email address. So there are many ways to contact me. Okay, we have a decision from Artyom, who played 1923 in this position. So he does not want to exchange 2024, maybe seeing the threats. Great, I will, Archant, feel free, thank you very much for asking. Kuba Gazda, no Mr. Damian, I have no time. Okay, it's a pity, Mr. Kuba. It's a pity, Mr. Kuba, you will not play during the World Bleed Championship. And now, Rule Boomstra quite fast answered 35-30. So like we can see, the trend pyramid is being left in the white position. So this is just the fundament of the position and playing against the attack and the piece 27. And everything Boomstra wants to happen is happening on the right side of things. Next move made by Wouter in this game between Wouter and Martin van IJzendoorn is 42-37. Quite an interesting one, leaving this gap on those two squares already. But, for example, moving this 41 could be really difficult one for white pieces, as black pieces could make an exchange, and after this exchange you can see that wing on the left side of white is just totally weak. You don't have the vital pieces, still having many pieces on the board, and moving even from the right wing to the left will not be the easy way to continue with playing this position. So that was probably the reason why Wouter played with 42, not to weak his wing too much. I have to keep on follow the girls, the Natalia and Julia game, because of course the live game is missing somehow and it's not working correctly. So the continuation in this position just was with one move, 1-7 from Julia, and now Natalia is the one to think and figure out what the continuation, what the strategy will be. Okay, let's take a look at another women's game between Wiktoria Motoriczko and Daria Tkaczenko, if the game is not finished already. Maybe there is no point even, or maybe they are just playing that fast, I don't know. Just not being sure, let's see the game. Okay, 1621 answer from Victoria does not look like it's a grandmaster draw here, so maybe they are playing just serious but fast. An exchange and the right wing lock 1318, which will free of course the wing. That could be the possible way of playing many moves, and just to simplify the position. Victoria sacrificed a piece, now she's taking it back, and the game continued. Now we can see something like one side is looking for the activity on one wing, another for another, but now after this change back from Daria, I guess Victoria is much more active with controlling this square 27 and possibility of getting 24 back. Here. Yeah, Victoria took over the 24 and looks like her central position is stronger, so I apologize for what I've said before. The girls are playing seriously, and I think that Victoria is just calmly going to take an initiative in this position because of this square 28 is a little weakness of white pieces. Why? Because it's easy to surround, and maybe to we have this podkova position, semi-open classics position like the rig says, and to put the pressure on this piece, surround on 22 or attack on 23. That could be the possible continuation for Victoria, who is standing better in this game, in my opinion. Easy play for her, at least. Fiero Sanon, Eskemecz Joan Direk La. I don't know this language, unfortunately, but if you want to interact, use English or Polish, sometimes maybe a little bit Eastern languages as well. My dear viewers, always remember to leave the reaction under the video, please. Any likes, shares, observations, subscriptions are necessary and required for the algorithm to show our content to many people around the world. Every tough things that are being made behind those streams, because it takes a lot of money, a lot of effort, a lot of organization. It is done because we want to promote the drafts all over the world, and to do that we need you. We need our dear viewers that will help us to push those algorithms all over the world. So remember, please, leave a like, leave a thumb up wherever you can, even in more places if you are watching not only in one channel, but for example on Facebook and YouTube, and this will be the way to help to spread this great drafts celebration during this week and Riga Open 2022 International World Cup Tournament. At some moments of the stream I will ask you to type down the information about country. Where are you from? Where are you from watching the stream? So if some of you may join me in this little competition between who is watching from where, just let me know in the comment section on YouTube. I will be really grateful to you for saying me who is watching the stream right now. I've told you before that it will be a tough decision. Maris Ozolins is like he was here yesterday. Hello Maris, let me know who is present on the stream. Just type in on the chat and we can discuss the games. Maybe you will have some ideas for some variations in the games. Marta Bańkowska watching just like yesterday. Thank you very much. Hi. Marta M. Stanki, good luck to Natalia. Okay, thank you. Łukasz is with us. I watch from Poland. So I see CC Games Squad is really active. Thank you very much for this presence. I hope you enjoy and I hope you hold your fingers for Natalia, because Natalia so far is doing great with the maximum amounts of points, and it's really interesting if this is the performance that she can show us still. KM, another person from PL. So Poland is really active. I really would like other countries to be active as Poland on internet. Are changed, matches are live, games are live. Okay, so this is what Fiero Sandon was asking. Are there any player from Russia in this World Cup tournament? No, unfortunately for them, no. Paulina Kowalczyk, hello, thank you very much Paulina for being present on the stream. Unfortunately, Russian Drafts Federation and Belarusian Drafts Federation were suspended by FMJD, World Drafts Federation, for the act of war in Ukraine. Of course, you know how it is. We love many players from Belarus, from Russia, but we have to stand united in such decisions. We have to put on Russia so much pressure as only we can. By the way, Archange, tell me, how are the medias showing and telling about the war in Ukraine? They are showing a lot of information about that. And what is the line in media? Everyone says that it is the Russia that is the aggressor here and attacks Ukraine, and just acting like many civilians are dying because of what they do. How it is going, Archange, maybe. I know that there are some words that are not good to be said during the stream, but once we are just 1 hour online, I think know that the algorithm does not look for words like war, etc. By the way, in Poland, warcaby, which means drafts, checkers, starts with the war, which is war. Sometimes maybe it can be understood wrong. Eric's, hi Damian, hi everyone. Thank you very much that you are here. Thank you all people who wrote down who is present. If you have any suggestions, any questions, any topics to mention during the stream, I'm here for you. I'm here to tell you everything about this tournament, and we can celebrate, absolutely we can celebrate, because all the effort Latvian Drafts Federation and organizers put into organizing it on such a great professional level is outstanding. And yesterday I was giving an interview, and my interviewer was Robert Misans, the director of the tournament and the guy that will join me after this round, during afternoon round. What is really interesting, he knows that being visible on the internet is absolutely necessary to show the drafts to the wider audience. And during next FMJD meeting that will be held during this Riga Open tournament on Thursday or Friday maybe, he will be trying to force FMJD to have absolutely obligatory transmission streams from the most important drafts tournament during a year. It's about 4, 5, maybe 6 tournaments a year, so it is possible and something absolutely we need. So I really encourage them him and them as FMJD board to make such a decision. Robert thinks that it will not be tough to find a sponsor because then you can be shown during the entire year on many different competitions, and stream from the tournament after all is just a stream for many hours and many hours of showing the logotypes of the sponsors. Like here you can see the sponsors above my head. Last 2 positions are the Roberts ones, as I asked him, for example, Initiative and Marvelous. Eric's Latvia's Finiers is a very rich company, Latvia Scale. Robert is a partner in media company Initiative. Yes, that was what I was talking just in moments. We can absolutely see that Roberts is working on media scene because of the level of quality here, because all the cameras, all the streams prepared. Normally I would set up everything by myself, but with not such a good quality equipment, of course. And here everything is done for me. The job is just to set up how the screen works and just to comment the lives, the games during the round is going on. Archange, I thought only players from Russia supporting the war were sanctioned. Not only, all the players from Russia are sanctioned and can't play in World Championship tournaments. And what comes about World Cup tournaments like this in Riga, this is left to the decision of organizers. So organizers can decide if Belarusian and Russian players can play in this tournament. And here in Riga, the decision was no one from Russia and Belarus can play. And what is more, if there is anyone who is supporting war and is not Russian or Belarusian, but just on social media or somewhere else says that he supports the war, he would be also suspended and not allowed to play here in Riga Open tournament. So this is the narration. From the news sources I watch, they talk about this war less and less these days. Maybe they feel tired of talking daily about it. Of course, war is the saddest thing the world can suffer from now and then. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right, Archange. I was just thinking if other continents like yours will mention the fact of war. Of course, during the first days of war, only the informations about war were in the first places on the news, on the websites, information portals. But right now even some other informations are showed, but still this is the topic very important and very, very close to us because of, for example, the geography, because we are the neighbors of Ukraine and still many Ukrainians are in Poland. Of course, many Ukrainians came back to their country. For example, Ivan Antonenko, who was nearly 4 months in Poland, decided to come back to Ukraine after 2 months of the silence about the bombs in their neighborhood, the area, and suddenly and unfortunately, just before he came back, the attack started once again. So it's a sad story, but we all hope and pray for Ukrainians to stay safe in their homes, in their lands, and the war to be ended soon. We are also glad to have so many Ukrainian players here, as you can see now on the screen. Two of them, Yulia Makarenkova, Natalia's opponent, as well as Artyom Ivanov, opponent of world champion Rul Boomstra. Despite them, there are of course many others like Igor Kirchner, Yuri Anikeyev. In women we have Daria Tkachenko and Victoria Motrichko, as well as Olga Baltarzy and some more players. Roberts is doing a great job. Also his wife Olesia is a top trainer in drafts for small talented kids. Yes, as yesterday I had a pleasure to talk with Olesia a little bit more, and she told me that she is the youngest coach trainer in Latvia, because other the older one, over 50 or 60. She told me that there is a scheme in Latvia, like until 50, for example, you are an active player, then you stop to be player and you are starting to be a coach. For example, Guntis Valneris is not a coach, still active player who is playing for decades on a high level drafts. Damian, sorry to get back to it. May you please tell me the name of the watch used to collect those purple indicators for streaming, if you are allowed to reveal it? Absolutely. Those are the watches bought with the support of Gleb Ushakov from Ukraine, who is really supporting me in building the quality of drafts broadcast. So from this place, thank you very much for Gleb and his support. He will be coming here to Riga on Thursday, and I believe on Friday he will be my guest during the stream. Gleb is doing really well in his business life, and he can support drafts what he is doing, like just Roberts. And those watches are Garmin Instinct watches. You can find them on the internet. The cost is about 200 euros for one. At least it was when I was buying 200, 250, maybe up to 300 even. Euros per watch, but this is the top company of those kind of equipment. Garmin watches. And not a problem absolutely to go back on any topic you want, because I'm here to talk with you, and while don't have any other commentators, any guests, I can focus on you as much as I can. So thank you very much for all the questions, because it will just let us to interact. How much time have Artyom already spent on the move? As we remember, Rul played this kind of fast. Is it possible to see players in reality during this tournament? Eriks, you mean? To come here and watch the games? Absolutely, it is possible, because the playing hall is open to everyone. You can just come to Riga, enter the Fantadromes where we are playing, where is the playing hall, and go across the tables. Absolutely, it's allowed, and you can visit, stay silent, watch the games and the players. Absolutely, yes. Okay, let's take a look what is going on the boards. So another one is Wouter against Martin, but nothing, not much happened after 2025. Okay, now Wouter is playing 48-42. What computer says it was the best move, because now there was a threat of giving 2 free pieces and taking 4, but I guess there is no possibility even to lose on it. And after this move, 28-23, to make it maybe even more difficult, there is a possibility of just making this exchange 3 for 3, and black would stay with an active position, and this piece would be even maybe stronger. So only possibility, I guess, for Wouter could be this move, 48-42. And now, as you can see, this is the move number 10, and we are playing already for more than 1 hour. More than 1 hour. So I bet there will be emotions ones will be going to the time control, because as well Martin as well Wouter is spending a lot of time on thinking. Right now in the early opening game, they don't look like have prepared this opening, so someone surprised someone, or they are surprising each other, maybe, because as well this move 1924 from Martin and this move and line going through the 47, now 48 from Wouter, it could be surprising. I don't have Turbo Dumbbase program right here to check if this position have been played already in other games, but definitely it's not the common one. Eric's, oh great, it takes me 2-3 minutes to drive. Then absolutely you have to visit the playing area, definitely. Krzyś Szydziu, bry w co grają? Siemanko Krzysiu, no w co grają? W Puchar Świata grają. If there are more people from Poland, sometimes if you want me to add something in Polish, feel free, I will do it. I hope that English language spectators will not be angry on me for that. Of course, we have plenty of time to discuss, and if we can use some little Polish language, I think it will be okay. By the way, Archench, it is a stream of great quality. That's right, almost same level as major chess events. Only thing, maybe 2 commentators or more could be interesting to have. Archench, I don't know if you have seen the previous rounds. During the first round and the second round, I had guest commentators. It's always better for viewers, I guess, to have 2 commentators. Of course, I'm trying to do my best to spend this time with you on my own. It's not easy, by the way, to comment 4 hours of games by one person, but today Robert Misans was the one to join me. Unfortunately, he can't, and he will join me in the afternoon. I asked Rick, who was with me yesterday, as well. Rick has some meetings and it's impossible for him to join. Anyway, they are doing great job joining me in the free time, because they are not the one forced to do it, and this is just of their kindness to join me. So I do thank all the guys joining me here on the stream. Interesting move from Artyom, because it's amazing job what they are doing. And Artyom is making an exchange, sacrificing 2 pieces and taking 2 pieces to 35. It's really interesting, because it looks like he was afraid of staying in this position, and he decided to change the kind of one. And now, of course, he has this edge piece 35, still some problems on the long left wing to develop it, because you can't go simply 14-19. But on the other hand, there is still piece 26 in Boomstra's position. It took Artyom a long time to decide which line to follow. Andrzej Słapiński, cześć. Witam Cię, Andrzej, bardzo serdecznie, miło, że oglądacie, miło, że się meldujecie. Marta Bańkowska, you always ask your guests, but what is your prediction for the top 3? Thank you very much, Marta, for this question, and I'd like to answer. I haven't thought about that yet, but maybe, if I am thinking, I guess it will not be the world champion on the first place. I think Rule Boomstra will not win this tournament because maybe of difficult time control. And what I can see now, I like how Wouter and how Martin act and play in this time control, but on the other hand, this game between them is not the one that is how to play with the time, how to manage the time. So maybe it will not be easy for them to be in the top 3, but on the other hand, who if not them? Maybe not the Rule, maybe not Jan Groenendijk, who already showed he has some troubles to play it well. I saw on the group King's Row Knows It Better on Facebook that Jan could play the better line to win the game, but he made a mistake on 44th or even 45th move, so it's not easy for him. Maybe I would go with the top three, like first place. Maybe this will be the time of Martin. I think that he is really strong, and for other grandmasters it will be tough to play against him. He's really ambitious one after all. Until he will have a little bit more body energy, he'll be able to hang it, and now the body energy is still growing, 36, so there is something wrong with this measured value. Martin van IJzendoorn on the first place, let's say Wouter Sipma on the second, and Boomstra on the third. So I think that Dutch grandmasters will rule this tournament, like just Rick told yesterday, because he is saying that 5 Dutch players will stand on first 5 places of this competition, and I will share his predictions on top 3, Marta. And what are yours? And what are other viewers' predictions? If you think how the tournament will go, which top 3 places will be taken by who, just let me know in the comment section. We can just play with it. And also, what is possible with you, my dear viewers, is to I don't know how I started this sentence, so I will start it once more. What is possible is to make some competition for you, viewers, and make some giveaways to win some prizes. I was asking before the tournament, Robert, if this is possible. He told me that yes, it is possible. So if you would like to follow some giveaway competition, maybe some prediction, maybe some other way to win the prizes, or just to randomly pick a winner, I am here for you, and just let me know. Kasper says Valner is for the top 3. Normally, maybe I would predict him top 3, but after Julinek and after the performance in the last 2 rounds, first rounds of this tournament, by the way, I'm not so sure. I think that younger players that are already used to play with this time control are more favorites to be in the top 3, in my opinion. Ivanov normally as well, but under present conditions difficult. That's right. I'm thinking about that as well, because okay, you look the same when you are sitting next to the board and thinking, playing, but then you still have in mind what is going on in your country. You just think of your family members, your friends, if they are safe. It's not easy to play under these circumstances. Marta Bańkowska, first place. Anastasia Leclerc, second place. Martin van IJzendoorn, and third place, Boomstra. Very nice prediction, putting the French player because of obvious reasons on the first place. Best of luck to Anastasia Leclerc. I hope that he will continue this good those good games, and having +1 after 2 rounds, and more points after next rounds. Andrzej, po ludzku bym pogadał. Z chęcią bym pogadał po ludzku, gdyby to był stream dla Polaków na moim kanale, jako że tutaj w formie osoby zatrudnionej do pracowania muszę realizować zlecenie. Oczywiście nadrzędnym językiem musi być język angielski, ale jeżeli ktoś będzie chciał coś ode mnie, żebym skomentował po polsku, to z przyjemnością oczywiście to zrobię. Piszcie w komentarzach. I mentioned in Polish that, of course, main job to do here in Riga is to comment everything in English, but if there will be some Polish viewer expecting me to explain something in Polish, I hope you will not be angry, like I mentioned before. Add me and let me to do it for a second in Polish, but absolutely those streams are in English for the worldwide community, as after all we are playing the World Cup tournament in Riga 2022. Riga Open 2022. Beautiful, professional, well-looking tournament. We're looking forward to have even more events like this one. Our change is predicting Boomstra, IJzendoorn and Jan. Boomstra, IJzendoorn and third place to Jan or Ivanov as third. Very nice prediction. Very interesting one. Jeżeli inni polscy widzowie mają swoje przewidywania, jaka będzie trójka w tym turnieju, let me know. And what are your predictions about the women's tournament after all, where we have Natalia, where we have Tkachenko, Wiktoria Motrichko, top class players. Who will win, who will be second, and who will be the third one? Interesting. I guess Natalia will win women's tournament. Second place for Victoria and third place I will say for Daria, in my opinion. Maybe you will share it, maybe you'll have some different point of view on women's tournament. Let me know in the comment section. You are very lazy. You are very lazy with leaving the thumbs up under the stream. As I'm looking right now at my channel, warcaby draft, then only 3 thumbs up under the video. No, it's not the way to play it. So please leave the thumbs up everywhere you are watching. We need it. We absolutely need it because then the algorithms will work. So come on, everyone, get to work and leave those thumbs up under the video. Eric is asking, who is Leclerc? It's Anastasia Leclerc from France playing in this tournament, of course. Okay, let's take a look at games. What did we have in Boomstra Ivanov game? Was this move 42-37 and an exchange to 24, and now we can after this exchange go back to Wouter Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn game and the question of Kasper van der Tak. What should Martin do after 48-42? That is a very good question because after the move you have to check what are your opponent's possibilities always. Sometimes or maybe even many times, you can just try to limit out your opponent's possibilities. And actually, this is the moment which is kinda tough for Martin because there is no such a good move to be found in this position. Martin finally, despite, for example, 14-20, which is suggested by scan engine, found this move 15-20 and immediately a little advantage for white pieces is being showed, and this continuation with this attack 37-31. It would be really interesting if in this position such a big advantage for white pieces would be shown, because what after? There's nothing more Martin can do on this left long wing because of those two moves not being possible and simple combinations after. This move 41-37, 7-12, another attacker just waits a moment, and what now? There it is, a little combination, but it's not winning. But maybe it would be forced for black to play, because after making this combination, the king is not catched immediately, but after this move, attack, there is this catching possibility. The number of pieces, I believe, is equal to 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. This could be actually the variation that could be played in the game. In this scenario, after 23 moves of the game, the players would have only 10 pieces on each side. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. That could be the first line. Because otherwise Martin would end up with a really, really difficult position. And in such a sharp positions, it's possible that the long line will be forced. I guess it can come in this game. Do you have other predictions, other variants possible in this game? Really interesting one. Natalia Sadowska, Julia Makarenkova. What was the continuation here? 40 was played. Definitely. 18 was played. 44 was played. Something like here. 14, 20. Natalia attacked and Julia played heel. To 8, 18. Okay. So with one exchange on the long wing, it's quite easier for black pieces to develop everywhere undeveloped pieces, because 10 can go to 14, 4 can go to 9, and 5 can go to 15. And then the central position of black pieces is a strong one. Eric says Natalia will win and Daria will be second. Archange can't wait to see Natalia in open with men. She should be able to play very well. Archange, I don't know if you followed the Polish Open during December that I was broadcasting in Polish on my channel, but that was the tournament that Natalia was playing among the men, and her place finally was about 20th out of 68 players in total, something like that. She was doing well for the first 6 or 7 rounds, but the end of the tournament was not so good. She lost a game to Yuria Nikiev. Daria is very good on lead drafts. She wins many guys against many guys, I guess. Absolutely. Top women's players are the ones that can beat many men. Absolutely. Natalia as well is the Polish champion 2 times. Yeah, 2018 and 19, I guess. She defended the title. She was the Polish champion. I know Anastas, I've played on lead drafts with him many times. That's right, Anastas Leclerc is the one who is really, really active on lead drafts. We can see him. I don't know how it is now because I'm not playing recently, but 1 year ago and more, Anastas played all the time. Maybe Marta can tell us a little bit more about the guy she predicted to be first, if he's still playing a lot on redrafts. Change. Now with a piece in 35, how bad would be 20, 24 and after 14, 20 to develop left diagonal? You meant Natalia's game, because I haven't noticed this comment maybe on time, Change. It was my question before the time. So if you predicted the exchange 14-20 in this game of Natalia and Julia, then you predicted it well. Okay, let's go further, because now Natalia is thinking, but maybe she is just reaching her hand to make a move. So give us a few more seconds to watch it. Marta says, yep, some things never change, like Anastas Leclerc playing all the time on lead drafts in Ivanov game. Okay, so you meant the exchange that was made actually, yeah, 2024 and then 14-20. 14-20 can be made in the next move, possibly. We'll see what will be the reaction of Rule Boomstra, but your plan looks like it works. That's right, to develop. But on the other hand, maybe Ivanov will be just I will show it for everyone to know what I'm talking about. Maybe for Ivanov it will be good to leave those 2 columns just to make the possibility of this exchange anytime, because after this exchange maybe this wing will be a little bit too weak after Rule has many pieces here to attack and to isolate this one on 35. Still, you can bring some forces like 8-13, maybe then try to figure out what to do next. Maybe somehow try to take over 23 and fight for the central part of the board, because this 26 also can be used to make an exchange, gain tempos, and to control this side of the board. I don't know what the plan of Ivanov will be, but for us maybe it will be a nice lesson. Natalia has made an exchange. That way. Julia changed it back. That way or not that way? Maybe some move has not been made. Here. Why the piece is standing on 12 and not 18? Maybe there was something like... No, it could not be. I am missing something. There is something I am missing. How could that be? Oh, there was 2-8 move. Maybe here. Yep, here, and that was the move, 2-8. Yeah, I've made 12-18. That was the rank move. Yeah, has to be that way. And once Natalia exchanged here, just Julia changed back, and now okay, it works. It works right now. It's a nice thing to do sometimes once you don't have the live games and some errors like we did have on rules game during the first day. Once I was commenting with Vladislav's Vesperis and we had to update the game. Yeah. I'll change in Ivanov game. Everything is clear. I still see only 3 thumbs up under the video on my channel, but maybe this is just the matter of some... Okay, 21. So now you are good about the reactions under the video. But remember always to do it. It's a job, because you know the broadcasts are not free. You have to buy the ticket, and the ticket is to leave the thumb up and the subscription under the video. This is the necessary thing to do if you want to enjoy and join our streams. Of course, it's a little joke, but we do appreciate every react that you leave under the video. Quite fast was played move by Julia, 1923, and now Natalia is going with 45. You know, this position turns into 2 kinds, because of course now surrounding is not such an easy plan to Natalia, as Julia Makarenkova freed in the on her left wing, and she is just playing comfortably 14-19, 10-14 will just develop the piece number 5. And the question is what Natalia will do, because somehow she can exchange 34-29 to the 30 square and then try to maybe attack on 24, trying to use the fact that Julia's 2 is missing and to have some space to play, because once Julia will be on Natalia's left wing and in the center, it will be really tough to play against it. This center position will be strong. After this exchange 15-24, our change is really right, because the continuation was like 48-42. The exchange was made 38-33 and 8-14, and this is the current position that we have, and we'll see what the plan of rule will be. Of course, he can attack now 34-29, but there is even possible to walk away 24, 30. Once you never can attack here 40, 34 because of this exchange back and put in this 35 standing on 24, and this position could be even better for black. So we see what was the plan of developing the position of Artyom Ivanov, and we'll see what the game will bring then. Voter, Sipma, Martin van IJzendoorn. We have some update here. After 15-12, this move was played, and 14-19 exchanged by Martin. Let me see what is the time control of guys, because they have to start to play faster. Otherwise, they will have big problems in the last of 45 moves. Voter plays once again to 28. Okay, Scan says the position is equal, but it's absolutely sharp. The tension grows. 13 moves on white side made, and Martin van IJzendoorn is now having 39 minutes left, and Voter is having 46 minutes left. So they made only 13 moves. Voter, not Martin, because Martin only 12 moves. So it's the fourth part of the moves that are to be made to the time control. It translates to one scenario. There will be trouble with time in this game. Absolutely, I guess there's no other option, but it will be on both sides. So we will have absolutely top peak emotions here in this game between Voter, Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn, great young grandmasters from the Netherlands. Let's go to the other games. Oh, Martin answered quite fast with a move 13-18. Okay, this is the one proposed by Scan. Maybe some exchanges will come, maybe some attacks will come, because now what to play? Voter can't play here 39-33 because of small combination, sacrificing one and other 3 pieces, as well as he can't play directly from 38 to 33 because of the same combination. And it leaves him with possibilities like making an attack here or here. I don't know which is the better one. Exchange is not good because he will lose a piece immediately after 1 for 2. And despite the fact the 33 will be standing a long way from the other pieces, it will be really tough for white to get it back in this position. So Scan indicates total advantage of black pieces after this exchange. So only move for Voter is to attack. The question is which side? 32 or 31? Interesting. I was right. I will be the next Riga Open. Great, Archange, if you will be. I thought that some of the boards shared the move played live on the tournament page. I don't know what you mean by this comment, actually. Interesting game, very interesting game. Okay, looking forward, and just maybe comment heart rate of the players, which is still low, about 60, and almost zero stress as well for Voter and Martin. I think that they are sportsmen, the first fact, and the second fact is they are calm with the sharp positions. They don't get nervous while playing such positions. So, just we are here to enjoy that level of playing. What we can see else? Maybe the game between Daria and Victoria. there was an okay, not so many moves made. Here it was 10-15. Okay, preparation for the attack, and 18-22. Okay, so this is the plan that Victoria chose, and now Daria just wants to put pressure on the square 24 to break this semi-classical position, because otherwise 28 will be in danger. And after girls played quite fast the opening line, now they are thinking and choosing the right moves. Maybe this is the good strategy to play on that time. Natalia Sadowska after this move and 4-9 decided to exchange, like I said. Now probably almost I'm almost sure that she will go with her pieces to the right short wing of her and long wing of the opponent, just to have a space to play. But still, I think after this move, Victoria, not Victoria, but Julia is a little bit more active. Absolutely, she's a bit more active. Remember, please, that today we are staying with the same link, the same stream during all day. So after the round number 3, we'll have the break, of course, to eat something, and then we'll be back at 3 p.m. Latvian time, 2 p.m. Polish time, to comment the round number 4. Arno joined us. Thank you very much. Kasper van der Tak, heart rate in the 60s. They must be in good physical condition. Absolutely. As many of us know, the Dutch players get prepared in the Olympic centers of the country, so they can freely use all the equipment, all the gyms, etc., and all the diets and food served in this center where they train. Of course, they are not training there all the time, but for some days during every month, I believe, they meet and practice. And despite of that, they are practicing physical condition on their own in their cities. And you can see it, Jan, Martin, Wouter, Rule, everyone is exercising and is in a good physical shape. Absolutely. Lux gry logiczne wronki joined us. Damian Reszka top. Thank you very much. Dziękuję Ci bardzo, Przemek. Dziękuję bardzo. Lux gry logiczne wronki za dołączenie. Thank you everyone for joining the stream, leaving the thumbs up, writing down the comments. Thanks to you, it's a pleasure, and it's much easier to run the stream as the only one commentator during the round. Afternoon will be easier. Like I mentioned, Robert Misans, the tournament director, will join me. Remember that not only the live streams is the way to see this tournament, this competition on internet, because there are also edited videos published on FMJD channel on YouTube. So go there, and from yesterday you can see the short video from opening ceremony, as well as you can see the interview made with Misan's family. Yesterday the interview with me and the interview with Splendor and Motrichko's family were being made, so you'll have the chance to hear some other words that I'm not always saying during the stream about me, about my past in drafts, about my decisions, my way to become the draft streamer, the president of Drafts Federation in Poland. So I hope you will enjoy. Subscribe FMJD channel as well, follow the content that is published there, as we all know that we need much more internet content on the internet. This is the way to find it, and I am promised, everyone is promised, that FMJD will be much more active on this matter. It is absolutely necessary. Archange says, on this tournament page on FMJD server, I thought some boards sent into info about moves and clocks time on the server live. Yes, there is. There is. There are those live games. And from those live games, I take all the games just to show it to you. I already see there are some games that are close to end games, like Valda Vasarita against Baltarzy Olga Baltarzy, another player from Ukraine. Okay, Natalia, I can see that after move to 23 changes plan attacks 37-31. To make this attack in such positions is a good way. In such position is good way to just exchange 37 to 20 and free the space to develop 46 pieces. Because in the end, having those two pieces here may be a little interrupting in building positions. While once you will take this 12 from the center to the side of board, it's easier to develop this 46. And like Rick said yesterday, this is the long wing of white. This is the long wing of black pieces, and here we can mark the central part of the board. It's a good way to count pieces on each wing and also in the central part to keep your position balanced, because it's necessary to put pieces balanced on the board, then your position is flexible and can adapt to many different plans of your opponent. Okay, my dear, let's go to main games and take a look at the position in the game between Kirsner and Tyson. By the way, if you would see some interesting variants going on in some game that are possible for me to miss, let me know, and then we'll just move to this game and analyze and see what is going on, as well as if there was some interesting combination shot made. Just let me know if you are following more games that we do on the stream. Gentlemen are not playing fast this game. Here, what was played? Oh, not this move. Why have I made this move 35 as this exchange was played? Okay. Here, and 16 to 21. What then? 41, 17, 37, 32. It looks like a standard game, I think it is, but still an interesting one. Because always in this kind of side-to-side positions, so when one is playing on one wing, second one is playing to get activity on second wing, and maybe they are trying to take over 24 and 27. Once one side is missing 47 49, the position is really sharp. 14 moves made, Igor Kisner 43 minutes left, and Kes Tyson only 30 minutes left. I don't know what to think and what to say about their time management, but it looks like they are playing slow, and there will be some kind of issues of problems in the end game before the time control. From your experience, how commenting games, trying to understand and explain GMI games, plan and moves during streaming help you to improve in drafts? I believe that absolutely it improves and it needs me to improve somehow. Of course, I am such a huge impossible distance behind GMIs, and I barely can understand what they are playing. But I also believe that streams are for the people, to the wider audience that are not that good at drafts. So I can explain simple things like just simple combinations, simple plans, or just basics of the game, of the strategical plans, as well as I have to focus on what am I talking about. It's not easy to calculate and to show variance, as you don't know then all just from your memory. It's impossible. So I need the computer assistance, for example, when I am alone. When I am commenting with someone who is explaining, it's much better. So I'm trying to get people that are stronger than me on the drafts level, and they can just explain something more, so show some variants that I don't know. For example, yesterday's stream with Rick, who didn't watch it, I really advise you to watch it once again, because there was so many interesting informations about strategical ideas, openings, that I believe Rick knows and all the Dutch players know. Absolutely. Or watch it if you haven't watched it yet. Marek Knioła, hello. All about drafts, hello. Nice to see you. How much time do players have for the game? Question from Łukasz Oktaba. Players have 90 minutes to make 45 moves of the game, and during that time you don't have any increments on the clock. So it means that first part of the game ends in maximum of total 90 minutes per player, for each player. It translates to, if the game started at 9:30 Latvian time, it means after 3 hours at 12:30 we have the time control, and this is the moment that brings us to the peak of emotions, because in many games players have to make a lot of moves in the short period of time, like for example 10-15 minutes in a few minutes of thinking. So we have this part of rapid or sometimes even blitz game in the classic time game, and after the time control, once you have made 45 moves in 90 minutes, you get additional 30 minutes with the increment of 30 seconds per move. This time control is a little bit faster than the classical Fischer tempo that we have used for many years, where we've had 80 minutes per player plus 1 minute per move. Then the games would last about 4.5 up to even 5 hours. Now I think that the games are about 30 minutes faster, and we have two peaks of emotions, once when we are close to the time control, and the second one when the games are ending. So for viewers, for me during the stream, it's a really nice change about the time control of the game. It's not a problem on the live boards, as you can see, because the live boards are connected to the new version of DGT clocks. Those are the 3000 version, and other version, the older one in the boards behind, are the DGTs 2000, and those clocks are not counting moves. It means that the referee has to come and add the right time manually. And sometimes the time control is done because in one moment almost all the games require the time control and the time added on the clocks. And despite the fact you have many referees to do it, sometimes you need to wait after the time is gone for the time control added. Few, sometimes even more than few, like 15-20 minutes, what has happened before, for example, during national team championship in Turkey in the beginning of May this year. The solution for that problem is to use new watches, new clocks, DGTs 3000. It's the only way, because they are counting the moves. There are other issues that can happen. For example, in Polish Open, we've had the situation of the game between Machiel Veistra, I guess, against Ron Heusdens or Kes Tyson, and the older player was late on the game, and before making any move, Machiel Veistra, or the referee even, turned the time on the opponent's side, and he was thinking of once he was late, he turned the clock for the white, and clock did count this as one move, because clock does not know if the move was made or not. And 44 moves of the game were played, and the clock automatically added the time for the players. And Mahil, who was playing with white pieces, thought that he is already done. He has the added time, and he was thinking and lost on time, because actually he didn't make the 45th move, and his opponent noticed the fact that regulations is not on the side of the young Dutch player, and in that way he's losing the game. That was what happened. That was really, really strange. All about drafts visible also on FMJD channel. Archange, great explanations and commenting. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This nice and kind and warm words of yours. Good stream as always, Marek. Thank you very much as well. Coming to Natalia's game, we've had some improvements. Yeah, the exchange was made. Natalia went with this 46 piece. 8 was played, 41, 10, 39 and 5 to 10. And Natalia is on turn. That could be the moment that we'll be slowly playing faster and faster. We are 1 hour and few minutes from the time control, so the emotions will grow with every move. Let's take a look at Wouter and Martijn game. Still we don't have many moves made, because after Wouter attacked to 31, Martijn covered with 18-22. And 14 moves only made in this game. 31 minutes on Wouter's clock, 33 minutes on Martijn's clock. There will be a storm coming slowly to the board. If I would have any special effects, I would just put the cloudy weather above the boards and and waited for the thunders, because thunders and thunderstorm is going to be visible in the last moves before the time control. Absolutely, because now they would have to make one move in 1 minute just to peacefully go to the time control, which is, in my opinion, just impossible. This is just impossible. Taking a look at the other games. Rule against Artyom decided not to attack, just bringing forces closer, and this is the position, and Rule is now on the move. Let's make it the main line. Okay. Natalia is thinking, so we are updated with the cameras games. Okay, so Kes, Tyson, Kirzner, 5-10 was played. Kes, Tyson having only 24 minutes to make 31 moves. There also will be problems. Yuri Anikiev, Mahil, Weistra. From this opening, 35-30 from Yuri. Oh, and Wouter in this position brings even more emotions after this move. Absolutely close and tough and tense position. He is leaving maybe to the toilet, because once they will start to play to the time control, there will be no time for visiting toilet. There will be a lot of interesting things going on. And we can just expect that with having such many moves to make in such a short time, there will be a lot of mistakes in such a difficult position, because it's different once you have opened one and the pieces just do not touch. But if you have something like this, now with many gaps between pieces and not a standard position at all, it will be absolutely fantastic for us, the viewers, I guess. And the heart rate is starting to grow, because now Walter, as you can see, is going up to 100 heartbeat, and Martin is still calm, about 60, 66. As promised, let's update the game between Yuri Anikeyev and Mihail Wystra. Just let me find the moment that we were before. Okay, Mihail played here, exchange of Yuri Anikeyev. There is a lock of the short wing and exchange. Of course, playing 35-30 in the first move many times will come with locking the short wing. But players that play this strategy expect that and agree to play such positions, because sometimes it's just unavoidable. Here, here, here. Computer always will show advantage of the side that is locking, not the locked side. So we can see a slight advantage of Mihail Wystra playing with black pieces. Of course, it's not a winning position, and it's a tough one to calculate. So for Yuri Anikeyev, really experienced GMI, of course older than Mihail, it can be the way to look for chances to win the game. Natalia, meanwhile, is playing 49-43. What is the time control at the girls' game? Oh, we don't have it, because live board is missing something and it's not updated. The only continuation you can see is on the camera. So let's take a look at another women's game going on. Maybe interesting one, maybe two interesting ones between Hein Meyer and Guntis Valneris and Jan Groenendijk and Ron Heusdens. If it will be possible and we'll have the time, I will just update those games. Daria Tkachenko, Victoria Motrichko. What has happened here? After this attack, Victoria decided to block it with something like semi-fork lock, with this column 15, 20, 24. This move, this, okay, so possibilities for Daria are limited. And the position of black pieces looks like more flexible, but still it's not easy to limit all the possibilities of your opponent. The simplest plan is always to attack here on 30 to finally break this semi-fork lock position. But to do that, Daria had to go to 35, so this ala semi-fork lock column turned into a strong semi-fork lock. Boomstra is playing an interesting move here, 34-30. I would expect him to choose other plan, but after all, he is a current world champion, so it's kinda interesting what he is going to play. And Artyom Ivanov is bringing things faster with simple plan of gaining the central squares, 23-24. Like the Dutch school says, not only having one piece in the central part of the board is enough. You have to do something to collect more central pieces. Only two or more will be working together well. So in this position, 24 is supported by 23. And the rule is doing the same, playing fast, 40 to 34. So it looks like he's having a plan already. The question is, absolutely he has some plan, but the question is what the plan is. Maybe some combinations even possible after exchange back. Some knight combinations maybe would be possible. I don't see the ideas right now, but perhaps in some moves it will be possible. It will be possible. Some ideas of bringing piece to 21, then taking like that. We'll see. We'll see. Luis Gaming, hello Damian, my friend, how are you? Hello Luis, my friend, I'm doing great. Yesterday we've had just one round, so in the afternoon I had my chance to, of course, work a little, but after that I was just using the spa area in hotel that I'm staying in with the pool, saunas, jacuzzis, so I'm relaxed, I slept well. I ate a good breakfast in my hotel and full of energy could join you on the stream here near the playing area of the International World Cup Riga Open 2022 tournament, and I hope that you are doing well, just like me. I hope you have more time to follow today's games because we'll have 2 rounds. We'll have 2 different games to be rounds to show you, to comment, to explain whatever we can or I can. During the second afternoon round, there will be Robert Misans joining me. So Robert is a top class master international player, winning many trophies during his career. So he will be able to translate you much more. Luis says yes. I'm really glad that you are in a good shape as well. 55 minutes to the most emotional part of the game when players have to make a lot of moves in the short period of time. I'm really curious about how the games will be going because this one between Wouter Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn is something absolutely tough to predict because players have made only 15 moves. 15 moves of the game. Now Martin played here 5 to 10 and it means that they have to make still 30 moves and they used already more than an hour in the duel. Now about the time. Wouter Sipma has 26 minutes left and Martin van IJzendoorn is having 27 minutes left. Meanwhile, Artem Ivanov has made an interesting choice. Very interesting, and played it fast once again. After move 12-18 and rules 30 to 25, he exchanged. He exchanged here. Normally, maybe this move would look like maybe even too much tension to the position because many things can happen with this piece. But if black pieces will stand for forever with this 23 and there are no columns to be used to change it because no possibility in white's position to build this column 45, 40, 34 to exchange or this one, because you will be always missing a piece on 41 to exchange 32 28 and go push the piece from 34. That would be the only option to take back this piece. But now with this piece on 23 there is no option to take back this standing between white pieces. But normally if you have more than 10 pieces and now players have 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 pieces, going to such a strange square like 30 between other opponent's pieces looks really interesting. I think that men's games from the table number 1 and table number 2 are the really emotional ones, and now Scan suggested to play 41-37 in Martin's and Wouter's game. while voter decides to make an exchange. So this is the first, I would say, maybe a small step back in the sharp position. Two possibilities of exchange. First one, I guess this one will be chosen by Martin, will be like this. I don't know which way to take, but possibly. Anyway, the dark piece will land on 28, something like that. And second option of this exchange is to take here and then sacrifice another piece, 2 for 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, something like that. In this scenario as well, the dark piece will land on 28. So we'll see which direction of taking will Martin choose. M. Stanky. The initial phase always so dynamic the players could make some web project freelancing using a laptop on the side. That's definitely the joke from the IT guy. The programmist is the good word for it. Casper van der Tak. Rules idea is 30-25 and then exchange to 30-30. 429, and we can see already that this idea, Casper, you were typing, is not possible because of immediate exchange of Artyom Ivanov to 30. The question is what will be the next idea, and if rule predicted that could be the possible next plan of Artyom Ivanov, because he played it fast. He has chosen it quickly. Interesting. And Martin has chosen another way of taking, as well as Wouter has. Because after this taking, Wouter took here to 28, so in opposition to what I have said before. The white piece is the one landing on 28, not the black piece. There is no way to do it, probably. Or maybe Martin will not choose to defend it that way, or maybe somehow this way, and there still the dark piece can be on 28 and take this back in next move. Still few plans to choose. Maybe after this opening I could feel, and maybe you as well, a little bit disappointed that after playing such a difficult opening, now there is this step back from Wouter, but from Martin as well, because they have chosen the option, the variation with more pieces to be taken, to be captured in this sequence of exchanging. But still many moves to make, over 25. Casper, I think Artyom played 24-29 to avoid the possibility mentioned above. Okay, let me just show the plan that you were typing. So plan was to make this exchange, for example, let's say after this move, this exchange, yes, as well, this is the one that scan shows. This, and then 38-32. Oh, okay, and this. It's a really nice idea, but difficult to make. Let's make those not so good moves, because here, and let's say here. And the idea that Casper mentioned was to sacrifice first piece here, and now having the next move of black known, we use it as the free tempo, sacrifice another piece and take 2 as the result of this combination. Really nice plan, but really difficult to run. And we know that Artyom has chosen this one, and rule, after thinking and thinking, decides to play here, 38-33. Sometimes I wish I could be inside the head of the Grandmaster to see how much is calculated, how far those calculations go, and what variants, what options are calculated, because every player does that in some different way. If you are well trained and your brain is just used to calculate a lot of variations because you solve, for example, many positions, problems, combinations, the effect to get is to calculate just once, not many times more, to waste time. And you need those calculations to be really precise. And once you are doing it, you can be just better than your opponent in calculations, and means that in some variations that will follow the game, you can find something that your opponent won't find. Sometimes I really would like. But to be on GMI's level, you have to work that hard as they are working on it. Of course, they cannot connect many different jobs in their lives. They have to focus on drafts to go so far. Manasha, hello all, hello to you, nice to see you on the chat. Thank you everyone watching, joining. And remember that today we have 2 rounds to play. The first one is being played already, and the second one will be starting at 3 p.m. The 4th round of Riga International Tournament, Riga Open 2022, the World Cup tournament. Robert Smisens, the tournament director, will be joining me during that stream. So prepare the questions, even those not convenient ones to Robert, and just ask him when we'll start the stream. You will be asking him like he was asking me yesterday during the tournament interview, where we were talking about drafts, future of drafts, and things that are required to bring drafts promoted all over the world. Martin finally has chosen this option that we were showing, with standing on 28 finally. So he didn't want to just keep 27 blocked by 22, and he goes to open this position in this move. And now Wouter, on the other hand, does not let Martin to take here to 23, but brings 8 to 19, maybe to block a little bit his pieces here. Interesting. Once Wouter will be looking for a calm game and a way to make many moves in the short time, he can always change this piece, because now he has possibility of building this column as well as possibility of building this column. And those 2 columns can be used to exchange this piece standing on 28. Dear viewers, we are closer and closer to the time control. As I am the only commentator during this first round, I don't need a long break, but I will make just a few minutes break for the toilets, just to spread my legs. I'll be back in, I think, 5, 6, 7 minutes. So don't go anywhere. I will show you the cameras from all the games and be back in a few minutes. See you soon. And here I am back after this short break, and let's see what is going on, because moves are going to be made much faster than the previous parts of the game. I wonder what is the way to get for players to be experienced, to get experienced in this time control, how many games to be played, so they will be able to do it well and to manage time in the right way. Let me just refresh what has happened in the games and start with Natalia's one, because once many moves will be made, it will be tough for me to update what is going on. I guess that was continuation here. This move, this and this. And now it's Natalia's turn. Okay, I don't know if the order of the moves was right, but we'll see. Meanwhile, a small task for you. Try to predict what will be the results of those 3 games that we see on the cameras. Try to predict what will be the result of the game between Boomstra and Artyom Ivanov, between Wouter Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn, and between Natalia Sadowska and Julia Makarenkova. Try to do it and type it down in the comment section on any channel that you are watching. Please let me know that. Here we have the Natalia's game. So many things happened in Wouter's and Martin's one. Let's start with this one of Rul and Artyom. After 1722, 1122 from Artyom, there was this move and another column to be made by Artyom and this move. At first glance, it looks like dark pieces have nice central position, but unavailable is the exchange, some exchange to be made 34 and then 44, or even maybe 32, 28 to take over the central squares. It's interesting how it will be played. Okay, after this move, Artyom played 9-13. And now maybe the interesting variation is to exchange this way, 2-4-2, just to force Artyom to push to the edge 35 once again. Then maybe this plan, and once he would go this way, oh, there is an exchange, but I don't think the exchange 2-4-2 to the back will be interesting one for Rule. And this, okay, this is not winning. Because of course this move, yeah. And this will not work because of making this column, and if you escape, just this, and nothing will happen even after this. Maybe this sacrifice and going here. So forced variation as well could be played from this position. And Rule actually is making this exchange, so Artyom will be forced to go to the edge. This will be the move number 35, so 10 moves only, I would say, to make for the players. Marek Knioła is predicting Natalia will win, Rule Artyom a draw, and Martin Wouter a draw. Okay, interesting prediction. Analyzing Natalia's game, it won't be easy from this position, as black pieces look really active right now. Natalia decided to play 33-29. With those kinds of position for white pieces, it's sometimes maybe tough not to make the move that will make this position more passive, to find interesting and good for you active continuation lines. It will be a challenge for Natalia, and of course all the Polish fans have fingers crossed to be for Natalia to find one. And once Rule forced Artyom to go to the edge, he's exchanging 29-24. I think it looks like slowly players are on a way to agree for a draw. Interesting games were played for many times between those two. Like I mentioned, now Artyom just blinked to us, to the camera, looked at it, and we are waiting for the last moves of this game to be made. Wouter and Martin, let's update this game because many moves occurred on the board and we have an interesting position. After taking to 19, Wouter plays 36. Martin goes to the central square 23. Here another central square 24. Okay, so I told that maybe I'm a bit disappointed, but now the things that they are doing and having this game really interesting with the type position, maybe I will just forgive them. But still, of course, Wouter holds this possibility of making move 49 to 44, this column to exchange and gain many tempos from this piece standing on 28. It's the possibility that always is on the board. Anyone else to predict the result? Czy ktoś z polskich widzów chciałby spróbować przewidzieć wyniki 3 partii, które mamy na podglądzie wideo, czyli pojedynku pomiędzy Rulem Boomstrą, Artyomem Iwanowem, Natalią Sadowską, a Julią Makarenkową oraz Wouterem Sipmą, a Martinem van IJzendoornem. Jeżeli ktoś z Was chciałby je przewidzieć, to piszcie śmiało w komentarzu, tak jak Marek. Tak samo, jeżeli chcielibyście wziąć udział w jakichś konkursach z giveawayami, specjalnie tutaj od organizatorów też, Polska Widownia, dawajcie znać. The games are starting to get quite faster. Interesting. Julia escapes to 28 and Natalia attacks 37, 31. I guess locking the gap on 22 is to be expected and Julia will make this move quite fast. Yes, that's right, that is happening right now. Still having central position for Yulia Makarenkova, maybe a little bit more active than Natalia. Still a draw equal position, but this kind of position requires good and precise playing from Natalia. After last exchange, Artyom plays here and rule exchanges, and here is forwards Artyom Ivanov. So this position is like this formation against this formation, and what grandmasters say about that is to have this formation further than your opponent. It means that you have a better position, and this formation of Artyom is further or one line, but rule always have the possibility of just exchanging it. Then another exchange can come, threat of exchange from Artyom here. And even if you force here, the 6 piece can be played to 16, so it will be a total draw. Right now, rule possibly will just be counting, calculating for some winning chances against Artyom Ivanov, but it looks like an impossible task to do. Artyom just looking around peacefully with a calm, because he knows that this game cannot be lost to the current world champion Rule Boomstra. 7 against 7. 7 pieces against 7 means this will be a draw in 95% of cases between those two, I guess. Do we have updates on other boards? Let me check. Yes, we have. Here, the move number 29. Oh, Rule Boomstra is making this exchange. So 42 moves were already made, and I guess there will be just a draw offer from one of the side, and opponents will just shake their hands. And 6-11 is played by Artyom. Yeah, the simple continuation to take over the 17th square, and then to go to the column, one can go here another one can go here to break through to the king, and it's of course the equal draw endgame. It's the matter of seconds or minutes, I guess, when they will agree for a draw, and we'll be able to focus on two games from cameras between Wouter and Martin, because there are a lot of things to happen. After last move of Wouter, 31-27, Martin has played 8-13, and still looking at the time that they have left for this game to time control, Wouter is having 14 minutes and Martin is having 11 minutes, and still they have Wouter now 15 moves to make and Martin even one more 16 moves to make in 11 minutes. Wouter does not change anything, just keeps it in tension, in a big tension, making it a little bit more difficult for Martin, because building this column 15-39 and changing is always possible, and you don't want to simplify the position, especially during the moment when your opponent has a few minutes less than you. Let him think. And there are many different possible combinations with these sacrifices like this, 35-30, to bring the piece to the square number 33, to make something like Philip coup or other shots possible in position. So Martin still, despite the fact of simple combinations, has to be careful. For example, in this kind of position, you have ideas like after going here, 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 and here, of kinda double shots, because it's 3 pieces for 4 pieces. Now it's equal, but there you have the second shot that lets you to win the game. Of course, Martin followed the proper line just to cover the gap on 9, not to allow his opponent to do any shot. Going to watch the endings on site. Yeah, on site, sure, you can follow many end games and know what happens. A lot of pieces to be moved during end games. We'll be back to this game a little bit later. Now let's check women's tournament. I don't know what is the time control of Natalia. I have to see it from the camera, but it won't be possible for me right now. Maybe you can see the time that Natalia has left and Julia in this game once we are not connected through the live games on site of the tournament. Maybe you can see it. Is it also streamed on Twitch or only on YouTube? Oh, you see, I'm Stanky. I forgot because I wanted to upload it today to Twitch as well, and I forgot to do it. But from tomorrow on, I will try to do Twitch as well. So for now, it's YouTube and Facebook. Facebook, 3 fan pages. FMJD fan page. Group Riga International Tournament Open, Riga Open International Tournament, somehow like that, and Latvian Drafts Federation, which is called Latvijas Dambrese or something like that, in Latvian name of the federation, just like in Poland, Polski Związek Warcabowy, not Polish Drafts Federation, but after looking in the search box, maybe it is possible to find it. Martin brings another central piece after Wouter's 46-41, 24-29, and Martin is down to 7 minutes 30 seconds to finish the game, to finish 45 moves before time control. It's not easy job to do. Interesting end game we can see in Daria and Victoria duel. Last time we finished on this position, and then Victoria played here 20-25, making double exchange forward, and it looks it's a bit passive for Daria. Another exchanges were made, but this time exchange back for Daria. He was hoping for this column and breakthrough maybe, and was played by her, but now, okay, exchange. Now I guess Victoria played here, that's right, here, here. And if in this endgame a sacrifice is to be made, like this 35, it could be Victoria who will be favored to win this endgame. It's 0.6 advantage according to scan for black. And what is now for Victoria to play? Maybe this move is the best in position. What is the fact? The girls already have played 48 moves of the game, so the time control is not going to change anything and bring emotions on this board. Rule Boomstra and Artem Ivanov are already crossing this level as well. There was something like this, 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 and this. So no way that Rule can win it. Maybe a slight advantage for Artyom, but still I guess in few moves we'll have a draw in this game. But Artyom is looking for best continuation for him. Meanwhile we are 19 minutes to time control. Emotions to come. What else can we update here? Okay, Walter is thinking. Walter is now to 12 minutes. Okay, let's take a look at the game between Igor Kirzner and Kes Tyson. They will have time problems even bigger than Walter and Martin right now. We finished in this position. Kirzner made an exchange to 27, taking over the important square of the wing, 27. Kirzner, Tyson takes back 41, 21, 26. And now the threats of going here were, but Kirzner is exchanging this piece, going to the central part of the board, and this piece 23 here, here. So we have much big activities from the Ukrainian player Igor Kirzner, who starts to attack Kes Tyson, and Kes, after being Dutch player, guy from the same country as Harm Wiersma, who was the surrounder, the specialist in surrounding his opponent, now can prove us that he has other same possibilities than as Harm Wiersma and surround his opponent well. This 23 piece is responsible for just ripping position of opponent to two sides, to two edges of the board, and maybe somehow even break through the central part of the board. And it's necessary that and important that Kes Tyson does not have the possibility of building columns from 5, from 1 to try to destroy this piece, exchange, so his plan has to be surrounding somehow. And the fact that only 25 minutes moves of this game have been played, and the fact that Tyson is down to 8 minutes and 38 seconds and Kirzner to 10 minutes 29 seconds is amazing, and it guarantees emotions on this game. Angel Aniesa, can we follow the games on lead drafts? No, unfortunately you can't, because I'm doing it manually, and I just don't want anyhow to mess it. I know that somehow you could just look at it But what we are trying to do, we are trying to cooperate with lead drafts, but we need a big support from Stefan from lead drafts to make it possible to see the games on lead drafts, then everyone could see everything, and it would be easier for you, of course. I hope it will work from tomorrow on. It's possible that we'll do it, and then of course absolutely. But right now, when I'm doing this study as the manual one from my side only, it would be tough, I guess. Natalia against Julia. We've had something going on there. After blocking this, okay, there was an exchange. Natalia attacked. Julia took it back, 12-18, so maybe the advantage is even more for black right now. And after this move, it's Julia's turn. It's difficult to find maybe some good plan. After something like this, maybe this exchange with this threat would be a nice threat of having majority capture rule and then give back to make a breakthrough, but then black pieces can just exchange here. And the advantage of black pieces would be even bigger. Good luck. Thank you very much, Angel, for this wishing of good luck. Closer and closer to important and vital moments of this round. More viewers on FMJD channel, more viewers on WhatsApp channel. Thank you very much. Remember to be present and to sign your presence as leaving the thumb up under the video, leaving the subscription, leaving the observation if this is possible on Facebook, and just share if you can. Remember that during the tournament we are trying, because we are not doing it well, we are trying to collect money for Ukraine, just wanting to show that drafts community can work well together. Of course, I know that many times we are trying to do something to collect money, etc., and it can be a big step for you to help every time, but if anyone is willing and can support us and Ukraine, because 100% of the donation fund that we made, the link to it you will find in the description and the video, will go to help Ukraine organizers and Ukraine players that are starting in this event. I think that will choose the place to transfer this money, 100% of this money. So I will be absolutely grateful for any support that you will give us. The payment is possible in many different currencies through the Streamlabs website. The link is below the video. And Natalia has made this exchange, and now near one piece of advantage for Julia. And you know, it would not be a problem if other possibilities were good. But right now, just to explain, for example, after this move, Natalia would win possibly, because after sacrificing two pieces and another with the majority, now it forces black to exchange here, and this piece has an open highway to a king. So Julia just cannot leave it that way on the right wing of Natalia. She has to play something, and to avoid this threat, she can play this move, which looks like a bad one. This move that as well looks as a bad one, but maybe it is not. But this move is the one to calculate absolutely. And after that, there's no a good continuation for Natalia, because after this move, she will just exchange and take over the 24. And now the position of white is really difficult. So I'm afraid, as I'm representing Polish fans of Natalia, that after this exchange, the position for Natalia will be tough to play. What happened, I guess, brings predictions of Marek Knioła to less possible, but of course everything can happen. Let's go to other games. I don't know why the games have been scrolled to the beginning. Here we did have a move here, 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 and here. And now Artyom is going here just to attack in the next move, because after, for example, this move, he can attack, and it will be necessary for Rule to sacrifice something and to find maybe this first way of making a draw. Here, 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 and this is the endgame that definitely won't be played because of lack of 4 pieces to make 4 kings to win this game. But still, the initiative is on Artyom's side. Going to Wouter's game. After this last move of Martin, we've had exchange back, I saw on the camera. And still, guys, have to play fast. There is 40 to 34. Okay. Martin plays here, here. Okay, and he's thinking. And now Martin has to make 13 moves in less than 4 minutes. Okay, he's made another one, which is 2-8. And the time left on Martin's clock is 3 minutes 40 seconds for next 12 moves. Okay, Rule finds the variation that I mentioned and they agreed for a draw. So the first game between Artyom Ivanov, very strong Ukrainian grandmaster that is also a coach of Polish national team, against current world champion Rule Boomstra, ends in a draw. Interesting, but maybe not that much interesting game between those players. Maybe just something like the game without history, equal from the very beginning, not finding any new amazing ideas, at least not many of them. Just, I think that a draw was satisfying result for those two. Maybe in next round we won't have Rule Boomstra on the first 2 tables of the tournament. After all, he is the tournament's #1. But if there are other people to win their games, will lose Rule Boomstra from the camera, possibly. We'll see. Maybe there will be something fresh for you. Marek says ooh. Marek, this ooh means what? Oh, a change meant that Boomstra and Ivanov made some moves. Yeah, they made and they finished the game. Okay. Wouter and Martin keeps on playing, then they have to after all. This move and this move was made, and now I believe we'll be just seeing this game. Oh, what has happened here? I meant that we'll be watching this game, but what has happened here in Natalia's game against Julia? How this position occurred? Here, here, here. Oh, she exchanged. That was the continuation of Julia. The move that I didn't expect at all. This, oh, and this, and now this. And looks like there is a big advantage for Julia, maybe half a piece, which is promising for the end game. But as well, Rick mentioned yesterday that Scan is the engine that always favorites the attacking sides, always. And as well, the side that is a lock-in opponent. But now, the advantage of 0.8, nearly piece in this endgame, or the position that is close to endgame is interesting. So we'll focus on those two games between Natalia and Julia, because girls still have to make 2 moves to the time control, and we have 6 minutes to it, while Martin and Wouter has to do more. Here Wouter played 41-46 and Martin played 20-25. Engine says it's equal, but for human beings this position may be not an easy one to play. And Wouter attacks. Okay, I guess nothing else can happen than the defense of this piece. It's been played. 37th move played already, and now Wouter goes with 42-38. The position is kinda calm, so maybe I'll try to follow game between Kirzner and Tyson. Kirzner having now less than 1 minute. Here there was an attack, 20-25. Okay, he covered and took to the central part of the board. Okay, locking. Going with the edge piece to the center, here, here, here. Not an easy move for Kirzner to play. And now Kirzner is to make 15 moves and has only 1 minute on the clock. What? 1 minute on the clock and 15 moves to make. 45 seconds on the clock and 15 moves to make. Sometimes you don't even have time to move pieces and push the clock on the right time. Natalia and Julia are going to be time controlled. Julia attacked here. I don't know if that was the best idea to play, but still advantage is similar to the one before and showed in other variants. Okay, there won't be emotions about time in girls' game because they crossed 45th move. Kirzner has 16 seconds and he's not playing. Finally, Kirzner played. It's not possible. It's not possible at all. Igor Kirzner played 30-24. He's having now 15 seconds left. 15 seconds left to make 14 moves. It's not possible. It's not possible to make a move and push the clock. It's not possible. Kirzner has to lose on time on it. If the time is showed correctly, there is no way he will do it. And he has the better position right now. He has the better position. Okay, Tyson exchanged and Kirzner played here. In 1 second, those 2 moves were made in 1 second. Having now 14 seconds left and 12 moves to play. Tyson has to play fast. Also, 2 minutes 53 seconds. IJzendoorn, Sipma, what have you played? Here and here. Martin has 1 minute and 25 seconds and Sipma is down to 40 seconds. Still 5 moves to make for Wouter and 6 moves to make for IJzendoorn. This is the crucial moment of the game that is going on. And right now Igor Kirzner chooses to go to the edge side. Okay. Tyson helps Igor with this attack, and after this move maybe even forces his opponent to go to the edge. 2 minutes 25 seconds on Tyson's side of things and 2 seconds only on Igor Kirzner's clock for making 9 moves. It's not possible. It's physically not possible. So Cass Tyson has to win it on time. Even if you have the winning position on the board and your time is gone, you don't have any more seconds, you lose the game. And it's going to happen. It will be a big pity for Igor Kirchner in this position. Cass Tyson thinks 1 minute 45 seconds. Meanwhile, the game between IJzendoorn and Sipma is getting interesting. This move from Martin. And now Wouter plays something absolutely strange. This move, locking his wing, but the scan still shows equal position. This move. And attack finally. He just wanted to take this piece and maybe he will be successful on it. So Martin is sacrificing a piece. That was the move number 42, and some moves were made. Okay, an attack. They are just so calm in sacrificing pieces. I just barely can understand it. Here, and they are laughing. They are laughing because they are getting to this position. And finally, they are after 45th move of the game. So it means that here we have all the moves made. But what do we have on Igor Kirchner's clock? 7 seconds on Tyson clock and 1 second on Kirchner's clock. But no way the right moves were made in this game. Okay, he didn't escape, he just blocked 3-9. Kirchner went to the edge. Here, 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 here. Okay, and do we have an update? Because now still white pieces would have to play, yeah. White pieces still would have to play 6 more moves to the time control, and black pieces 7 moves. And now, as we can see on the applets of live games, Igor Kirchner is out of time. So it means that 1 minute ago he lost his game on time. Physically, it was not possible. I'm wondering now how it is possible that such experienced grandmaster knows that physically he won't be able to do moves and he is not playing anything, just not to lose the game, but calculating and looking for chances and losing on time. Cass Tyson won this game on time because it's 39th move, and to agree for a draw you have to play at least 40, so it's not there is no possibility of drawing this game between them. At least everything which is visible on the applet is possible. Is true. U was for 13 moves in 3.5 minutes. It may be hard. We are just after the time control. We know everything about the games. The games on cameras are good and still interesting between Martin and Wouter and Natalia and Julia. But Igor Kirchner did not make it. Igor Kirchner did not make it. 6 moves missing. Hello from Panama, Isi Lopez. Lopez, it's always great to see you on our streams. Thank you that you joined. And greetings from Latvia, Riga, this time. Marek, yeah, maybe he forgot about time limits. Maybe. If you are not used to play with that time control, maybe you think somewhere inside your head, deep into your brain, that you have the increment, that you will always be able to make a move. And that was not what happened in the game between Kirchner and Cass Tyson. So it means that Cass Tyson, Dutch player, Dutch grandmaster, very talented, very good performing Dutch grandmaster, will have 6 out of 6 after 3 rounds. And at this moment of the tournament, he will be the single leader. Maybe someone else will join him. We'll see during the other games. let's focus on what is going on here. While I was making moves from the game between Wouter and Martin, of course I did not see the possibility of attacking this piece 28, and this move 26-21 looks like a really one, but maybe scan shows that even better was to play here 27-21, just to get this piece soon, because after this line and playing here and this, maybe it is quite better for white in this variation, attack, escape, and push even forwards. Yeah, because now black pieces can't escape here. They lose immediately after this combination. You can't break through because there is an exchange, and simply win for white pieces, just for everyone to notice. So maybe that was the best line for Wouter actually. And his idea of leaving this column, not changing this piece, was a great idea, because finally he can use it. And no other chances for Martin to play here, not to lose the piece. What is the difference between those? Okay, because after this, if Martin was attacking here, there is this exchange. And this piece is so powerful because soon, anyway, you can get the piece by attack here. So that's the difference between 26-21 and 27-21. After this, what Wouter played, there is no possibility of going to 17. Yeah. And this is what happened. This piece was lost by Martin in few games, for example in Blitz game against Rule Boomstra, and he had absolutely losing position, but finally he managed to rescue after Rule's mistake in the end game where engine showed 5, +5 for Rule Boomstra. This is the video you can find on my channel from the Blitz competition in Julinek. Now it's time for Wouter to think. Of course he has one piece more, but those 5 pieces are held by those 4, so it's like an equal position, and scan shows it will be a draw. But still, with having one piece more, it is Wouter Sipma who is a bit favorite to win this game. And like we can see, the heart rate of Martin van IJzendoorn increased. His heart rate is now over 100, closest to 100. Okay, let's take a look at Natalia's game, because still it is interesting one. As we can see, Igor Kirzner didn't manage to make the moves on time and lost the game on time. Everything shows that, yeah. The pieces are already set up in the live iPad. And as well, Wouter Sipma, after a really interesting game, interesting position, could possibly put more pressure on Martin to get a piece or win the game, and maybe the defense lines were just absolutely difficult to find. As well as difficult to find was to find the nice way of playing against to use the advantage, the possible advantage for Wouter. Now Natalia was thinking kinda long time and decided to play here 48-43. Scan indicates this position as half a piece advantage for Yulia Makarenkova from Ukraine. Normally in endgame conditions this would be considered as a draw, but still this requires very precise play from Natalia. I know that Natalia calculates really well. She does not have the time pressure anymore in this game. So I guess that she will handle, but she is the one that has to escape from this position. Take a look at the indicators, the purple indicators near the camera of Dutch guys. You can see that Wouter all the time is absolutely calm, 60 of heart rate. Meanwhile, something that we haven't seen so far, Martin van IJzendoorn having between 80 and 100 heart rate and stress level over 70. So it means that he is trying to be calm outside. Just a few seconds before, Martin was wandering around the hall showing that he is calm with having this one piece less, but inside he is not. He is just trying to hide all these emotions, not to be noticed by his opponent Wouter. Wouter is calm. He knows that this is the game for three results for him and only for 2 results for Martin. Martin can draw it in the best way or lose it if he plays the wrong move. Bartosz Maniecki is driving by car and does not have how to comment. Oh, that's the poor thing. But once you will stop, once you will get your destination, feel free to comment and join us on this drafts entertainment. Once the some games finished already that we were analyzing, commenting, we will maybe bring some more games to the analyze section of this stream as the games are still on. Julia plays 1621, which is pointed as the best move by Engine Scan from leaddrafts.org. So take a look at the other games, because Wouter now has the time to put himself in lack of time once again while calculating this position. But of course, for few moves that have been played already, they didn't have the possibility to calculate so deep as now they can. So it's the time to make the missing calculations for finding the best line. But it's Martin IJzendoorn who is put under the pressure in this game. It's a really interesting one. Marek Knioła predicted the draw on the board number 1. That was the good prediction. Predicted a draw between Wouter Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn. It's a really nice thing that despite the fact that there are teammates from one team playing together, for example, during tournaments like World or European Championship in one team, they can try to kill each other during games they play against each other on the tournaments. What we can see, they are giving us many interesting games. Before the game, I came to them and told them that I wish them good luck. Give me the great game for the spectators, but give me as well the game that I will understand, because otherwise they will not be an entertainment for the viewers and for me as well, not to be too challenging for me. They laughed, and I believe this is the kind of game that we expected, we wanted, and we gained. Already on the applets with the live games, we can see that Kes Tyson has beaten Igor Kirzner, but I would rather say that it was Igor Kirzner who beat himself with the bad management of time, the bad time management. What interesting do we have here? Okay, take a look at this game between Yuri Anikeyev and Michiel Veistra, where we did finish on move number 24. I guess that was an interesting one from this opening. Okay, and what was going on further? This is what Yuri played here, having some combinations possible in the position. Now exchanges are going on. Scan indicates a small advantage of black pieces, but you know what it means, as always. Scan indicates that as black pieces are the attacking side. Now this exchange is the one that Yuri decided to play. To push Machiel a bit back on his right wing. It's really interesting that the lock on the right wing stands there for an entire game. And now he pushed another piece onto lock. It did not look as the first choice to play, but here is losing even for white pieces. 1.5 piece of advantage with this move. It has been played. Is it possible that Yuri is in such big problems in this game? Okay, those were the moves maybe that were played here, that were played in lack of time. Okay, this is the threat he has to escape. Now he played here. Okay, similar strength of this move. And now lead draft scan shows that it's closer to a draw. That here the best continuation was 7-11. And after an attack, now go here. But still, the advantage is decreasing. Okay, so maybe just scan is not calculating it well, because it looks like the best continuation was played by both players, and now it looks more equal. While it is a bit calm during games, I can remind you that I would like to say a big thank you at first for inviting me to this event by Robert's Misans, but as well for organizing this beautiful event, this beautiful tournament. I am sure that we all enjoy the possibility of watching live, commenting, seeing the cameras from the game hall. It is the direction drafts has to follow, to go just like chess, to be visible on internet for many people, to comment, to translate, maybe to many different languages for everybody. Of course, this English will be most common and most easier to take. We can generate even automatic subtitles on the video, so we could translate it to your direct language. Maybe we'll do it many times. I would like to do it while I was streaming in Polish, but unfortunately it was not possible because this is not supported in Polish language as well as it is in English. Julia is thinking, Natalia is staying around the board, shaking leg a bit, and we'll see what will be coming. Games that are still played and are live are the one between Guntis Valneris, Heinmeier, Ron Heusdens and Jan Groenendijk, and Itse Slump and Gunters Purvinsch. If you, my dear viewers, are willing to see some of those games, just let me know in the comment section on YouTube. Do you want to see any of this game that I haven't put on lead drafts yet? Let me know. The games between Guntis Valneris and Hein Meyer, Ron Heusdens and Jan Groenendijk, and Itse Slump against Gunters Purvinsch. Once you will let me know, I will just put on lead draft some other game. We can analyze it because we have some time to do it while we are waiting for improvements on the games that we see. Interesting, because Wouter did not decide to exchange 40-34. He is looking for some other options, not to simplify the position. For a few seconds, even after this move 44-39, the scan indicated a slight advantage of black that, let me remind you, are playing with one piece less. Can we see the game of Jan Groenendijk, Arno? You wish, I do. Sure we can. The game between Ron Heusdes and Jan Groenendijk. We'll just put it on the entire game. That was the opening plate between gentlemen. Jan took it to the sides. Okay, simple development. 7-12. We're going here. Yes, 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 yes. And to decide again, so Jan is having 4 attempts more, and now, having lack of this piece, Ron starts to attack, and after building this column, has to exchange. 2 attempts gathered back. Okay, here, active, and goes to the edge. I know Ron Heusden loves this kind of positions with these edge pieces like 15, 45, 35. We can see those pieces many times in his games. Here, here, here. This is the way how the game was going. Another exchange after an attack. So it looks like a central activity is on Jan's side. Not a common build-up with missing 6 piece. Okay, nice plate. As this 26 just limits this 11, that does not work at all. So now Ron just played to surrounding, exchange back, maybe giving some central initiative away to Jan. Another exchange. So now it's definitely surrounding that is left. This double exchange gives 4 attempts to white. And all game just keeping the Drent pyramid just until this moment, after he played to 39, here, here, here. Jan's position looks nice every time he's playing, just with structures that many times allowed him to win the games, but sometimes it's just not enough. Okay, there is an advantage of black pieces. And another exchange from Ron. And now it looks like a big advantage of Jan, who takes 28 again. Here, of course, we cannot attack because just Ron would go away. Here, building a column only possible that it is. And now nearly 2 pieces of advantage for Jan here. And this is the position that we have. It's possible that many moves were made during the lack of time, so they were not precise from Ron. But in this position, it looks like it's absolutely winning for Jan. Even the possibility of changing 2-4-2 back would leave Jan with pieces 4-14, controlling here at least 3, maybe even 4 pieces. And after this exchange, he will just take back 28, and this 28 is just stopping Ron on every side of the board. So it looks like, at first glance, maybe not such a winning position, but once we will just analyze it for a little bit longer, it is winning one for Jan. Archange, you wanted, Arno, sorry. Wanted to see this game. Anything else you can add to this game? So it means, in my opinion, that Jan easily will win it. And there is no time problem for him. So it could be just easy to calculate every possibility on this game and simply finish it. Martin van IJzendoorn is thinking, going down to 20-21 minutes. Alex Hevari welcomes All About the Drafts, and I want to welcome you. I also like how Pan Reszka explains. Hope he will continue to do this on the next tournament. Thank you very much, Alex Hevari. Really appreciate that, and I do hope as well I will be keeping on commenting. It's just a matter of time available, but still here I am on the place of the tournament. Many times I can just try to comment, analyze, stream from my home in Warsaw. Sometimes it will be cheaper, easier, more available to me. Of course, like we mentioned before, the best way is to have at least 2 commentators, then you can make a discussion, but while I'm alone, I can just be in the interaction with you viewers on the chat. So feel free to type in any message you want, any question you want, not only for me, but also for my guests that will be coming soon. And today's afternoon, it will be Robert Misans joining me on the stream. And after that, for example, on Friday will be Gleb Ushakov from Ukraine, the big draft supporter. Arno says, looks really good for Jan. That's right. I don't know what Walter is doing, but now his heart rate for the first time is above 100. Okay, he's coming from the toilet, I guess, and while you are walking, then your heart beats a bit faster, and now maybe it will be just calming down, and this heart rate will come down below 100. His stress level is out, he is just calm about the continuation of the game. Martin van IJzendoorn played here 13-18, which looks equal. And Walter quite fast answers with this move, 39-33. I believe the continuation from this moment will be just pushed by 2 sides, attack, blocking, and the combination, draw combination, equal amounts of pieces. Yeah, that is what is going on. So the game will be drawn in few moves. I guess no other way between those two. But still the game they brought us was the one followed with by emotions. Many things, many interesting things happened. Yep. And Martin and Walter agreed for a draw. So as we can see, 55 heart rate of Walter. Quickly, it just calmed down. 84 heart rate of Martin. And definitely they will analyze it after game. So in this game, it was Walter who has his chances, and maybe with playing 27-21 despite 26-21 in this crucial moment of the game, he would have chances to beat Martin van IJzendoorn. But that was the difficult one to find, of course, when you have seconds on time. Something about time definitely will be said by Igor Kirsner after this round, who lost on time, missing 6 moves that he had to play. I know that during one tournament with this time control, some player lost on time in strange circumstances because he has made 40 moves, and he thought that the time control is after 40 moves and not 45. As we know, in the past, before the time of electronic devices like the DGT clocks, we had something like, for example, the time control of 2 hours for 50 moves, and then we had 1 hour of 30 minutes to finish the game. And maybe this is the first time that we have 5 at the end number of moves to make. And not 40, not 50, but 45, and some players just misunderstand the number of moves to make, and these players that I'm talking about made 40 moves and thought that everything is okay, the time control will be passed, and he will get additional 30 minutes to complete the game, but he lost on time that way. Looking at Natalia's position, not really much happened. After 16-21, Natalia played 43-39, which is showed as the best move to play. And now Julia is looking for continuation with any chances to win this position, but still this looks as a position for with a 3 results for Julia and 2 results for Natalia. Still possibly impossible to win, because after this move 21-26, Natalia can simply exchange, and even going with 15 outside just will not make possible to win. For example, like this, sacrificing a piece, no matter in which direction, comes with the fact that Natalia will get close to a king, and once you want to cut off the line, still the pieces from this side can't help to block it. Maybe now you can free it with something like that. Natalia can come to 6, block, something like that. There is no way to win. Everywhere some temps missing. And even if Natalia is not calculating the game to the very end, still this is the continuation that just will happen in the game, because it looks like the only moves. Julia played here 21-26, and we are waiting for Natalia's response for that. 42 people watching on warcaby channel. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for joining on the FMJD YouTube channel and Facebook fan pages as well. If you want to join in commenting, feel free to go to YouTube sites. There you can write down comments. I'm talking already to people from Drafts warcaby channel and also FMJD channel on YouTube. Please let me know what you want to know. If you have any questions, of course. If there are people who are not the ones that typed me already where they are watching from this stream, maybe we have some additional countries. Yesterday we had Trinidad and Tobago. Today we have Haiti, for example, watching. Maybe some and Panama, of course, Isi Lopez. Maybe there is someone else from outside the Europe or from outside the countries that we noticed already, like Latvia, Poland, France that we've had before. If there are other countries watching, just let me know. I'm really curious about how and where we can get with those drafts live streams. The second round of the day will start at 3 p.m. local time, which is 1 hour later than Poland's time. In Poland it will start at 2 p.m. In Latvia it will start at 3 p.m. And the afternoon round will be commented by me and my guest tournament director, Mr. Robert Misans. So prepare some questions for him. The games will be commented and broadcasted on the same link as this that you are watching. So if you just would like to be on the second round of stream, just leave the link working. I will leave the cameras from the game hall visible, so you'll be able to see what is going on during the break, because I believe that players will go to eat something to get strengths for the next round, afternoon round. By the way, this is the first game of the tournament with 2 rounds played. It can be really exhausting as the grandmaster, so the people who are watching, counting all the time during the game can burn up to 600 kilocalories this game can be really exhausting. And after one game you are starving, not to mention 2 games. In the middle part of the cameras we can see another board still playing. I'll see if we have any continuation in Jan's game. We have Ron Heusden's Jan Groenendijk. The moves that have been played were Jan played here, here, and here. The best options to play, like the engine shows. And now Jan is lack of time maybe a bit, because he has only 4 minutes to finish that game, and Ron Heusdens has 27 minutes. Maybe he looks for some chances to draw this game if Jan will make some mistake in calculation in the end game. Now the best move to play is maybe something difficult to find, like this, or maybe not, just switching off all the pieces on the right side of white, and after move like this you can even make a beautiful sacrifice here and here. Only move for white is to make here, and loses immediately here, here, and here, and no move to make. Beautiful variation. So at this moment white pieces have to sacrifice here, but after this, nothing to play. After this, oh, maybe you have to make this combination. And look for some chances, maybe in this end game. That still would not be an easy one to win for black, actually. It's not so easy to calculate all the variations well, because we are talking about this moment, and the variants that we see are about 10 to 15 even moves long, of really greatest precision. So it's not easy to play, definitely, that way. What will Jan choose? We'll see. And we'll see that in moments, because, like I mentioned, his lack of time. 17-21. That's his decision. The advantage now is indicated a little bit lower, not as 2 pieces advantage, but 1 piece and a part of piece. 1.2 to be exact and precise. Any other games that you would like to follow during this end games moment? Machiel Wejstra and Yuri Anikeyev. No, not much has happened, as Yuri Anikeyev decided after Machiel's move 14-19, move to the edge here, 21-16. But it's different than the lines that we showed, similar to what Scan proposes. And still, this advantage of Machiel somehow can let him win this endgame. But Machiel has only 6 minutes left to play this endgame. But after all, while he is playing to try at least to win this game, he has to calculate, he has to spend time on searching the winning possibilities, because otherwise I think that after playing such a good game against great grandmaster from Ukraine, Yuri Anikeyev, it would be a big waste if he would not find the winning line, if there were some. Maybe I will just not see all the game, or maybe we'll have time and do it. Guntis Valneris Heinmeier. Come on, let's make the whole game. Guntis once again, like the first round, starts the game with 33-29, and then we have the color system once again between Guntis and Heinmeier. We'll see which variation, if the classic ones. Old school of color plates. In this game of a little bit older grandmasters. A little bit, just a little bit. Okay. Absolutely classic lines of this opening. When I was 14 and played my first ever Polish championship, the final tournament, because I was that time the youngest ever to get promoted to this tournament. After the games, and finally I lost 4 games to Polish grandmasters. Roberto Senesi just subscribed. Thank you very much, Roberto, for the subscription. Thank you very much. And after losing 4 games to those grandmasters, they told me, absolutely, Damian, you have to practice on color system, because it's the best way to learn how to play strategically and to somehow manage to win games and not losing to once. So as you see, Heinmeier goes definitely for an attack in this game. Went because already we have the endgame played, and Guntis Valneris was the one to surround. Of course, those positions are very, very theoretical lines, I believe well known at least on the Grandmaster's level. Takes back, goes here, okay, here, yeah. Those positions are definitely the ones showed in the most important books of the openings, like the one of Aleksander Getmański, where these positions from this opening were analyzed deeply. And sometimes I wonder if it is possible to find any new lines, new solutions, new ideas in that kind of positions to just surprise your opponent. Here, maybe just playing the theoretical line of opening was the possibility for them to not to have any problems with the time control, because after all, making 45 moves in the color system is kinda easy one. I remember my game against Jan Groenendijk when he was just a child in Lille in 2012, when all the game was played like a theoretical line of color system. And that time for me it was really strange that in Netherlands even such young kids like Jan that time knows all the theory about this opening. Somehow from the surrounding, Guntis got to an attacking position. So it's not the standard plan, and I can say you a bit about that in seconds. Just once I will update the position to the current one. Okay. Here. This is it. Okay. Maybe it's not that good for white pieces as I thought, because it looks equal from lead rust engine scan. But this plan of Guntis, to finally not to go to the right wing, but to exchange to 28, is something that is not that common that we see during the games. Because at first look, this piece is a weak one, possible to attack with many different ways, but what is really important, there is no column to make an exchange of this piece. and will not be, because there is no way you can play with the piece to the square number 10 and the square number 6, and it means that attacking this piece is just impossible, because after all you will always have a defense of this piece. But with this mirror position of two edge pieces on 15 and 36, there was no other possibility to bring it with bigger advantage for Guntis. And finally, maybe here, just changing back and trying to look for tempos, because this position can be quite similar to the positions from the 64 squares classical position, because there, once we have A3 and H6 pieces, then we need less temps, and exchange back to gain space to play. Maybe here, like Scan says, better move was to exchange back and to get those temps, and maybe somehow being more flexible in this endgame in this position. Possibly, maybe. Now it looks equal. Were there any moves made? Yes. 20 to 27, which is the best move for black, according to Scan. We have many moves in Mahil against Yuri game. What has happened here? Mahil decided to exchange it, and now Yuri was the one who was playing fast. Exchange another piece. Okay, so now the game looks absolutely even. Here, yeah, nothing else to bring. Just it will be a draw. So in this position that Mahil spent so long to find a solution, maybe already it was too late to do something. Just like the move 7-11 that we analyzed in this game, maybe it was just something which looked good, but didn't give any chances to win this position for Mahil. Yeah. This is strange about Lee Draft's engine, because, for example, in this moment, Scan shows almost 2 pieces of advantage for black pieces. Meanwhile, the white pieces are on the move, and white pieces play the best move. And the advantage is decreased from 2 to 1 piece of advantage. And after another best moves is decreased to almost 0. So it would be nice if we would have stronger engines on sides, but for now we have those engines inside programs, like for example Turbo Dembase, where we can use King's Row, Scan and Fleets, 3 different engines to analyze our games. What is going on here? Yep, Natalia exchanged back. And after this exchange back, Julia played 9-13. It looks that this game will be drawn as well. Like nothing more can happen. Looking at the chat, but don't see anything new from the comment section from you. You are so silent. Now we can see the videos are being made. Can see the camera guy on one of the shots. Beautiful videos, materials published every day. Remember that yesterday we've had opening ceremony, short 2 minutes video, edited, published on the FMJD channel, and here and after that the interview with Misan's family. Misan's family who was giving the interview is published yesterday. Today 2 other interviews are going to be published. Interview with me, for which I'm really grateful, and second one with the Motrichko Splendor family. Okay, waiting for what Natalia will play. Let me check if we have any updates on the boards. Ron Housdance is still thinking, looking for any chances. Meanwhile, Jan has only 2 minutes on the clock. Still looks like better one, maybe even winning for Jan, and Ron is looking for some defense possibilities not to lose this game. Guntis Valneris played here, 37-32. The position looks strange, but it's equal. It's equal and obvious. Some say that the position is always equal to a computer. If computer is about to show the big advantage of one side, it means that it's a really big one or just miscalculated by the engine. After you, of course, have less pieces than your opponent because, for example, you lost by some combination, some shots, it's obvious, but to explain the positional advantage, the way of following the strategy, the long-term plan of being better and better on the board, it's almost impossible to be indicated by the drafts, programs and engines. And Natalia and Julia agreed for a draw. It's a good decision for Natalia, definitely. It looks like both girls just... Okay. Plan of Natalia is simple, to play here. For example, it would be like here, exchange. Going here for this continuation, here, here, and here, could be also a draw after this sacrifice. But probably Julia would not play that, would just maybe follow this, 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 and sacrifice. Here, it has to be a draw. It looks like a human way of finishing that game. It means that all the games played on the live cameras has ended with draws. We have a draw between Rule, Boomstra and Artyom Ivanov, between Martin van IJzendoorn and Wouter Sipma, and between the first table of women's tournament, game between Natalia Sadowska and Julia Makarenkova. The girls who were leading after the first round with the 4 out of 4 points finished the game with a draw. It means that they will be at least in a leading group, because any girls that play in the tournament had maximum of 3 points, and even in case if any of them won the game, they have maximum 5 points, which is equal to what Natalia and Julia Makarenkova have. Only games that we can follow is now Guntis Valneris against Heinmeier and Jan Groenendijk against Ron Housdance. Jan is really focused right now, but it looks like Ron did not have any move yet, but from the camera side I see like Jan is thinking maybe clock is on his time. Don't know that. Guntis and Heinmeier position. It was not played that. What has happened there? Oh. Whoa. After this move, not that one, but this move was played by Heinmeier. Guntis went here and he played here, and an attack and this. Wow, look like a cosmic way, but still a draw. Here you don't even know where to go. but probably that this way to the king is better. 3 pieces sacrificed to get to a king. 3 pieces sacrificed to go to a king. You know, many times you want to find any chances to beat your opponent. Having a king, of course, is one of the greatest opponents to win. Even if the engine indicates that the position is equal, there are so many different ways of making mistakes that maybe this is something that Heinmeier is looking for in this game, to beat Guntis Valneris. And also, if Guntis Valneris will exchange even 3 pieces for one opponent's king, he will have a piece more and be favored to win the endgame. I feel a bit like my throat already suffers from 4 hours of talking to you. I hope that short break will be good for me, and having a guest will be definitely the act of help for my throat. But of course we'll do it. I forgot to check how the game between Daria and Victoria has ended. Oh, we can do this right now because I see the game was a draw as well. But how? In this position, yeah, Victoria played here. Oh, sacrifice of a piece here. And just going further has to come here and here. Okay. Nice way of defense was found by Daria. And maybe even not a way of defense, but a way to push an attack. Here, here, here. Now has to stay in opposition here. Yep. There's nothing to happen. Here, here, an attack. Goes away, sacrificed a piece and went for a breakthrough. Yep. Quite a peaceful game between 2 women's top Ukrainian women's players and a draw as the equal results of the game. I think it is clever from Hein to play this variation. Guntis has less than 1 second left. Less than 1 second? Maybe less than 1 second, not maybe less than 1 minute. I didn't notice time that players have. So if this is, yeah, you're right that he is down to 1 minute. It's definitely wise that Heinmeier played that variation and some other moves were made. Of course, now Guntis could not, or maybe even could attack because his opponent would go to the other king, but still having 3 pieces more would allow him to draw this game in this nice way, because there is no way that those 3 pieces will turn into 2 kings. You have to sacrifice at least 1 king. Something like that and then attack. But it's still the draw because of even this move. Yeah? Stick move to a king, sacrificing to using the majority, going to a king and finishing the game with a draw. But once there is not much time on Guntis' clock, you can still play. After this move, on the other hand, this, and this could be played. Collecting 1, 2, 3, and 4 pieces, and still maybe having chances of winning. You can always try to attack from behind. It will be tough, but if those 2 pieces supported by this third piece, won't be able to break through, you cannot win, you can lose the game. So Guntis decided to exchange back, of course, to limit the threats prepared by Heinmeier in this endgame. Hein went for a king, and then Guntis forces. The problem for Hein still is the fact that the king on 46 does not have many places to go. And going just between 41 and 46 will just bring the draw. Finally, Ron Heusdens found an answer and played 47-41. As this is the best move, what indicates scan engine. Less than 1 minute was on the clock of Jan, who decided to play to 26, and after that immediately Ron answers with 41-36. Only one possibility may be left to Jan to play with 13-18. Jan was down to 5 seconds. I guess he has made a move, because here on the live games I see his answer a bit later than on the cameras. If there was no this guy in the white jacket standing, maybe I could see a little bit more. Yep, 13-18 answered and played by Jan. Looks like the best move and chances to win. And what have Ron played? Maybe sacrificed, 46-41, but it would be lost immediately, because after this attack you can just sacrifice back and play here. And after this move you just wait until your opponent does not have any place to go. But that was not the line how Ron played. Ron went to 24 in the move number 52. His legs are shaking, but Jan, having few seconds to move, is on the move, and Jan just plays with lack of time, difficult endgames in so many tournaments, and not only the online ones, the live ones as well. After this move, Jan exchanges to 31, which is the best move, once again. Stay in a minute indeed, yes. And still Heinmeier is looking for some chances. Okay, some moves have been played there, so just let me update it. Here and here, and now it's again Heinmeier's move. And it starts to look as the slight advantage of white pieces, Guntis vulneraries, because you know, once Heinmeier is not able to do anything in this position, just to take white pieces, those pieces will be pushed forward and be closer to a king. We've had similar situation, for example, Boomstra's game in the first round. The games that the game that looked as an equal one with the simple endgame to draw became a difficult one, very tough to play, because the pieces were pushed forward, and the closer to the king they are, the more difficult it is to draw the game there are as well. Okay, Hein plays to 26. Jan is already in comfort situation, having 1 minute on the clock, a lot of time. Some interesting endgame we may have as well in the game between Itza and Guntars. So I will just edit it and set it up on lead drafts. Yep, this is the position and the move is on black. Oh, I didn't change the name. So it's a slump versus Guntars Purvinsh. Okay. He has played already. Is this winning for Itza? Or other chances to draw? Piece more for black pieces. Oh, it looks like a winning one. Yeah, after calculation of scan, going to a king can be unstoppable for white pieces, and it means it could bring Itza back closer to the victory, not back, just closer. Other games are finished or not visible live, so we could follow them. Oh, interesting things are going on. Come on, let's update this. It was played here, 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 here. Oh, now it starts to be a big advantage of white pieces. Scan says that Heinmeier was about to play here to 37 just to attack from behind those white pieces, or here maybe as well. But once he played here and let Guntis to go closer without freeing this king and this piece in their way to a king and just control more parts of the board, it may be difficult for Hein. If Guntis will play it well, who knows? Meanwhile, in the game between Ron Hausens and Jan Groenendijk, after this exchange, there was a sacrifice, yeah, and exchange, and Jan exchanged as well. Now Jan is having one piece more, flexible position, pieces that are almost impossible to catch by possible white king, because white will go to a king. I think to the square number 5, because there is no point in giving another piece away while you can stand the king on the 5. And those pieces are in the central part of the board, so it will be much easier to bring a king for Jan and try to attack them. So this endgame looks like a winning one for the younger player. Guntis pushes away. I'm really curious about how this endgame will go, because it starts to look really, really interesting. We could see some of those games once players would not cover the cameras, but they cannot know that the cameras are pointed as well on the tables from the second row. Now we'll have a chance to look at Ron and Jan's game. Few moves made in a game between Itza and Purvinsh. Here, 7, sacrifice has to be done. But still looks like advantage is growing. But I guess black pieces anyway will get to a king, so this endgame maybe still be far from victory for IJzendoorn, despite the fact that it looks like a quite easy one to do. Marta Bańkowska typed that Anastasia Leclerc is her favorite to win the tournament. He played against Peteris Kripans, and interesting, the result of the game. Maybe someone knows what has happened there. Maybe someone knows what has happened in the game between Raymond Zwipulis and Łukasz Kosobocki. For the Polish viewers, it might be interesting. Because I don't know, and I think that results on the sites are not refreshed. We have the final results in the round 3. Yeah, we don't have any results put in, sadly. Mateusz W. Siemaneczko. May everyone who is joining the stream leave the thumb up, the subscription, just leave the reaction. If you mind to share, we would be grateful. Feel free to do it, of course. Jan is hanging for a king. Once Ron goes to 5, Jan goes further to a flexible possible of kings on 39 and 50. There was a king here. Ron goes to 14 and Jan takes a king on 50. It looks like a winning endgame for Jan, but playing an endgame which is kinda tough against the grandmaster, such good grandmaster like Ron Hosdens, still is a challenging thing to do. So from this endgame, I think we all may have a lesson how to play endgames. Of course, in fact, in situation when Jan Groenendijk will win this game, but I'm sure he will. Guntis Valneris, after going away, Heinmeier plays here and Guntis goes here. And once again, the position is considered equal. Now this is maybe the best move to play for Heinmeier. And he played that. Guntis goes away. Hein will take here, definitely. Well, maybe 25 to have better attacking possibilities, which are not visible yet, but maybe will be. Oh, goes to 30. It's against Guntars. Here, here, here. That was to predict. And after this move, looks like the game is a draw. Because if Itza plays something like this, then you can even sacrifice and go. And it will be a draw. And if the king goes to 50, you can just go with another piece to break through. Even with this move. Here, here, and something like forced draw. Because you have to play something, and this opposition brings troubles to white's position. Here, here, even here, here, and here. It's a draw. You don't have a moves to play, because always will be an attack here. Interesting endgame. it looks like Itza will not be able to win it. Played with a king here to 15. And Gunter's plays the right move, so I believe the Latvian player will make another great result after drawing a game against Guntis Valnerius in the previous round. Now he has the big chances to draw the game against Itza's Lump, so that would be a really good performance of this Latvian player, Guntars Purvinš. Big congrats to the local fans. I hope that you hold your fingers crossed for this player that represents your country. Łukasz won against Raimund Vipolis. Wow. Anastas draw. Big congrats to Łukasz. Before the game I asked him, so in previous round Tomasz Marczuk had Vipolis, now you have the Vipolis, and he told me, I am glad that I have Vipolis because I will win anyway and it's better to beat Grandmaster than other players. So big congrats to Łukasz. I'm really interested how this game went and how Łukasz did it. Or maybe Marta, you know this as well and can share this information in the chat. Take a look at Valnerius' game against Mayer and what do we have there. Just those 3 live games going on. After move 12 to 7, he attacks from behind to take another piece. Looks like a draw. Looks like nothing can happen. Actually, Valnerius had just last seconds in this position, but still were trying to do something. After this attack, he went to a king to the square number 2 here and attacked here. Absolutely draw position here. Heinmeier is on the move. Is there any way to win after this, for example? Oh, there is some way of catch the king, but it's a draw, absolutely as well. Maybe not here, but draw this as well. Here, even here would be a draw. Everywhere draw. Itza Guntars here was played here and here. Okay, so just the line that we are analyzing with a little bit different order of the moves. Ron Heusden's Jan Groenendijk. We've had many moves from this position. Not maybe so many. Here, going to 11. Going to 14, going to 2, going here, going here. Okay, what is the plan of Jan, despite the fact that he somehow wants more time on his clock? This can be also challenging, of course. Where to bring the king? Because, for example, if he attacks here, the game is immediate draw because of this takes and this takes and you take 2. And once you don't have you don't have the possibility of making 4 kings, at least you can't win against 1 king. So he cannot attack, and this is smart. Jan played here to 2 again. He has to try to avoid not to repeat the position 3 times. Heinmeier against Guntis Valnerius. What is going on there still in this position? That was the variation. I don't have this position refreshed, so maybe they agreed for a draw. No, something was played still. But something drawish, I would say. Oh, okay. So Heinmeier made an exchange, simply and immediately drawing this position. So the game between Latvian Grandmaster Guntis Valneris against Dutch Grandmaster Heinmeier ends with a draw between those players, 1-1. So only 2 games are going on still. The one between another Latvian player, Guntas Purvinš, and Itse Slump. And the position looks like that. Here, the move was made here. Oh no, maybe it was not a mistake anyway, yeah. And here. And what if he plays here? Still a draw. Just no chance. Because of simple plan, after this piece goes everywhere, anywhere, you've sacrificed first this one and then this one for, to a king and make a king, and there is no way to avoid it. No way. There is no way Itse can anything do with it. But wait, Guntis and Heinmeier are still playing this, having simple, very simple endgame. Is Guntis Valneris looking for anything here? Oh, because he has 4, not 3. Okay, I counted it well. So maybe then he can still try something. It's a draw, but still some moves to play. FT advertising, where is your lead draft study? It's hidden, but from the other rounds maybe it will be public, prepared by lead drafts. We are trying to do so. Marta, no idea how Łukasz won. Okay, so we'll figure out then later. But beating another Grandmaster is a great scalp for Łukasz. Congrats to him. Finally, some position change in the endgame between Jan and Ron, while Jan has gone to 36. Players have around 1 minute for this endgame, so it starts to be tough to play. Many catching possibilities, still position absolutely winning, according to what Scan says. Jan does not want to attack those 2 pieces, because then the endgame is 5 against 2, and probably it's a draw. Probably it's a draw. So he can't attack those 2 pieces, and while he can't attack those 2 pieces, the question is, maybe is this position not winning? Maybe it's impossible to force your pieces to break through to get another king. At first look, of course, it looks as absolute winning, but it may not be the one. Oh, what was going on here? Okay, after this move, Jan attacked here. That was the good move. Oh, and Ron sacrifices, okay. So it brings Jan closer and shuts the possibility of attacking 2 pieces. So now it looks as the winning one, yeah. Just moving this piece away from 37 was the key in that position. Now Ron absolutely can't go here. No, maybe not absolutely, but this is the best move to play. The white king can't take here because of this, and would have to take here just to force this piece, because once again It would not be possible to play here because of that. And now that would be winning in an easy way for Jan. So Ron plays here, and this is the position that we have. And still not many seconds on the clocks of the players, and games are on. The game between Heinmeier and Guntis Valneris finally has ended, because after this move, okay, the move here to 35 by Heinmeier and threats of attacking here and here without any chances to avoid losing at least one pieces, ends the game with a draw finally. So we are down to 2 games. Let's take a look at one between Itze and Gunters. So it was not like Gunters played here, but to 13. Okay. Itze goes, pushes, this move. Here, sacrifices. Here, going to a king. Here, here, this move, this. It's still a draw, but some moves to make. And once the game isn't finished, there are still chances to win. Itze played here and Gunters pushes once again. It's a draw, but can take some moves, can last a little bit longer. Okay, after this move of Ron Heusdens, strange, maybe, but but maybe a clever way to win, because Jan gave away a piece and took the main diagonal, just leaving the free way to go for his pieces to change to a king and then easily win again. Yeah, absolutely, it was a good idea. Once he had a possibility of moving this king away from the main diagonal, that is the area of best limiting opponent's possibilities, he just chose to do it. But what then he gave away? This diagonal? What? Oh. He did not play to 48, to 37, he played here? What? Or maybe they are analyzing something? Or just playing that way? Now it looks as a draw? What is going on? What? Eric's, I went to Fanta Drums, nice room, I didn't see you, watched few games and did see Boomstra and Artyom analyzing their game. Daria joined too. I am in closed room. I don't know what is the name of the room. Yeah, but it looks like they're analyzing or just playing. Ron and Jan, analyzing, okay. So I guess that after Jan sacrificed and played to 37, Ron gave up, and the game still shows some other possibilities of endgame played between those two players, because I don't believe if possible was playing other moves, other move and draw the game by Jan. Definitely Jan won this endgame. Still having, okay, the last game finished finally, because people, I guess, moved away from the game between, oh yeah, between Itze and Purvinj, and what was played here, He went here, here, attack with this move, walking away, here, and that's right, just here. If he takes here, just taking an attack on 2 pieces, and it's a draw. And it means, my dear viewers, that all the games of the third round of international tournament World Cup Riga Open 2022 have been finished. I hope that you enjoyed the time we spent on analyzing, commenting and talking. Now it's a short time for my throat to relax and come back to you in about 1 hour from now. Another round, then round number 4 is going to start at 3 p.m. in 1 hour. So we are staying at the same link. You will be able to see what is going on the playing hall, and see you in 1 hour. Goodbye and see you soon.
Karty puse. Otóż to nie proiznożnik. Właściwie ten wygląda.
spel ook in de ring. Kijk hoe ik al moet staan.
Kijk of wanneer die trainer heeft even. Oké.
Dat is vanochtend tegen mij.
Toch even naar voren. Helemaal uit.
Wat zeg je? Ja. Nou ja. Dat is het punt, vrij wel. Hij heeft die kick.
Ga ik erop lopen, was ook dood denk voor hem.
Ja, precies. Maar dat speelde eruit. En moet wel, elke set moet wel raak zijn, zeg maar.
Dat is wel makkelijk. Want meestal verliest gewoon.
Voor hem is het makkelijk. Ja, precies. Dat is het hele punt. Maar ik denk niet dat het echt een bedoeling is.
Maar het heeft wel een experiment.
Ja. Als zij dat erop rusten tegen hem had gedaan, 19. Maar die was wel naar voren. Ja, logisch. Goh.
Nou, het probleem is dat je 530 moet doen.
Ja, precies.
Ja.
Dat had ik wel gedaan.
Wat gedaan nu?
Kan gewoon wachten. Ja. Ah, precies. Dan ben je klaar.
Ja, dan ben je al.
Maar makkelijk gezegd dan voor de vrouw. Dat zaten we net ook al. Ja. Reszka stond met zijn team, stond vandaag live. Boomstra, Ivanov, Sipma, Sadowska. Niet uit deze stand.
Dat is toch omgekeerd.
Nee, klopt dat. Ja.
Een mooie. Ik dacht toch niet dat hij het helemaal goed keert, dat het echt gekeerd. Maar ik komt toch nog vrij goed.
Ja.
1420 gaan we er niet bij.
Nee, zit er niet.
Maar ja, de opening was dat ook goed.
CDG niet toegestaan.
Als je alleen naast het gaat zitten.
Dit staat
Maar als je geen extensie erbij hebt.
hier staat CD nog.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, maar je moet gewoon even als je hem hier vastzet.
Yeah, but here.
Ja, dat werkt zo. Maar hier kun je ook wel, als je gewoon het nagedacht mag doen, dan is het zo.
But we're all players.
Dit is top 10.
Soup and second meal 8 euros.
Ja, of wat is dat? Oh, dan pak je automatisch af.
Yes.
precies is die 10 is.
Ja, als je niet selecteert, dan ben je prima dan op het
CD, H?
Als je ook gewoon lopen.
Ja. Dubbel op, hè? Dat is een goede academie. Dit
Dat is enkel, toch?
nu enkel, en dat is ook een variant hier nog. Ja, dat is toch fijn. Ja, hoppa. Ik heb hier. Ja, ja. Je deed natuurlijk wel eens. Spreken dat hij natuurlijk mee zit. Ja, ja, ja. Ja, ja. Ik heb ze eerst erom gezien. Ja, om te zien. Nee, dit is twee. De foto is daar. Ja, het is wel niet. En dan mij het ook. Oh ja, ja. Pak het niet zo goed af. Ik ben heel vaak door. Kun je erop zien? Nee. Nou, ik denk dat het 15, 14, dan is het best. Ik dacht, ik wil er erop. Ja, ik kan het niet veranderen. Oh, nee. Ja, sorry. Als jij dat weet.
heeft.
Ja, ja precies.
Hij zet meer omstellingen op.
Ja, dat is waar.
En dan een beetje half door.
Die zijn het best. Ja, doe meer. Misschien wel. Ja, dit was Ben.
Oh, Ben, nee, Ben.
Ja, ik krijg het wel. Ja, ik krijg het voordeel. Oh, kom maar. Ik denk dat het maar zijn 70. Oh, dat heb je nog maar gedaan. Hey man.
Plus 1.
Allebei, daar heb ik geen idee wat ze
Ja, dit is Rick.
Oh, die was ook mooi. Ja. Waarom?
Ja, ronde.
Oh ja. Wat waarom hier tweede stand is goed.
Ja. Hier heeft het van goed op.
Fijn om te nemen. Ja, dit is ook kwijt.
Что, видео смотреть как-то?
Ja.
Видео,
Nou, publiek.
Hier is de kijk. Weet je het niet?
Nou, dit was prima. Die kan jij wel weer hebben. Ja, zo lekker aan. Ja, dat was nog wel even een week om het af te halen. Ja, met succes. Ja, ja. Nee. Moet jij nog wel doen? Ja? Oh ja, dat zul je zien. Zul je altijd zien als je op de tijd op het geld pakt hebt en je de hele keer.
Ну, есть и... Вот, я не спал, видео. Ну ладно, Влад стал.
Niet die van mij.
Die van mij.
Die is wel het belangrijkste voor mij.
Ну, робот раскрывает меня publice Hamburg. Nu, ik zou wel gaan ik heb het niet erin. Maar nee. Nou ja,
Oh, wat gebeurt er allemaal joh?
ik heb er wel gaan video. Maar, ja, niet meer. De Makari wordt heel wel.
We gaan iedere vraag.
18-2.
Ja.
Ik kan nog met Oh nee,
Yes.
ik heb echt geen idee wat er allemaal gebeurd is.
Dus Kees is 100%.
Ja. Ja, daar heb je wel eens van die kant een rekening gemaakt. Om dat te zeggen. Ja, dat kan ik weten. Ja.
Tā pēc pāris minūtēm sāksim 4. kārtu. After few minutes, 4th round.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, or at least I am, back at 4th round of International Riga Open 2022 tournaments. We'll be watching another amazing games between grandmasters, and I will describe you everything in seconds, but why I can't see the measured values of the women? Oh, I didn't do something, so maybe I'll just ask you to be patient for 2 minutes more and be back in seconds.
Please take your seats. We will start very soon. Last round today.
Buiten alles zitten wel goed.
Okay, refreshed, everything works fine, including the watches measuring heart rate and stress level of the players. And during this round, we'll be following hearts of women, of Olga Baltarzy from Ukraine and Natalia Sadowska, who are playing on the first table. The round will start within 3 minutes, so maybe we have just short time to check the pairings, to check the lists, final standings of the tournament. So pairing for men looks like that in round number 4. Kes Tyson on the first board is playing against Artyom Ivanov, Martin van IJzendoorn against Boomstra. So we've got another Dutch duel today. Before we've had, of course, the game between Wouter Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn. And another Dutch duel on the third board, Machiel Veistra against Wouter Sipma, Ceke Koistra plays against Jan Hrunendijk, Anastas Leclerc against Guntis Valneris, Gunnars Gribuska against Itse Slump, and so Łukasz Kosobowski for Polish viewers is playing against Renards Helfrechts. So he is playing against opponent who has 3 points. It means less than Łukasz. About women, Olga Baltarzy, what you can see on the camera and during today's stream, is playing against Polish Natalia Sadowska, and on the second board Julia Makarenkowa facing Daria Tkaczenko, and on the third board we have Wiktoria Motryczko against Jelizaweta Zacharowa. Maybe a little bit further we'll come to the final standings of how many points who have after 3 rounds. Right now the game's already started, so I will be slowly uploading it. Promised guest, tournament director Robert Misans will join me in about 15 to 20 minutes. I hope that my throat will handle it, because after first round I feel it's quite damaged and I need some time to rest with it, but okay, job has to be done, and after round will be time for resting. Once Robert will come, I will just ask him to talk more. Right now, maybe Natalia is the one with a little bigger stress of 43% and only 2% of stress for Olga Baltarzy, and 80 to 90 in heart rates between ladies. Going to the games. Olga Baltarzy started the game. Maybe let's move those board first. 32-28, and Natalia exchange 19-23. After this exchange, the move 37-32 was played. I think that players who are not experienced in playing this tempo, now they will play a bit faster in the opening, because after, especially during the last round, we could see some really big troubles in managing time here, and Natalia played 17-21, and Olga exchanges 34-29 and is taking, I believe, to the side of the board. That's right, that is what happens right now. Maybe while we are on the games of ladies, we can see as well the opening between Julia Makarenkowa and Daria Tkaczenko. So we have another Ukrainian competition just after the match between Daria Tkaczenko and Wiktoria Motryczko, which ended with a draw. Or we have this Szczegolew variation opening, in this case here, and exchange 31-27. So this is the moment of the game. So let's take a quick look at the game between Wiktoria Motryczko and Jelizaweta Zacharowa. Difficult to pronounce for me. Here, and exchange, gaining 4 times in third move for Wiktoria. So it looks like maybe Wiktoria is planning to be an attacker one side in this game. Here, okay. I really apologize you for saying that the round will start at 3 p.m. local time. I forgot to check it and confirm it. I was sure it will be that way, but the break maybe between games would be just too short, and the games, afternoon games, start at 3:50 p.m. and the half an hour later than I expected. I was already with the stream being hurry all the time to start at 3 p.m. and then I see that no one is at the playing hall. What is going on? And finally I know what is going on. Here everything is visible, works well, I guess. So nice to see you all once again, my dear viewers. I hope you are joining the stream back. Zibowski, Adam P. Cool, I see that now in English. Yes, it's necessary to to do it in English, so comment in English as well, please. Zibi is asking Marta Bańkowska why she's not playing. Maybe Marta will tell us that. Zibi, super. Maybe it's too easy for her to compete during this tournament, perhaps. Nightbot, who are you? Nightbot is a bot, Zibi. But I switched it off and now it's with donation link for Ukraine, so feel free to support Ukraine and put money on the charity fund, supporting fund for Ukraine. I don't remember his name. I really like this Dutch who was speaking with Damian. Rick Current is. He is the head coach of Dutch national team. He is the great co-host of the streams because he is a talker. He can talk all the time, explain many variations, and just working with him on the microphone is great, absolutely great. I asked him to join me today's morning because tournament director couldn't join me, but Rick unfortunately couldn't as well. But Robert Smithson's tournament's director will join me in minutes. Let's get ready, steady, and go. Damian, could you unclear the situation why we have got a problem to join our transmission? I like really this game, although I am chess master. What problems do you have? What problems do you have? Eric's just tried to donate €5 and it didn't work. My bank didn't like sometimes. Okay. And what is that? Interesting that this showed on the screen something for the Polish donation site. Just try to donate €5 and it didn't work. I hope that maybe with some other payment way it will work. I don't know. And if you will try to do it and success onto it, it's great, but otherwise just feel free maybe to make donation by your own and let us know, because every way of supporting Ukraine is absolutely great. I have tried to change my likeness. Try to do it and I hope you will do it. Hello all, Martina. Hello all, absolutely, to everyone. Oh, my bank asked for additional confirmation. Okay. Maybe, for some banks paying money on Streamlabs or other funds or other websites connected to streaming is not an easy one to confirm, and maybe they don't trust the payment receiver. I don't know. There can be many possible problems, especially including taking into account the fact that we are from different countries and we don't know what is the law in different countries. Let's move to men right now, and one board after another update the games. So once Roberts will come, everything will be ready for tournament's director and as well international master, great drafts player. 30-28, and this is the answer that is chosen by Artyom Ivanov, and that is how the game was. Okay, that's the position. Second game. The first duel between Dutch players was amazing one. Wouter Sipma against Martin van IJzendoorn. They brought a lot of interesting game, especially during the opening of the game. We'll see if the game continues with such interesting variants between Rule and Martin. Here, 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 here. Okay. I guess that definitely this one is going to be interesting, as they are still trying to surprise each other, which is a great way for us. Wouter Sipma, Michiel Wejstra. The first one plays with black pieces and Michiel plays with white pieces. And Michiel didn't want to play color systems in this game, decided to develop his pieces from the other wing from 47. So once again, in the Dutch games, we don't see the common variants, we see changes in the opening lines that we are used to. Koistra Groenendijk. What was the opening right here? 32, 28, and Jan is changing to the center. Okay, which variation of this opening will have? Okay, quite standard one. Another Szczegolev variation? No. Okay, so it will be something different than in the game of girls. Perhaps now. Koistra will go with 35-30 or exchange 32-28, we'll see. Another game that is going to be uploaded and updated by me is the game between Anastase Leclerc, Guntis Valneris, and I'm doing this especially for Marta Bańkowska, so I hope that Marta is watching, because as Anastase Leclerc is her favorite to win the tournament, let her see how it is going on the stream, and maybe she could be involved in some analysis and tell us about interesting variants from this game between French and Latvian player. Of course, Guntis Valneris will be the favorite one of the game. While I'm having some time, I will just update another game between Gunnars Gribuska against Itse Slump. And here Gunnars lets Itse make an exchange which is considered not so good for white, but Alexander Georgiev also likes to play that with the white pieces, so maybe, who knows, it can be playable still. Absolutely everything is playable, but this is considered as an opening mistake. Okay, updated, positions updated, so now I can take a look at the chat. I hope that everyone joined, everyone who wanted to watch it. I will open another website with broadcast on FMJD channel, so I can connect you on another channel and talk to you. Zibi, you declared to show this on warcaby. I missed this. Zibi, already you know that on both channels we are on FMJD channel and on warcaby channel as well. Where is Mrs. Flisikowska? Sorry for change letters. Arleta Flisikowska will be present on World Blitz Championship on Sunday. Please enable simultaneous translation in this video, the closed captions. I will ask our technic guys to do it, because possibly it is the thing to run. It's a good idea, so I will use it. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, I will ask for the closed captions soon. Meanwhile, finally, the tournament director, the organizer, the person responsible for this tournament will finally at least join me after what I was mentioning during last round. Robert Misans, international master, now the general secretary of FMJD, and many titles, many things that he has done for drafts will be mentioned during our conversation, our talk. Come on, please, Robert, take the seat. It's great to finally have you here behind the camera, and I hope that it will be easy for you and possible for you to join more than once. Let me just show you the subtitle with your name. This is visible right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Misans is present. How is the tournament going from your side, organization part? Because I know that there's a lot of things to do, and take into account that the tournament looks that good, that professional. The things to do bigger, more.
Yeah, it's going quite well, but of course still some questions are not covered. And meanwhile, you know, I have 3 kids and a small baby, so it's I'm sitting on 2 tables all the time. But we are close to be ready for everything. As important event for us is also closing ceremony and big event for FMD 75-year anniversary. We'll have a big party in the end, so this is also still in process to organize. And but I think everything is going quite fine, and games are interesting. With some surprises, as you see. Yeah, our grandmasters also are missing quite a lot of. And tomorrow also starts our kids championship.
In the same building?
Yes, in the same building. There will be 32 participants, U8 and U10 group. Tournament name is New Stars.
So this is only under 10?
Under 10, yes.
Tournament,
As our idea was, if you are already cadets, then you should play, or it is mini cadets.
Yeah.
U13 is cadets.
13 is mini cadets.
Mini cadets. Then you should
under
already.
10 it was always like hopes or something.
Yes. And if you are already in this group, then you should play with adults. And for kids about 10, yeah, it's maybe too early. So that's why we made this additional tournament.
Yeah. Anyway, having 32 kids under 10 is quite a nice result.
Yeah, it's especially it's summer, and this is not one-day tournament. Usually, if we are making one day, we have quite a lot of them. But as it is summer, and we are making a quite serious tournament with 8 rounds, also 4 days playing, then 32 is very okay. And I would say that almost all the strongest Latvian players will be there.
Eric Burkevich says that your baby was the best player in the room because he visited us here in Fanta Drones.
Yes.
He has the close distance.
It's not the first tournament for him. It's already third one, or even maybe more. We were in Spain, and he was also visiting playing room, also in Bergamo Open. So he was
just getting used to it.
Yes. No, if daughter started at 4 years, so he will start at 1.
Always can be some younger child to play. Tell me please, Robert, about tournament level. Of course, you are a great drafts player who won a lot of trophies during your drafts career. Now you play sometimes, but much more than in past, of course, according to duties, family, I guess. But you have some time to look at games and to have something to tell about that. How are the games going? If you have maybe some favorites to win this tournament, or maybe some games already that were very interesting to you, some ideas or some comments on time management already, because this is still the time control that are not players
but
used to.
Previous round was crazy, and Igor Kirchner forgot that there is not additional 1 minute, and it was.
In final moment, he left 15 seconds to make 14 moves.
Yeah,
it's not possible to make.
No, there is a player from Lithuania, Vaidistas Citis. I think for him it was like in previous when we had such control, it was normal to have 10 seconds on 20 moves. It's still possible, but somehow he missed it. But overall, from games, maybe there are not so much players as it was previous, because Russians and Belarusians don't play. Also, players from China don't play. But I'm really happy that all Dutch strongest players is here, because when they are playing, always games will be interesting. Because Martin, Jan, they always try to make game. There is no easy games for them. Rule is like great player, like machine, but sometimes he can play more careful. But those two guys will always play crazy. So it's always interesting to watch their games.
Have you seen the game between Wouter Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn from last round?
I
The
was looking,
opening they
it was
started.
something also not like understandable, yeah. Because I think that if one player would be like, no, I don't know, no, who don't like to risk, then they would change pieces quite fast, yeah. But both players wanted to play, so game was really interested. Yeah.
They wanted to play, and I think that in these Dutch duels, they also want to surprise opponent, and they are not trying to play the lines, theoretical lines that everyone knows. So it's difficult, for example, to see something like color system in their games. Mahilveistra, for example, in this tournament, in this game, in this round, answered to he's playing against Wouter Sipma like this, the first moves of the game, 33-29, and we could expect maybe color system, but then he plays that, yeah, just not to follow the theoretical open, obviously known by Wouter lines.
Yeah, no, guys are like teaching together drafts, so they know what they play. So it's important for them to change something. But no, it's really nice to watch also young generation of Dutch players that they not afraid to play. No. For example, me, when I was very young, I was afraid to play with grandmasters. Better change piece and easy draw. But they will play each game, and this is really great. And this should be in drafts
in general in the world.
Yeah.
It brings me one topic to talk because, of course, the trends change. What was played and the style of playing changed during the decades, during the years. And you can compare that because now you, like you mentioned, see the young generation players who are not afraid to play against grandmasters. On the other hand, you remember how you acted when maybe the access to drafts knowledge was a bit limited. And maybe it's the way of mental preparation, because your coaches, trainers also talk with you about the attitude, because once you believe in yourself, you know that in a sharp, tight position you have more chances to defeat everyone, yeah, like for example Grandmaster, something that we would not think when we were young. So is it possible that maybe not only the drafts level is better, but also the mental level is better for these players?
It might be, yeah. No, it is. I think it differs how coaches are also putting the game. Because, for example, for me, when I played, of course, I didn't know close as much as they know. Yeah, my theoretical also knowledge was much less, and then there was discussion about efficiency. No, what we discussed with my coach. If you are sitting and you know that, I don't know, I play with Schwarzman, I am 14 years. I don't know nothing. He knows like almost everything, especially when he was 12 years younger. So my task was to have enough strength for whole tournament. And those games for me was just to make fast draw. And sometimes it worked for me also, because I had several easy games in the tournament. No, what doesn't mean easy? Still, you should make this draw. But I didn't spend long hours of playing, but had enough strength when I needed to win. And this was in which I was good to win the games which is needed to win. So, it really depends what is better. I don't know. Of course, from spectators' view, it's much beautiful to watch each game that players are playing. But from another side, they are risking quite a lot often. So I don't know what's better.
Tough thing to say. Yesterday you interviewed me, and I heard that the file is already prepared. It will be published soon.
Yes.
But maybe during this talk and our transmission, that will be a chance for me a little bit to interview you. Many players from Poland, of course, watching the stream, for what I thank them a lot. Maybe they don't know you that well because you are not that active as used to be before. If you could describe your best drafts achievement or achievements in your career, so what would that be? Don't be humble.
I think the tournament which is in my head the most is in Senegal when Latvian team entered second. I lost in final against Tijo because the tournament was very strong as it was played in Africa and all teams from Europe participated and the system was very interesting. The match with Belarus we played for 11 hours. Everybody already was sleeping, we were still playing. I think it was the 9th or 10th game when we ended. And this was something very emotional because I have several titles when I was a junior or cadet, but honestly I don't remember those tournaments so much. But this second place among teams was, I would say, the most emotional tournament for me, and that's what I remember till now.
Great. Which year?
2009.
2009.
Yeah.
Okay. If you had possibility, time, and a family would not require so much from you, would you play in tournament that you organize or something like this tournament?
First of all, I should say if I wouldn't have this family, I wouldn't be in Drozd at all, because I honestly can say that I returned in Drozd because of Alessia. When she came to live in Riga, then one moment we decided that okay, let's make a Drozd school, and this was the moment when I returned because I was away. I think for 10 years I didn't play at all. Maybe in some blitz tournaments somewhere, but
without any contact to Drozd, such a long pause?
I think so. Maybe I played some blitz tournaments, some local tournaments, but I didn't go abroad. But when Alessia came to live in Latvia, then I became much more active. I took Latvian Drozd Federation and this school opening, and then we started to make kids tournaments and now also some international. But if I would, of course, sometimes I'm sitting and thinking, oh, I would like to play. But when I play in tournament, I'm always asking, why do I do it?
Just after one round,
because
your hunger is satisfied.
Yeah, no, level is far from what I would like to be. No, I can't play just for fun. If I am playing, I would like to win. If I can't win, I am not happy.
That's the attitude from being the sportsman entire life, yeah? Because we are talking about the benefits of playing drafts, etc. And being a sportsman, some people can laugh that playing drafts is not being a sportsman, but it is, because you have to fail, you have to train, you have to make conclusions, right conclusions, and it becomes you the better person, I believe, and all the values brought by sport are amazing. We'll have some time to discuss and move other topics. Meanwhile, maybe we'll get to the games. On the first board, there is a duel between Kes Tyson, who, fortunately for him, unfortunately for Igor Kirzner, won on time and is the only person in the tournament who has the maximum total amount of points. Kes Tyson with 6 points against Artyom Ivanov, who played a draw game against Rul Boomstra in the last round. And it meant that Rul Boomstra is removed from the first table and on the second table plays against Martin van IJzendoorn, and the openings into games were quite interesting ones. So this is the game between Kes and Artyom Ivanov. It went like this, and Kes, who is just locking a bit his left wing, accepts games in position like that, and now tries to free from the position and goes to 22. Would you like to somehow comment this opening, or maybe the players who are playing?
No, it's quite open position. I think that PC is going to change still, and maybe some classical position will become. But I think that it's second round of the day, and players are tired. So I think that many games will be quite safe ones. From this opening, let's see. Maybe I'm wrong and something will happen, but I believe that the PC is going to change quite fast.
Kes Tyson is the player that I would not expect to be the single leader after 3 rounds. Of course, doesn't change the circumstances. The fact is that he is leading right now. I like to ask guests and viewers about predictions. If you would be the one to predict what the top 3 of men's tournament will be, who would you point?
I believe that for sure then one of Dutch players going to be there. From
At
young
least
ones, at
one.
least one, maybe all 3.
Yeah.
Of course, we are hoping on Guntis, and hopefully that Motherland will help him. And of course, Ukraine players are in good shape. Artyom is playing good, and Yuri is trying to make game, and also so I would say that Yuri, Artyom, and Dutch players in Guntis is whom I'm.
So top 3 will be?
Top 3 will be. Okay, Guntis will be in top 3, I should say, because I
Guntis.
should believe. Then Jan
Jan Groenendijk and
Martijn.
Martijn van IJzendoorn. So finally no place for Ukrainian players. Maybe they will try to do it, but when I asked Rick to point top 3 players, he told me, I don't know who will be in the top 3, but I can tell you who will be in top 5. It is Rul, Martijn, Jan, Wouter and Itze. And I don't know what order will be,
Okay.
but it will be top 5 of the tournament. So he is a patriot, definitely. Eric Burkevics says, very silent kids, toddler, but already knew how to behave well. About your kids still. What is time control? Time control is 90 minutes per 45 minutes. That was surprising for Igor Kisner, who forgot that there is no increment for after made move. On lead drafts, you can make pre-moves, but not here. How do you imagine making pre-moves here on the live board? You tell to your opponent, okay, this is my move, and next your move, whatever you play is this move, okay? And I'm going to the toilet. How did it do?
It was also funny games in the Nation Championship that Jacek organized, and I will not name players, but some were asking, can I take move back? You made combination, sorry.
I've heard about a young guy in Poland that can't win titles because, for example, we've had youth championship on 64 last week, and during the games he just likes another kids, you know. And once kid will lose because giving pieces away, he tells him, move back because you are giving me pieces, and his opponents moves back and he's losing the game. He's happy with that. he plays good, but he is moving back all the wrong moves of his opponents. Of course, Eric's, I was laughing because I know that you mean that on lead drafts it is possible to make 20 moves in a few seconds. And there has been lots of discussions about exchanging pieces on lead drafts. I trust it is good if it improves your position, developing it and destroying constructions of opponent, destroy their plans. Of course, drafts comparing to chess, for example. In chess, of course, taking, capturing is not compulsory, but in drafts, you have to use the rules of the game for your own benefits. I like to say that drafts is a game of gaining and making space to play and control the space, and sometimes, many times, of course, exchanges are the thing that is necessary to do to gain some targets on the board. You have any additional thoughts about exchanges in drafts?
Yeah,
Robert?
it's quite often theme when you teach kids, because there are 2 problems. Once they don't change, they don't have moves.
Yes, that's right.
But when you are telling to them, please change pieces, they start to change everything, and there is nothing to play. And no. In drafts, you should change sometimes piece for sure. But from another side, if you change everything, then you have no material to play.
Absolutely, in a wise way only.
Yeah.
Let's take a look on the second board, where Martijn van IJzendoorn is playing with white pieces and Rul Boomstra is playing with black pieces. I will just update the position and maybe you will tell me something. What do you think how the game was being played? And from the very beginning, Martin started with this favor variation 34-29, a lock-in and quite a standard opening. Martin changes on the main diagonal and maybe some classical theoretical variants here still, and rule is the one that is maybe taking a little initiative in the center, going to 27, and this is how the position looks, but
Yeah, but
still
it's
maybe
again, you see, it's second round, and again, pieces has been changed quite a lot, and I think that many games will be very, very safe mode played now.
Definitely we can see the difference between this game and the previous game
Yeah,
between
yeah.
Wouter Sipma and Martin van IJzendoorn. There they made maybe 15 minutes in more than 2 hours. Now in about 20-30 minutes have been 18 moves made. So this time they are not
already
going
6
to have
pieces
problems.
changed, yes. So, but you know, with Martin, you never know what to expect. Maybe he will now sit. No, I will not change anymore, and again make some miracle moves. And game will start again. So let's wait.
Martin van IJzendoorn is a very ambitious guy, and the guy who maybe have some ambitious to chase or even beat Roel Boomstra and Jan Groenendijk, because let's say that Wouter Sipma during last years was without so many good results like Martin, Roel and Jan. Of course, Roel and Jan have the most trophies in their pockets, and Itzay is still international master, but playing very strong, very well. I think from these 5, Martin van IJzendoorn is the one mostly not satisfied with his results. He definitely wants, we were talking about that, to become world champion. He is born in 97, as I remember, so he is 25 now. Do you think he has the papers, he has the chances to beat one day everyone, including Roel, Jan and other players, and become world champion?
Yeah, definitely. I think he has everything to achieve that result. Of course, he's maybe not so lucky, as there are quite many of talented Dutch players whom to play now. But no, 25 is already also not so young. So soon he should show something.
Yeah. The thing that I like to talk about is the age, because looking at chess world champion during the history, almost everyone ever was in the age between 20th and 30th year of life. So after 30s, maybe now Magnus Carlsen is the first who is who has more than 30 years old, and he is the world champion still. But looking in history, there are not a lot of players older that played and still at the top level. Martin, having 25, is older than past world champions who were like 20, 21, 22 years old. In drafts we had many of them. But it brings us to the topic of Alexander Schwarzman. He is over 50 right now, right? About that, and about 50, I don't remember exactly the year when he was born. And he wins the titles in the tournaments, and he does something that, for example, Roel Boomstra cannot do, to win the title in the tournament. During last years, we had only 2 players winning tournaments, Alexander Schwarzman and Alexander Georgiev. What do you think about the fact that Alexander Schwarzman is the one winning at this age, the World Championship?
No, in drafts you can see, I think, many players who played excellent level, even above 50. The same Chizhov, I think, he had titles, maybe not first place, but second was in quite good age. And Alexander, he's very instant player. He always will get the game. Of course, he don't afraid, and knowledge is extremely huge. And the same with Georgiev. Those are like top players, and maybe this experience even helped to them to play in such tournaments, because I know how many tournaments they have played at high level with extremely strong players. It would be interesting actually to compare which Of course, knowledge now is much higher than in previous, but if to compare like 20 players played 20 years ago and 20 top players playing now, maybe even 20 years ago it was harder to win titles than it is now. So yeah, guys are still playing very, very strong and nothing to do.
Nothing changes on this matter. But something that is not working in chess works in drafts about this age. I don't know either what could be the answer for that.
No, in chess also, if to compare how many players are in chess and how many in drafts, then it's also like
Perhaps that's the
much higher number. And if you have volume from to take out, then it might find more talents than we have.
Maybe during last 10 years when Alexander Georgiev and Schwarzman won their tournaments, like you say, if we would have 1 million players and not 10 promising young ones, but hundreds, then it would not be possible for them to
and
chase.
It's also harder to keep those talented young players in drafts as professionals, because always young persons would like to earn nice money, and there are just few countries where you can live at all on drafts. It's Netherlands is one of them, and Europe is there some more.
But they have still problems, other problems with, for example, bringing more kids to the draft sport. Every nation, I believe, faces some problem, and that's problems that are not easy to solve, and that brings us to the topics that definitely we have to talk about, because once you are the person that really puts a lot in it to make drafts looking better, to create environments for players to have the willing to play, because thanks to that, what you are doing, for example, and organizing in this tournament for your activities in FMJD, and steps that you are about to take, that you have spoken already, like bringing it more to the internet, etc., because I think I can mention it and will be mentioning it. This is the way, step by step, to maybe achieve that, because I think that drafts is not missing anything to chess, because we have beautiful mind sport that can bring the values that chess bring, and just being more popular and more visible.
Yeah, just about to package us.
That's right.
We need to make a nice product to sell to sponsors, to sell to kids' parents, to explain why drafts and maybe why not chess, because always there can be question also. In our school we receive calls, do you teach chess? No, we don't. This
Why?
Why? No, can we? And while we will not have good product when parents compare drafts to chess, we will lose. And this is what I'm really eager to change, that way how we look, how tournaments are made, and how visible are we. But of course, as I told also in our interviews, and one is not fighter, we need more persons.
Absolutely. But you are showing something, I try to show something, and maybe after all other organizers will just go this way, as some people can sometimes find the benefits of doing it that way. In Poland, of course, we used to compare to chess, but we try to not be rivals at all, because we are not rivals. We are just trying to get to similar people that have different, not so different values, the things that are important to them to for example, play mind sports, to compete that way, the way that will not require from you being athletes, being just physically absolutely top level, etc., etc. And it works in Poland, I guess, because many, for example, streams were just supported by chess organizers, chess players. They joined us, they shared with their communities what we are doing in drafts. And right now, for example, which is, in my opinion, a success. Everyone in Poland, every chess player knows who is Natalia Sadowska. This is great. This is great. And even once they who have the channels like over 100 subscribers in the internet, we have this Mariancello Dominoni. Last time during the candidates tournament, he was commenting and mentioned Natalia, the board that Natalia signed, for example. Another streamer told that person who puts the pawns in chess on the black squares is like a drafts player, yeah, because you put it similar, with all due respect to drafts players, especially Natalia Sadowska. You know, it worked because we somehow changed the mentality about drafts. Because before, for example, match of Tamara and Natalia, they were like, oh, don't stop play chess, start to play drafts, yeah? That is something that is really important and difficult to change, but slowly, step after step, I think that we are doing it well. Many great tournaments made recently in Poland. Of course, chess players do have a big support from the government. Because one of the most important ministers is the chess fund, and we have the support of main companies from the government in chess. So they are doing tournaments, like for example, World Championship Blitz and Rapid in the end of December. They invited us, drafts players, me and Natalia, to this event, beautiful event, occasion to see and meet Carlsen, Nakamura and other guys from the top level, Jan Krzysztof Duda. We spoke a little bit between rounds. And this is the way, in my opinion, to use.
Yes, but you see, you are again naming Poland where you are active, and okay, I'm now making tournament in Riga, but can you name other good?
No, of course not.
Yeah, if we are looking overall, then we have big troubles with organizers. With youth tournaments now, all youth tournaments are made in Turkey.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And, that's there are some good examples, but overall I'm seeing that we should be much more active in also in other countries.
Tell me please about Turkey. There was no other possible organizers, for example, to make the youth World Championship and
yes,
European Championship?
European Championship as well. There was just one.
Just Turkey. And tell me please, somehow you try as FMG, may I please, may I ask about things
sure.
connected to FMG? Sometimes do you try maybe to find organizers by your own if you don't have the options?
Last elections was last June, I think.
Yeah.
It was in June, yes. So now it's 1 year has been around, and of course, we would like to have things going faster, but it is, and also calendar we published, like we had 1 month to publish new calendar, and
there Turkey already was accepted, yes, as the organizer?
It was the one organizer, and in that moment to say, hi, let's make our own, like we are just new board, then at least I was not ready, but what we have agreed that if there won't be any, no, not agreed, but we have spoken, and we're going to have meeting in 2 days here in Riga with the FMGD Executive Council, that if there won't be good organizers, then we're gonna make it by ourselves. Because from my opinion, it's super easy to make tournament, especially kids. You can make it in any country. No? I don't know. We can take new countries where there are no tournaments, because you can ask the tour operator, I need hotel for 300 guests, can you give me? Of course they're gonna give.
Absolutely.
And that's what you need for kid tournament, nothing. No?
And you are sure that there will be a lot of kids, a lot of people.
Yeah, if you will make a nice place, and what is important and what we should speak is first you should look that it's easy to travel there. Because also now to Turkey, what we have in August, it's very hard to travel.
And the price
is crazy.
Yeah, I will just talk in the name of me as a president of Polish Drafts Federation. We are giving the champions about 800, 700, 800 euros. It's not enough to get there even, because if you would like to travel from Poland, it's about up to even 900 euros directly. So many of them is trying to get there to Cappadocia from Vienna, because maybe it's a little cheaper, but still, despite 24 players, we are sending 13, which is as well quite a big group. But after all, I think that there will be not lists. Maybe there are already published, but I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen too, but I'm afraid that there are going to be very few players.
Yeah, and we don't have, of course, Russia and Belarus, which were active and put many players on the lists. So now I think that in many categories there won't be many players.
Yeah, and it's again a question now. We are also, our draft school is going there and we are paying quite big money, but if there won't be players, then why we came?
That's right.
And this is important to federations in future to check how easy it is to travel to the chosen cities. It's then better to pay for hotel not 30 but 40 or 45, but you can go to the same Italy from Riga for 50 euro, not 550.
Yeah, but now it's in annexes that 30 euros is max for kids.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that, and I also don't like the system, at least for adults, that you should stay in the same hotel for 100%. The same for kids tournaments, that you should stay in the same hotel. Okay, then offer
During
good.
COVID, it's understandable.
Okay, but also before COVID, it was not so. And if you are telling you should stay there, then give me good conditions, because it's the same again. Question about quality and parents. If you would like to get sponsors, we are telling you should go with your kids to this tournament and should stay there. There is going a person who has money, who can become potential our sponsor, but he's living like in student, some kind of camp with very bad conditions, with one shower on the floor. No, why should I live there? Why should there be that I should live in that place? Better I don't know, I pay €100 more a subscription fee, but I stay whatever I want. And so I think it's one more topic which should be discussed and changed in annexes maybe.
And just finishing the topic of Turkey, somehow you agree with EDC, the calendar, and the organizers of the tournaments? Because, for example, youth tournaments are the biggest one, European Championship and World Championship. And once both tournaments are in Turkey, it is somehow talked between EDC and FMGD?
No, nothing. I think it was the same situation, that there was just one application for all those tournaments. And of course, in FMGD in future, we will not allow such a thing, and we will just organize ourselves those tournaments. Because for me, the organization of tournaments is the interesting part, and I think the easiest one. There is much more harder things which we should.
For you it is, for some other people it's not.
Yeah, but no.
Everybody's different.
Everybody is different, but no, it's not so hard. Yeah, but if we are having 6 tournaments all in Turkey, come on, no, it's not very also strategically correct from perspective of popularization of drafts there, and especially that there are no Turkey players at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The target would be to go to the different country to interest people from that country to participate.
To get some media support and not just to go because we should play, but many tournaments are made just because we need to make them. I think from this we should move away.
Meanwhile, looking at the other game between Machiel Wejstra and Wouter Sipma. Wouter, another one who brought us an interesting game in the previous round. I told him before he started that maybe with one move he had bigger chances to beat Martin 27-21 despite 26-21, limiting one more possibility from Martin. And this game between Machiel and Wouter goes like we have seen before, so not the Keller system, and now he's going out with 35, and this exchange from Wouter, and now he's just trying to leave his opponent with an attack, and possibly will be just playing to the other side of the boards. Anything, any thoughts about this opening do you have already, or nothing interesting happens so far?
No, this might be one of the interesting games today because if you watch on other boards, then as I said, Keith and Artem has changed quite a lot of pieces. Also, Rule with Matane already has changed 9 pieces, and those guys might have some good game today. But no, let's see how it will develop.
Sure, I will just update the game between Taike Koistra. Do you know how to pronounce it? Because I don't. Koistra, I don't know. Maybe this is the way, maybe not. To the position that is already in the game, which is also quite theoretical line. And now White decided to play here, 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 and exchange 28. Jan is the one who likes this opening, plays it often, and is the one to manage to find an advantage in this kind of position, and now exchange to 27. The position might be bringing some chances for active game from both sides, but still theoretical lines. Roberts just making pause from the games. I see many simplifying from Kes Tyson and Artyom Ivanov. I think that game
it's already draw.
Will be just a draw. Tell me please, because you are going kinda successful in your business life and your family life, so everything works, and drafts is the area where you have to put a lot of work, effort and money, and you don't get much
Back, yes.
back. That's right. What is making you that you still want, that you just won't push it away and you are still doing something good for
There
drafts?
are of course moments when you think, why do I need it, but from another side, just the things that okay, I will not be in drafts anymore. I think I will lose quite a big part of myself, as drafts has been part of my life for how old I am now, close to 30 years already, and I think I would miss that game. So as I can't be player anymore, and I believe that I really can change something globally in drafts, then why not to try? Who else will do it? So this is some kind of motivation to understand if it is possible to change something or it is not. But really is needed more persons, because in many moments it's very tough to say to yourself, yes, I will continue, because if you see that nothing big is changing, then
you need successes to move forward.
But 1-2 tournaments will not change anything. We should have a system, and that all organizers, all representatives of federations are who is working for some big target, not just to have such kind of survivor model. Okay, we are making tournaments because we need to make. No, if you are making, then make it good. Make it in a way it gives something to drafts, not just to get national champion.
Yeah, because normally the tournaments are organized just to find champions and nothing more.
What is the give? We have many champions, but I would say that very small development. So hopefully something will change.
Step by step, if there are people who are lovers of drafts, willing to organize nice events, willing to do something more, because after all, after years of playing drafts, I have to say one thing. That sport, draft sport, gave me a lot. A lot of people I met, a lot of travels I visited, a lot of relations, a lot of benefits in being a better person, because this is the sport that created me, and on many different areas. And today, after years of playing drafts, it's nice if we have something like having a willing to pay back to drafts, just a little, or something, or give a big payback. to drafts. Just give it back something to the discipline, and maybe with this kind of thinking that we don't want to get, but sometimes we want something to give, will change the way of thinking about drafts. It's, in my opinion, necessary not to have only the getting willings, but also to give something. And many times when I hear in Poland, for example, something is not done or something could be done better, etc., etc., I try to talk to these people and say, okay, but you just require, always you want more. What have you given to this sport? We are a small community. We cannot be the way football is, for example, in Poland. It's not possible. So to get something, you have to give something. It's automatic. And I will always be to work with the people that gave something instead of just wanting to get. And with many people that way, just with small steps, just write some article, try to bring some kids to the training or to some tournament, help with organizing some other small thing, etc. There are so many small things that everyone can do that if any player who is not playing anymore, any player who is still playing, or parents or people who are taking care about kids, everyone, if does a little brick, then we can build a big, great building on which drafts will stand, and that's the way. Any game that you would like to see, analyze, say something, because like you mentioned, the games are cold.
It's still beginning, I would say. And, well, Guntis is trying to get some game. Also, Jan, I believe, will have something.
Yeah. Those are the guys that definitely would like to win this game.
Yes, no, it's
Jan
a
and
good chance for
Valners.
them, yes.
So let's go to game between Anastasia and Guntis. The moment that I have already put on lead drafts is in here, and after this move, this. Here goes Guntis.
Try to surround.
Yeah, what is interesting and what we are laughing at with Rick, during the first round and the second round, Guntis played the 4 o'clock with 3 pieces on the main diagonal behind. That was his way of playing. It was close to lose the first game against Mariusz Sidla, and
But it was not because of those 3 pieces.
Yes,
it
absolutely,
was
absolutely.
some accident.
yeah, but new style of playing the 4 o'clock. We've had already the Sabrans 4 o'clock, so maybe we'll have Valneris 4 o'clock.
Yeah, but you
as
should
well.
also understand whom he's playing. I believe
Yeah,
he wouldn't play with I don't know, the same rules, the same style. Yeah, but if you are playing with weaker players, especially nowadays, it's hard to win already.
Yes.
I think 20 years ago it was easier to win if it is different kind of level players. But now, if you are a top player and you play with I don't know 2-1-5-0 rating, still you should struggle a lot to win this. So sometimes you should go maybe even through some worse position, but to get the game. Not pieces are changing. So it's.
Openings in chess are like total theory, and it's difficult to find something different in first, let's say 10 up to 15 moves. Yeah, and sometimes top class players are looking for some moves that will make your position worse for half a piece, for example, that normally is not trained by other people, just to play it, to create chances to go out of theory and win against them. Maybe this is the way that the drafts will follow in future.
No, it might be, but I don't believe that with strong players. It's the same. When also I played, I had different style when I play with strong and when you play with weak, because when weak is playing with stronger, he afraid, of course.
Yeah.
And you can sometimes risk, because if there will be complicated position, weaker player might make some change, because don't want to play very difficult position.
And about playing weaker player, Martin van IJzendoorn is the guy who admitted me that they are bluffing.
Yeah, of course.
Many times you
Of
have
course.
bluffed in your life.
Yes, each tournament, several games. especially me.
It always looked like the strong player, like
sitting
international
very,
master, grandmaster.
but it's part of the game. It's I think 50% is your way how you act, psychology. You know, you should already sit near the table. Oh, come on, you will lose. Then,
Schwarzman is the specialist in it.
many players are actually. It's just acting is different, but if you will now look also on cameras, you can see that.
So, dear players, if you will play against grandmasters, don't be afraid. They are bluffing. They are not computers. They cannot count everything, calculate everything clearly. It's not possible. It's not the human way, but they will just act like they know it, like they are better than you, like they are satisfied that you follow the line. Don't be afraid of it because
they need to win.
Yes, they need to win. Okay, another game is Gunnars Gribuska against Itzes Lump. Can you tell us a little bit more about this player? Gunnars against Itze.
Gunnars had some also Yelps titles. I think he was European champion, maybe even world. I will not be very precise, but I would say that in the last years he's playing better and better. This year he finished second in Latvia, I think.
Okay.
Guntis was third.
So he was ahead of Guntis.
Yes, he's quite solid.
And who are the champion?
Raimons, I think. So it's definitely not easy to win against him.
But Raimons is not doing well in this tournament. He lost already 2 games. First game, I don't know against who he did lose, but second one against Łukasz Kosobucki in the round before. I don't know how, I don't know why, but he lost against Łukasz. Once we are talking about this Latvian player, Gunnars Gribuska, maybe can you tell me something about draft situation in Latvia? Is drafts a sport in Latvia? Do you have other schools than yours and your wife's one? How the process of training people, young kings look?
It's more there is trainings in schools. As we name as professional draft schools, and I would say we are the only ones which are working in such a way. But most of coaches are working rather in schools or in some centers. But no, it's I would say that Guntis, maybe Zoe is only professionals, of course. It's not very easy at the moment to be professional in Latvia, but overall, what I have said to Latvians, and I really believe that as coach you can earn quite solid amount of money also in Latvia. It's just if you are ready to work.
How much it would be necessary to work during a week as a coach to earn satisfying money? Because one thing is having the possibility of working and willingness of working that way, and another thing is just to have students that will pay for that.
Yeah, no, but you know, as father of 3 kids, my kids are not playing just drafts. They are going to different places, to volleyball, to music school, and so on. And there somehow parents are ready to pay.
No.
But in drafts, no. It's again how you put it on table, and your first part of question, how many hours? It's very tricky question, because you can have lesson for 1 hour, but you should prepare like 4 hours before, because for each player you should make materials, check what she has done. So it's full-time job actually. And if you are ready to be full-time drafts trainers, then I think it is possible. You just should take different kind of how to say levels, at least in Latvia. One, you can go to private schools, to kindergartens, to schools, and then best move already to your club. And this kindergarten school is gonna give you loan and a nice income, and this then the best already. You work on result.
Are you satisfied with the way how it is at now going in Latvia?
With what?
With the draft situation, with the new kids, new person playing.
I think we have great new generation, which started that 5 years ago. But of course, there are problems after COVID because we have lost 2 years.
That's right.
So
It's the lost time.
yeah, it's lost time, and also many players who played didn't do anything during COVID as they was not ready to work online. So no, I can't say that I'm fully satisfying, but at least what we again is starting to win some titles at Europe Championships. As a while ago, we again was out of the game.
For now, Poland is out of the game, and I'm trying to change it somehow.
No, it will take some 2, 3, 4 years.
With the better scale, with more children playing, etc. But now we started during this year, thanks to our sponsor, CC Games, authors of the application to play on Android. I don't know if you know this company already.
Yes,
They were the sponsors. Yeah. It's interesting that the application was downloaded over 100 million times. It's 10 times more than Chess.com, for example. Yeah. So people worldwide play checkers. And looking and knows that there is the game and knows the rules and want to play some games. It's obvious that there is a space because there is no one almost else trying. Recently, another application, because of my videos on YouTube, asked me to make some promotional video for them, but they are from other country, and I refused because I'm already working with CC Games. But there is potential, high potential about it, and we have to try to use it because how to do it? I think still that the name English word of our game, drafts, is a problem. Absolutely, because no one knows something like drafts. Only you have to start to play drafts to know what the drafts is. Because before that you only know checkers. Everyone knows checkers. Let's name it international checkers, and people will find it. And organic move will
because
just
also now when I'm asking to translate some press release, it's always built with checkers.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that it's a problem. For another thing about drafts, leadrafts.org. Great site, everyone knows Lichess, but who will find drafts? If it was Lidama, Licheckers, okay, immediately people would play that, yeah? Organic movement from the sites. I would just leave the name of checkers. Maybe some will be arguing against me, but you know, there are many ways of solving many problems, and one way, of course, is good for the tradition, is good for the players who expect some values, etc. But doing that way, you will have just maximum 300, 400 people playing, and otherwise you will have tens of thousands, and that's the way to get to those people. Yeah. All the videos I try to name with checkers, #checkers, because that's the way to get more views, etc. And that's the way how people can find me at least, yeah, if they are looking for.
So it's quite a good position from Natalia, I believe it's perspective to get center. So
yeah, they played opening quite fast as well. After 1 hour and 10 minutes of playing, we are at move number 25. Sorry to all the viewers that we are talking maybe a lot not about the positions, but there are many topics to discuss about. As you can see, Olga and Natalia are having the watches on, so now we can see how girls' bodies act. Natalia is having now heart rate between 75 up to 80, and Olga about 75 as well. And stress level is a little bit higher for Natalia. Natalia about 20 to 30 up to even 50 as I was looking at stress level, and Olga only 3% of stress, so she's totally relaxed in this position. Once again we can see that someone who tries to get the point 27 or 24 just comes with not have the long wing developed, but the game.
But it's clear what wants Olga. Olga wants to change all pieces because few moves ago, no, this move, 37-32, it shows that please change 70-24. And
Change back to
let's
4-2.
let's change all pieces and
Simplify.
yes. So normally player, if player wants to win, never goes such move.
So this might be the point for Natalia to get the psychological advantage
Yeah, yes,
over
yes, yes.
Olga.
She can risk now.
Yeah, because once Olga is playing the passive move of possible exchange with a bit worse position for her, leaving the edge piece 26. Now, like you say, if Natalia sees some chances to force some variation or risk something, there's possibility that Olga is afraid and will not go into this variation and have passive position.
The problem is a bit that the pieces are quite open and it's difficult to get close position, but still, no, I think you can get a really nice center position just to move these pieces out.
From the 13 square to the other side of things and try to push and push. About playing center in drafts, it's like you don't always have the visible advantage, but once the game is going to the end game and the number of pieces is being reduced, it's still worse to play for the passive side of the game. You have to be really, really precise, and it's easy to lose because of, for example, lack of time, not making the precise moves. And now, as we can see, few more moves were made. This is not the exchange that was played because we don't have the refreshed position. It was Olga who changed this piece back here, here and here.
No, I wouldn't allow to change back because I would change 90-24
to 24.
Yes, because this piece on 25 was quite bad.
Just like Robert said, change 1924 to leave another edge piece. What Natalia could be afraid of leaving to
but
too weak.
you can move pieces from 38-5 to 14
and always take.
So
try to go to 23 even.
I think in this moment maybe even 38-32 would follow, and then it's two edge pieces and you're just going to the center.
After what was played in the game, Olga
she's trying to change pieces. And,
there will be exchange like this.
Maybe once again she will attack.
And then
change.
So goal for Olga is just to make a quick draw and to look further for tomorrow's game. Tomorrow we have one round and 9:30 local time. Let's take a look at the game between Daria Tkachenko, who's playing black, against Yulia Makarenkova. It's another Ukrainian duel during this day. The first today's round was between Daria Tkachenko and Victoria Motrichko, and here we have a Shegolev variation of this opening and how Daria will continue and the game goes on. Here with developing with an exchange the long wing on black side of things. Okay, of course you have to balance your position, so you try to put pieces from the other side. This is also the exchange that not everyone is doing in this opening. Okay, and another push on the weak point 27, and of course have to cover it and change the type position to the edge piece 36. Do you like the games with this piece?
I like to play against.
You like to play against?
Yes,
I remember
many combinational ideas.
I remember, I guess, how you won against someone like Young Grunendijk in Lille in 2012, and I really admired your way of playing this opening.
I don't remember, of course, but I really like that players play against me with piece 36 because.
You won the game in a very, very nice style. And from, I believe that maybe even from this your game I started to play against this piece and liked it as well.
But you will see that even 8 to 8, 7 to 7 with that piece, you it still is a game. It's on.
Yes,
It never
yes.
ends till the same.
This piece can be very strong, it can be very bad.
Yes, yes. Player from France, Cordier, is like a specialist. He likes to play from both sides.
And here Yulia
Of course,
Makarenkova is
it-
making this exchange.
She shouldn't make that exchange, of course.
It's passive.
Because
way.
now it's very free center, and White has quite long way to build something. So this change was totally unnecessary.
Just before this change, I started to put that position on lead draft. If I saw this change, I would not do it because it's just waste of time.
Yeah, there is problems. Why should White change? No?
Many plans to play.
Yeah, you can make some cones, 43-39 instead of it. Then, oh yeah, something like how to put it. Can you move it? So, I don't know how black will go.
Maybe 13, 18.
How?
13, 18 here.
No,
And now 8.
course.
Oh, there is a shot already. Oh,
Combination?
yeah, there is a nice way of, breakthrough. Really nice.
I'm telling you, you can make many combinations with that.
Really nice one.
Yeah.
No, not this one. Oh, this move with majority. Wow.
So that's why I'm telling you.
And another majority now. And you take, and they... Wow, I have never seen something like this in this kind of position.
many
That's how it
ideas.
works.
And,
I was thinking of another one. Here. Oh, because you can take other way. Oh, no, okay, this doesn't work. Yeah, really nice one. Possible. So, yeah, this piece can be used for many combinations, and this time Yulia Makarenkova, I don't know, maybe she has agreed for some draw or something. This is also the way that we have to...
yeah, it's again, you again see that he afraid, I believe, from Daria.
Yeah.
So she's trying to change pieces. And,
It's not the way to play. What do you say about the agreed draws from grandmasters on the tournaments? Because it happens in chess, it happens in drafts during this tournaments of candidates. Recently, we also had some games of Nepo draws after 14 hours, 14 moves, not hours, against Nakamura, I guess. It's a problem for making it visible on the internet. And
yes, but no, you can't escape from it while it is not written in some agreements between players. And we have discussed also it in FMGD that I think in nearest future for the main tournaments there are going to be agreements with players about those. It might be about draws, about dress codes, about opening, closing ceremonies, and so on, about interviews that you should give, and so on.
Absolutely.
So no, this might be also one of the points in contract that those quick draws can't be. Of course, they can still make a draw, sit there 2 hours and
act.
and act. But okay, then you act. Yeah, but if what we are putting on now on stream some like cool game explaining how instinct is draws, and after 5 minutes it's shaking hands and it's drawn.
Yeah, that's a problem. Somehow we have to solve the problem of existing those kinds of games, and I really admire the Dutch team because we barely can see that they are not fighting between each other. I like to see the Dutch games that we already have on the board, and even though Boomstra is wandering around the hall and Martin looks like he is a little bit tired after the first game maybe, then still maybe they are trying to play something. Yeah? The attitude of the Netherlands, of the Dutch team, I love it because they are always great dressed, they are always at the ceremonies, they are always professional, they try to perform their best. and I think that we all have to try to follow Netherlands as the matter of team, as the matter of players and their behavior, and we have to follow you as the organizer.
But they have contracts, as you know.
They have contracts,
Yes.
yeah.
No.
And they have the support from the government. Yeah?
But it's again, you see, if we're gonna make contracts with whole players, not like federations, but organizers, then it can also help with it.
Absolutely, contracts and setting everything
Yes,
up
but
nice and clear.
one more thing, if you are telling players you should sign contracts, then we as organizers should give something to them, not like give, but no, we should again make this product, otherwise there is a sad tournament, but you should do this, yeah, no, it can't be one-way contract.
Yeah, that's right.
There should be obligations also for organizers.
Absolutely, absolutely. And benefits for the players. Another attitude that, in my opinion, is a problem in drafts, because, for example, I won't name them, but in Poland I have players like, I tell them, please be at the round on the time, please dress like this, etc., etc. But what for? Because we want to bring the drafts to the next level. We want at some day to have not 10,000 zlotys per prizes, but we want to have 100,000. Yeah, and they say, okay, once there will be 100,000, then I will act like that.
Yeah.
And that's a problem of attitude, because people just don't want to sacrifice what is now for the better, brighter future.
Yeah.
They just require. And
yeah, but it's vice versa. So if you ask, you should give something. No, of course you can't give like millions in one day, but no, at least the same opening ceremony. Make it nice. If you want everybody to be in suits, then make it nice. If you know.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. Eric's, because you are typing all time along on our chat, electronic zborgs were disaster in Estonia, now they work. Before there was an issue.
I was just kidding.
I was about pre-moves, yeah. Schwarzman, 1967, so 55 years already. Same year as Guntis Valneri, so didn't know that. Or both are 1966, okay. Every club has to get a sponsor a size profit of Latvia's Finieris. I don't know, maybe is this some club in Latvia?
No, it's a company which also is sponsor of this tournament.
Oh, okay. About sponsors of this tournament, of course, there is no possibility of making great tournament, because it involves a big amount of money to do something without sponsors. So from this place, and many times I have repeated during our streams, it's not possible without you, dear sponsors. Thank you very much, as well as you are one of the sponsors, or more than one of the sponsors, because in many ways, yeah. Every club has to get, okay. I've learned from Scandet 3126, the perfect good. Once you mention some variation, please tell about which game it is, because we are not always able to write it directly when you write in, so just tell us which game it is about. And then you were trying to explain this variation. Meanwhile, on FNJD channel, Zibowski and Ney and W. Yeah, it is possible to run this closed captions. I don't know if anyone from the technical side of the stream is hearing us, but if not, then after the stream we'll talk about that, because English subtitles can be generated automatically, and you can translate it to other languages. And if someone is not speaking English, then it's this great functionality of YouTube. Normally, on my channel, of course, I stream in Polish. It's not, it doesn't have this function of closed captions, but English language does have, and it's possible to make live subtitles. ZB, you've never said me how drafts change a chess master to this one. It's a really stupid question. The same, I don't know, ZB, what you mean. Marta Bańkowska, pozdrawiam. Okay. Maybe 3 points for win, ZB says. What do you think about this system? It was once practiced in Netherlands, I believe, in the main national championship tournament or somewhere else. If we have problems with draws, let's give more points for winning. There are chess tournaments with this system of giving more points for winning, and maybe introduce it to some drafts tournaments.
Well, there have been some trials to also with those pluses and minuses, but then we were playing not not to win, but to get one piece in the end game. Or I don't know. I think it will not be a big game changer. And
Even giving 3 points for winning?
I don't know. Maybe we can make some experimental tournament, but also chess haven't moved away from it, so there should be some reasons.
For so many years.
Yeah. I think that top players would be against for it, for sure.
Okay, another topic about development drafts is the time control. What do you think about the classical games like long-lasting tournaments, interesting to the viewers to show, etc. Because it's much easier to get people involved in watching drafts when you are playing something like rapid games.
It's not for sure, because I would say that we should more move on streaming. And if you are streaming, I don't know, 20 games, 30 games, then you can
switch between
games and explain something. If you will stream just one blitz game, then you are missing many other games. So I think it's more about raising our quality of streaming. And we are in the beginning of it, I believe. And we will focus really on that and develop it with all those watches. I said you as a joke, let's put some bracelet in the beginning of tournament which you are taking away, and we are seeing how you sleep and so on. As a joke, but why not? Maybe such things can make it much interesting. But I think that, of course, more interesting is to watch blitz if you are like watching on live tournament. But when you are watching on streaming side, how easy it will be follow if there are going to be 10 games blitz?
It's not possible, of course, but looking at chess, because of course I watch many chess streams, and I try to figure out what is nice and what is not, and what can I improve. And I watch also streamers of just online games, etc. Because some have something. Everyone has something different, and you can learn from everyone something about how to stream, how to talk, what to analyze, how to interact with your viewers, etc. Because to interact with the viewers is absolutely amazing and important, because that brings people closer, because people have to like you. If they will not like you, then they will not watch your stream. And as I watch Magnus Carlsen channel, which is broadcasting a lot of online chess events, they are playing, for example, rapid or blitz tournaments, and they are always showing one game, then they are break, they are taking a look at the most important moments in other games, and there is always action, but just one game at the moment, absolutely. Once you are trying to analyze the blitz game, it's impossible. So blitz is also a little bit too quick, too fast for me, and rapid games are the best, because you have a little time to explain simple things about drafts, like this is the structure to follow, this is the weakness, this is the strong points of the position, etc. A little small talk, like a few sentences about not only drafts but something more, and still there you have some action, because moves have to be made quite frequently. I believe rapid games are the best to comment, to live comment.
Maybe,
And classical games are, after all, maybe just too long, too boring. It's difficult to follow all the 4 or 5 hours long stream for people who are working, for example.
No, who also are not grass players.
Another thing about streaming and getting viewers, because we have to be flexible to get as many viewers as we can during streams. Morning rounds are not a good idea on the tournaments. Look that chess players start at 2 p.m. or something, when they play one round. If you have 2 rounds, you don't have any choice. But for example, during Polish tournaments, all the one round days, I started afternoon, because I wanted to have more viewers, of course. Yeah, it's not comfortable to players. I know that.
Yes, I prefer to play in the morning.
That's right.
because,
I would prefer to play in the morning, but it's not the goal that I want to achieve, yeah? Because we are playing for something, not just to make champions, but also to be visible on the internet and bring people. And I think that also this is the direction that we have to move once we have those broadcasted tournaments. So of course, people are watching after work, not so much in work. If they work and watch with, for example, headphones, earphones, whatever, it's a problem to, for example, interact or to focus on many things. Anything interesting in the games? Which one you see as the most interesting right now?
No, still I think Jan and Guntis has good chances. At least they have game.
Guntis is close to lock the short
Yeah,
wing
so,
of his
yeah.
opponent. We have on chat Marta Bańkowska, who is a girlfriend of Anastas Leclerc, I don't know if you know. And she asked by me to the viewers what are her predictions about winning this tournament. She typed that Anastas Leclerc will be winner of Riga Open 2022. Maybe he will be.
Yes.
So let's take a look at this game, because many moves have been played since the moment we last time have been here. 5, 10 and 10. Oh, interesting move, 35. Okay. I just looked not at the right place and couldn't follow it. So it was here. Okay. Would you like to be a draft streamer?
Me?
Yeah.
Not sure. I can speak about nothing, but speak all the time about drafts, it's quite tough for me.
Yeah. But sometimes, maybe it's easy to unite people with some topic like drafts, but you can speak about everything different
Yes.
and they won't have any problem with it, because they're also tired about hearing about the drafts. Karol Cichocki from Poland, Polish champion, told me that Damian, okay, nice streams, but maybe more variants, more deep analysis, etc. And I said, Karol, who will watch it? And once I let him, after the round during the Polish Championship, Karol, sit down and show the analysis. And he couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
He was missing 142, 143, and then he came to me, oh, it's so tough, it's so difficult to do it, to try to say something which has sense, and also calculate, showing the variations and checking if the broadcast is going well. It's a multitask job, not an easy one. Damian, my comments weren't regarding any game. You mentioned that center can be better, so I commented that playing on sites is also very good, but you have to learn how to play on sites. Of course, but if I was to tell someone how to play at some after beginner's level of playing, I would say that central play will be easier than surrounding, because to surround is very difficult. Once you make a mistake, you immediately lose a game, because your opponent's central position is unstoppable. And in international drafts, the surrounding is absolutely tough plan to play. But comparing to 64 squared boards of drafts, their surrounding is the easiest plan to play. Yeah? There is difference between those two games, especially on beginning level. New follower we have, Demoniczny Sołtys. Thank you very much for leaving the follow. Remember, my dear viewers, to get ranges, to get spreads with those content that we create, it's absolutely necessary to have your support. So every thumb up left under this video, every subscription, every follow is necessary to spread with our videos. Do it, please, if you haven't done that yet. And of course, share with your friends, share with your family, share on your social media if only you can. So at this moment, like you can see in the Guntis Valneris game, he played 13 to 19, trying to lock the short wing of Anastas Leclerc. If he would try to free from it, he would just lose a piece. So it's not possible, because now this 28 is almost impossible to get back. This looks like a big advantage for Guntis once
Yes,
he
yes.
will lock that wing, because there will be no possible plan for free from that. And even if you would try some simple ways of building the column and go break this lock position, then you have 6 pieces on the side of the board having no other place to go. So I think that Guntis is actually the favorite one in this
Yeah.
position.
With very good chances.
And he has 46 minutes left. This moment of the game is the move number 22 made. Low number of pieces and only 22 moves. It's a bit strange, yeah? Looks like already maybe 30 moves were made, but only 22. And Jan Groenendijk is having interesting position. Let's take a look. Jan Groenendijk, attack Koistra. Yep, that was the last moment of what we had analyzed, and he just closed the gap, and Jan continued with 10-14. Okay, looking for activity on the wing. And now, not before, Jan decides to change this position. Why here? Why right now and not before? Maybe you will be able to answer this question just after we'll make it updated position. Yep, 11-17, changing forward. For Grandmasters, there's barely something like change back. Yep, and this is position. So why decision made of this exchange, not now, but now? Was there some combination or something? No, probably.
No combinations. Wait.
Somewhere in the middle. I'll just follow it. Yep, this.
No, I think he just wanted to wait for one additional move from white side.
This 45-30?
Yeah, or maybe he wanted the change back and then again to take center position.
Okay, so he gave a chance to take back, to take over center from his opponent.
And sometimes it is good to wait that your opponent shows a plan of him, not you are making, because he still can change it. But now some small, not problems, but again, white should choose what I will do now. In some moment, maybe black will block against the wing. So
yeah, like you say, black pieces are able to go to 25 to block this wing, and once white pieces are playing against this 36, this space is difficult to take control over. Because, for example, this piece 16 can be always exchanged and black pieces can go to 21 and control all the wing. And once they need to have some space to play, they should be active on the other wing or in the center of the board. And now, without, for example, possibility of going here, it could be some problem. But Jan used it differently.
he took
Now,
tempos.
yeah, he just took 4 tempos, and now he's more active. His favorite to take control over this wing, and then it will be enough to take over this wing and just slowly increase the advantage and perhaps win the game.
Because I like to play against 36 when I have more pieces in this wing.
40, 41, 37, 42. Yeah, that's the plan that you, for example, played in the game I mentioned, because it was kind of classic one. I can show it in another position, just from this opening. I don't remember who against you played this. That's a classical one. And plan something like here, 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 and building this column, yeah?
Yeah.
And with this column, it's nice to play this opening. Many people, many players choose to go with this variation to this square, but I don't like it.
I don't like it as well.
Okay, Roberts, I guess that now, being a few minutes from crossing another hour of game, and slowly we'll be just getting and going to the time control, the moment that brings a lot of emotions to our stream, it's a good time to make a break.
Yes.
So, dear viewers, we are coming back in 10-15 minutes. Till that time, don't go. Look at what is going on next to the games and admire the beauty of drafts game. And see you soon. Hello back. Just after the short break, we are analyzing and commenting live the fourth round of International Riga Open 2022 World Cup tournament, and I'm glad that you are with me still on channels warcaby, FMJD channel, and on Facebook on fan pages of Latvian Drafts Federation, FMJD as well, and the group Riga Open International Tournament. I was just wandering around the playing hall. Perhaps I was visible on the cameras, so I touched the climates of the round that is going on. Took a look on the games. I guess Piotr Paluch from Poland finished his game. Now Łukasz Kosobucki, to Polish viewers, is having twice more time than his opponent. His opponent tries to attack and Łukasz tries to surround, and will be commenting on other games. About Roberts. Roberts, of course, is a very busy person, and everyone all the time just wants something from him, so we agreed that I will start, and if he has the possibility of coming to the stream, he will do that. Meanwhile, I hope you will accept it. I'll be sitting here talking to you and commenting online live by myself. Arno has typed on the chat on warcaby channel, a good streamer needs to have a mix of serious chat about drafts and some joking and talking about lighter topics. Of course, a streamer needs to do it, so if you want to start any different topic than drafts, feel free. Of course, I will discuss it with you. I hope you enjoy the games so far. Many moves have been made, so let's start with just updating the situation in lead drafts. Once we thought that the game between Kes Tyson and Artyom Ivanov is calm and going to the draw, now they are thinking and looking for the plans, so it was only opening played fast by those players. Maybe it's just the part of the tactic to play fast in the opening and they then try to calm position down. I don't know, but we'll see this game. After all, this is the game from the board number 1. We have to follow it if there is still an action. Now multiple exchange, or maybe just this change is not understandable for me that it was made. Maybe just Artyom attacked because he thought that after this exchange he will have more active position, but after opening and changing so many pieces, we've had just a long way of putting pieces together. Once you will make a few exchanges and the position will be open, then just many different moves made before the game will come with an action. Here we have this kind of exchange, another exchange to move 45 to 34. So Thais attacked here to make his piece will vanish, so he can without this move, so he can develop another piece into the central part of the board. Here. Still attack to push back Artyom, and I still don't know if it is just a grid draw or they are really planning to fight for something. Now as I see how the game is going. And this is the position we already have. Yep. And still it is just equal even position. Nothing really happens. We have a bit more viewers than we've had in the morning, so once again on both chats, on FMJD YouTube channel and warcaby YouTube channel, please write down the places from where you are watching the stream, cities or countries. Damian Rans, warcaby, dyscyplina dla ludzi, którzy zawsze chcieli grać w szachy, ale nie umieją. Absolutnie nie masz racji. Absolutnie to nieprawda. Spróbuj zagrać. Jest wielu ludzi, którzy poradzi sobie z szachistą wśród warcabistów, a nie ma szachistów, którzy poradzą sobie z warcabistami grając w warcaby, używając dygresji. I po wspólnych analizach, na przykład nad wariantami z Kacperem Piorunem, przecież wybitnym polskim szachistą, siedząc i pokazując sobie warianty, on nie był tego zdania co ty, a co dopiero. Ale myślę, że pewnie jesteś lepszym szachistą od Kacpra Pioruna, skoro tak piszesz i takie zdanie wyrażasz. Żeby wyrażać takie opinie, w każdym razie zachęcam do tego, żeby spróbować pograć i zobaczyć na własnej skórze, jak to jest. So I look forward for your messages, messages on the chat. Where are you watching from this stream? Olga Bautarz is moving and still her heart rate is about 90 and Natalia is 76. We'll see that game because Natalia, I believe, has some chances to push in this game and try to win. And we are 50 minutes away from the time control, so emotions are about to come. Going further. Damian, cieszę się, że cię zabolało. Na pewno miało. Jak masz ochotę przyjść, tak gadać i trollować, to serdecznie cię proszę, nie rób tego i po prostu opuść ten stream, bo nikogo nie chcemy uszczęśliwiać na siłę. Jaki jest cel, powiedz mi, przyjścia i pisania w taki sposób? Nie wiem, uszczęśliwia cię to w jakikolwiek sposób? Albo po prostu jesteś najzwyklejszym trollem. Czy przeniesiemy na Natalię? Absolutnie tak. But let me update another game of men, Martin van IJzendoorn against rule Boomstra. So the last moment that we followed was the move 2 to 8. So maybe not many moves have been made already. Yep, 2, 8, 36, 7, 12. Okay, this one is really interesting. 1722, but immediately then it was changed by Martin here, and is the position. So this semi-fork lock could work perfectly if white would have piece on 35, but despite the fact that the piece is missing, the rule still holds it on. Hello Damian, thank you again very much for showing and analyzing games. Michael Palmer, thank you very much for this comment. It's a kind, warm comment that just motivates people like me for streaming, for analyzing. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Okay, so this is the position. The position is equal between Martin and Rule. And like pure star wishes will go to the position of Natalia and Olga, because here many things have happened since our last update. Let me rewind the game and update on lead drafts, and let's talk about that. So, like we have seen, after those attacks, this exchange of Olga, who definitely wants to draw this game, came 42-27, Natalia plays 14, another move, Natalia exchanges to 21, otherwise after this attack 37-42 she would do that, and now Olga exchanges this way, the position is being opened, and what can I say, Olga still going for a draw. After exchange, Natalia plays 8-12, 36-31, Natalia goes to 26, there is no 48 piece, so this 26 just cannot be exchanged, and also Natalia wanted to avoid that after an attack 31-26 another piece will be exchanged. I think for Natalia, less pieces on the board, less chances are to try to win. And in this position, Natalia gets stamps, exchanges to get 2 more. And after this move, played 12-18, 43, and 7-12. Okay, another piece, and 19-23. As you can see, Natalia is taking control over the central squares, like 20-23. But with many different exchanging possibilities for Olga and having this kind of strong formation, it's impossible to say that it's a winning position, but still Natalia can look for some chances. But I believe that it will be extremely difficult, extremely tough to win that game against Olga Baltarzy. The truth is, if your opponent rationally tries to look for exchanges, tries to find a continuation that is not risky for him and comes with simplifying the position, it may be difficult to win one's game. Przy okazji dziękuję Pani Damian za promocję Toto, mimo że kursy wpadają dosyć późno do oferty, cieszę się zainteresowaniem. Dziękuję bardzo za udostępnianie naszych warcabowych wydarzeń w ofercie Toto. Też tak, jak dzisiaj się runda na przykład by skończyła i kursy by się pojawiły przed jutrzejszą rundą, jutro gramy tylko jedną rundę i by było podobnie, że po tej rundzie byśmy te kursy mieli, to byśmy mieli troszkę też więcej czasu i sposobności na promocję. In Poland, Toto Bookmaker Company is preparing bets, rates to bet on this event. Of course, you have to be on the area of Poland and Polish citizen to play bookmaker bets, but anyway, it's nice to see how bookmakers are trying to predict the results and prepare the rates. Natalia is taking for the 23 piece and exchanges, 1 for 2, pushing back the position of Olga Baltarzy. Only 6 pieces versus 6 pieces. Of course, you can win a drafts game even if there is 1 piece against 1 piece, but the less pieces are on the board, the less are chances. And if one defending side will get to a king, remember that you need at least 4 pieces to have the possibility of making 4 kings to win a drafts game. Now we could see that maybe Natalia would be afraid of this exchange 33-28, but she is not. She's just playing 9-30. Green Toen, thank you very much. Big hearts for the donation for Ukraine for 10 euros. Huge thank you for that. And we are getting some in our pot. Thank you very much. Absolutely, you are great. And I think other viewers will just join you, follow you in making those donations for Ukraine. Those are absolutely horrible times, what is going on in Ukraine after Russia's aggression on this country. Thanks God we have here many healthy players. And Getulio Aparecido Ferreira, thank you very much for subscription. Thank you very much for joining our drafts community. Martina is sending hearts. Thank you very much once again for this donation. After we'll just give a piece of our heart, a piece of our wallet to what happens in Ukraine. I believe that this country and this society, those beautiful people can defend for the goods and just defend their lands and their legacy, everything what they have and what was absolutely done without any law to take them away, to take that away from them. Olga plays quite fast without changing, but leaving this possibility of changing next moves. I think nothing can happen here. The game will be drawn between Natalia and Olga, and Natalia as well is playing fast. It's still a long time to the time control, but I think that like Robert Misans told, players can be just exhausted after the morning round, and now the second round of the day can be played a little bit with a calm, without any unnecessary risk, because otherwise you can easily lose and not to win a game. Other moves played on the first board between Artyom Ivanov and Kes Tyson. After this exchange we've had another one. Too many exchanges to bring the game difficult. And I have to refresh it to see what the next moves were. Artyom plays to 24 once more. Kes Tyson exchanges, and after this move there is always this column, which is the formation of 3 pieces standing in a row, one after another. This possibility of making another exchange. And nothing will happen as well. Rule Boomstra and Martin van IJzendoorn. So the game was played like 37-31, 6-11 and 32-28. Still absolutely equal. Let's take a look at Machiel, Wejstra and Wouter Sipma game. The game that just was looking from the very beginning as one of the most sharp games. It was played like that. Machiel makes an attack and Wouter Sipma defends it. And after then he exchanges. Okay, the position looks like a nice central one. So it's an attack against surrounding in this game. Wouter just does not allow Machiel to take too much control over the board, so he is now exchanging back, leaving this wing a bit weaker than before. And the same tries to do Machiel, just to put more pieces to the left side of the board. Now Machiel plays here, and after 7-11 and this move, maybe I would be afraid a bit to play here, maybe too many pieces on the right side of things. And here Machiel plays 14-35. This is also the move that I would be afraid of, but on the other hand, what to play? After this, maybe this, and Machiel, I guess, just wants to stay with this column, not to be afraid of any plan that Wouter can play. Of course, after something like this, an exchange, 17-22, you want to push another piece from the right wing to the left wing, just to balance your troops on the board. But this piece standing on 35 is behind this 24 and will never have a place to go until this 24 stays right here. So it's like a weak move, but on the other hand, you have to play something. And the job of Machiel in this position was to find a move that will not break down his position and will give him the possibilities of maybe not improvement, but not getting worse. Fan Klapeczek Kasi. Witam prezesa, witam wszystkich. Siemaneczko. Hello, fan Klapeczek Kasi. Again, tried to pay and again some problem. Not sure what is happening. Unfortunately, Eric's, I don't know what is happening, but thank you very much for your willing to pay and to donate the fund. In many tournaments, you see a lot of draws in the afternoon when there are 2 rounds on a day. Maybe I have never noticed that, Arno, but definitely, absolutely, you're right. This is what is actually going on in the afternoon rounds. What is the reason? I have no idea. Only exhaustment or something more? No one in the tournament will not give you the points for free. You have to work on it, and to work on it you have to sit, you have to calculate, and I thought that maybe there will be players that will want to make use of the opponent's exhaustion and try to win, try to play sharp games to even exhaust more, make him tired, your opponent, and then try to win. Because if your opponent will play a game without mistakes, then you cannot win. And once he is exhausted, or once you are playing difficult game with the bad moves, mistakes possible, then the chance to win increases. Martyna is welcoming fan klapeczek Kasi. Long time no see. Jakby to powiedzieć. Długośmy się nie widzieli z niektórymi. Nearly 20 people watching the stream on FMJD channel, nearly 30 people watching on warcaby channel, so this is up to 50 plus people watching on Facebook. Remember please to leave your thumbs up under the video, to share, to like, to observe, to subscribe, to follow. It's necessary, it's absolutely necessary thing to spread this content and encourage other people to start to play drafts. All right. Another game to take a look at is the one between Teke Koistra and Jan Groenendijk, who are playing on the board number 4. And the game from this moment goes like Jan's exchange was the last move we have seen, and then they have developed position like this. As we are analyzing with Robert, there were chances for Jan Groenendijk. Now maybe these chances were decreased a bit. This is the position. Of course, there is a great use of putting pieces together in such formation. Take a look that there are many columns. Normally, to build a column, you need 3 pieces. And to build 2 columns, you need 6 pieces. Meanwhile, here you have 1, 2, 3, 4 columns made out of not 12 pieces, but only 8 pieces. I see that game between Kes Tyson and Artyom Ivanov was drawn, and after this move there was an exchange, and players agreed for a draw. So the one is already gone and done, and I think that maybe Natalia will be the next one to draw, but she is fighting. She is fighting definitely. For me personally, it is a combination of exhaustion and a difficulty to concentrate during the second game of the day. The number of draws. To win the game, sometimes you need to be brilliant, sometimes you need to go out of the box, surprise your opponent, and it requires energy put into calculation, into being creative, of course. And without that, it's difficult. It's difficult to be the one who wins, to be a winner. Okay, then Rule Boomstra plays here, Martin here, and Rule answers immediately with this move. So we can expect the next move of Martin will be 31-27, and this is the 36th move to be made. Maybe this position will be a little bit more elastic to Rule after this and this change. Without controlling 23 and possibility for Rule to go to 22, we'll see how Martin van IJzendoorn will play against Rule's plan. Going further, because I started to talk about Jan's position and building columns, and so many of those columns can be, of course, used to make shots and combinations. And many times we are talking on streams about cooperation of those two pieces. And having those two pieces, of course, gives your opponent and a possibility of making shots. Even if there are no such pieces at this position, you can always bring one with this sacrifice to 27. And it can be used for making shots, like, for example, after this move, you sacrifice, and now from this side you make a simple shot. But it's not the only way to use it. A trick stays as well on this side. You sacrifice, and this time on the another. This is the way to use those two pieces that are not working together correctly. And even after bringing the piece back, there is an attack, and you have to sacrifice another second piece. And the game is done. With two pieces ahead, it's easy to win. So, Mr. Koistra needs to be very precise and careful about possible mistakes to make. Yet, it's the level of the game that I think excludes possibility of such simple combinations like 2 for 3. But you never know. We've seen different things during our tournament life. For Latvian fans, let's bring back the position of Guntis Valneris. Here, Anastas Leclerc played. Okay, we have something. Crane Toad just subscribed, so despite the fact that he donated, he also subscribed. Thank you very much, and big hearts to you. Thank you for joining our great drafts family of subscribers of our channel. (8-13) was played, then 41 here. I have to tell that Guntis Valneris is a very patient player, and patience pays off in draft games, definitely. Many times it's worth to be patient because you don't want to show your opponent what definitely you will be playing. And now the advantage of Guntis' position over Anastas' one is bigger and bigger. What I mean about patience? Many times, once you have players, just a minute, I will just update the position. Many times, players, after this move, would go instantly, immediately here, 20-24, just to have the lock, just to lock your opponent. Meanwhile, Guntis Valneris is just patient with leaving this possibility, because anyway, your opponent cannot break this lock, cannot free those pieces and develop them. So why to make this move 20-24, letting him, for example, make an exchange? Once he will come here, maybe it will be even better locking that way. Who knows? So Guntis is just patient, and finally he even does not making the lock. He's not making the lock, but he's playing to 23. And this is the position with a big advantage of Guntis Valneris. That move was played in Jan Groenendijk game. Itza is having nice position against Gunnars Gribuska, yeah. Like Robert said, he is the vice champion of Latvia, which is kind of good performance, absolutely. Even great against so many great players. The game continued that way, and I'm wondering how it's got so big advantage in the center. Okay, now he can start to push. Very good move, limiting all those possibilities to go to these squares. And now 1822. Look how Dutch players play, just taking one central square after another. If you attack, there is no time to waste. There are no tempos that will be always available on the board. You have to use the chance now. And from normal equal standard position, it's just started to push on his opponent, and he is taking entire central squares for him. That is the way to play drafts. Amazing how simple it can be, but no time to waste, not tempos to waste, to use the advantage of the central squares. Igor Kirzner, after losing in last game to Kes Tyson, now won the game. We don't see the game yet because it was not live. But after this sorrow lesson, with the time, I think during this tournament he will take care about the time management, because it's necessary, absolutely necessary, to try to win the game. Natalia Sadowska is still thinking, so now at the position of having raz, dwa, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 pieces, she is trying to find a line to put the pressure on her opponent. Meanwhile, Martin van IJzendoorn did not choose to play to 27. But he played 43-38 and then just going to 27 by rule Boomstra. Another game with just 8 pieces left on each side. It can be like the games will end quite quickly. I just feel the exhaustment of the players right here, few meters far from the playing hall. Possibly even I'm exhausted. Co za pozycja? Marta Bańkowska says. What position, what game you are mentioning, Marta? Which one? As I asked you before, please, once you are mentioning some variation, some option of some game, please write down what game is this, because there might be some delay on the stream, so I will be talking about other game that you think of, and it will be easier for me to manage what you are trying to say and involve your thoughts into what I'm analyzing. I bet you think about position of Anastas Leclerc, of course, and Guntis Wallner is right. We'll go there because something happened. Maybe not a big thing, but still. Anastas played here, an exchange, yep. I was right that Marta was about this game and going to classics. But I believe that it is already losing for Anastas because of simple plan. 14-20, and wherever you play, there is another this move. And you can't avoid a simple combination. Let's make it maybe looking well after this. Sacrificing a piece and not taking here, but here from 25. It's one of the most common options of combinations of shots in this kind of positions with the short wing locked. There is absolute, and now after this move of Anastas, Absolutely, there is no way to avoid it. Guntis will just play here and here in next move. No way. If he tries to go this way after 9-14, he can't go further because of this option. 1, 2, 4, 3. Finish. So unfortunately for Mata, I think that Anastas Leclerc is already boiled by Guntis Valneris, and on the other hand, for all the Latvian fans, Guntis Valneris is close to victory over young, talented French player. And Guntis plays it 14 to 20. 14 to 20. And the question is, has Anastas realized already in such a big problems he is right now? Let's bring Natalia's and Olga's game. After last move 37-32, Natalia played 13-19, and still Olga does not want to change immediately, but I think that change will be played finally, maybe. Still, engine scan shows there are no chances to look for the victory, while white pieces will be playing the correct good moves. Not even the best moves, but just the good moves. Julia Daria. After last exchange, we did not want to follow this game anymore, but come on, we have the time, so let's take a look. If Julia is just defending here well, because it looks like she is feeling like not the favorite to win this game, and Daria is. Here, okay, central position for Daria and other attempts. Daria, after all, has been world champion 4 times, maybe even 4 times. If someone remembers how many times Daria Tkachenko was a champion, world champion, just let me know. Here, interesting plan here. That's the current position, and once again, engine scan shows it's absolutely equal. Maybe without analyzing the game and showing you the details, I can say that it looks like Wiktoria Matrychko has winning position against Jelizaveta Zacharova, Latvian player. It's the equal number of pieces, but white pieces stand much better. There are no white pieces in first, second and third row of the boards, looking from white side of things. Meanwhile, black pieces have much less temps. Okay, what else to see? Let's check men. Jan Groenendijk, which numbers, which move do they have? Jan Groenendijk. That was the move number 31. And from that moment on, what has been played? Okay, we have some of the, okay, Jan is thinking. Okay, Jan Groenendijk is the one that might have some problems with time, because right now he has 4 minutes 30 seconds to make the crucial decisions for the game, and he has to make 15 moves. 15 moves in 4 minutes means that for one move you have about how many seconds? If you had less than 20, less than 15 even, 4, yeah. About 13, 14 seconds per move for Jan Groenendijk. And that average is still shrinking because he's still thinking and he is not making the move. Jan, don't follow Igor Kisner and don't lose on time. 17 minutes and we'll have the time control. Machiel, Weistra, Wouter, Sipma. There we've had some updates, interesting ones maybe. Okay, after this move to 35, Wouter decided to play 16-21. Absolutely simple plan of playing, because once your opponent has the central squares, just follow the opposite side. If drafts is a game about space, just play on the other side of things. Okay, this double exchange, which is, I guess, not so good for white pieces. You can move 33, but still this 35 stays not in a nice way of the position of the board. And right now, Wouter moves with this piece 13 to 18, not to allow his opponent make an exchange 29-23 because of the piece number 40 missing. Now Machiel plays here and threats somehow with this exchange, but still maybe it will be better to exchange for black 17-22, because if they would Wouter would play here, then this exchange is prepared. And the position becomes maybe even slightly better for Machiel. Definitely, I think that Wouter should choose something like 17-22. But we'll see to confirm. Martin van IJzendoorn rule Boomstra. Some progress. After this move, Boomstra played here, interestingly, and Martin goes here. You have to always be careful with some possibilities like this of just going to a king simply. But right now, Martin knows that after this there is an attack and there is no surprise prepared for this move. Otherwise, it's a nice way of surprising your opponent and winning the game with such moves that you think that your opponent, when your opponent thinks that it will just take the piece and you have the surprise prepared. Natalia is still looking for some chances, any chances, trying to follow. The position does not change. And finally, she is reaching for a piece. Which one? Rule Boomstra proved us in the first 2 rounds of the tournament that it's worth to play till the end. Because once you are playing till the end, you still have chances to win, and you have to follow these chances. Try to use them all. Will Natalia make a move? Holding a hand like this, waiting for making it, is kinda confusing. But finally, I guess she is. She's making this move, Natalia. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Yes, 8-13. Maybe there are some people who followed and watched the stream during the World Championship Rapids in Julinek. Then it was quite kinda interesting. Once Natalia had the possibility of making a combination against Tamara Tansykurzyna to win the game and win the whole tournament. Finally, she did win the tournament, but emotions she gave us with chances of seeing and making the shots and then winning the combination, it was amazing. And I was just ripped of any emotions then after. 2 columns can also be made of 5 pieces like the letter V, turned or turned around. Also column on side can be made of 2 pieces as the wall is support to, so 2 are enough, that's right. This is true, but I don't know, in Poland we don't call those 2 pieces on the edge of side, on the edge of board as column, maybe some other formation name, but I used to name column as 3 pieces standing in a row. Of course, this is one option to build column out, 2 columns out of 5 different pieces, not 6, with this 33 as a common part. Another way is to make it that way, like V. Another way is to make it like a cross or star, something like that. And of course this thing can be used as column, or even this thing. There will be a black piece, there will be a black piece, and you make a combination. You sacrifice, you take 2, and you win the game. That is how drafts are simple. Of course they are not. I try to trick people somehow with the simplicity of drafts, but it's not an easy way. Oh, I have 20-minute delay. Eric's, just refresh them, refresh the site. Everyone, from time to time, it's worth to refresh the site. Okay, Martin and Rule just getting the things faster. Here, what was played? Because they are playing fast right now. Here. Maybe they are just satisfied with drawing this position. Have they counted everything already? So, Martin played here, Rule here, an attack. And what? Probably here. Not to lose the piece, Rule will be forced to play here. Martin can attack once again, or maybe after this he would have some problems. So maybe still here, and then here. 229 plays, attacks, here, and here. Losing of this attack, of course. Exhaustment for me as well, here, of course. Here, it's a draw. What are grandmasters saying about the endgames? If you have worse temps than your opponent, or if you have less pieces, try to put those pieces into the line, because finally you'll get to the position where always some majorities will be, some attacking possibilities will be, and that's the option to draw lost game directly from the grandmasters. Some positions are starting to be interesting. The moment that we already have in the game is this moment here. So Martin van IJzendoorn has already made 45th move, and in seconds Rule Boomstra will make the last required for the time control move as well. Natalia Sadowska is just after, because they are on move number 47. Okay, there is an exchange, just like expected. Of course, rule will take forward because it's not possible to take backward for the world champion. And I bet Martin will play here 38-32. They agreed for a draw just before that. Yes, they know what they are playing about. So first two men tables, rule Boomstra against Martin van IJzendoorn and Kes Tyson against Ivanov, Artyom Ivanov, ends with a draw. It means that possibly Kes Tyson can be still a single leader of the tournament, having 7 out of 8. We'll see what other guys having 5 points, or maybe just 1 or 2 guys. I don't know if Machiel have 5 points. Let me check. For sure, Voter has 5 points. Final standings. Oh, many of them have 5 points. Maybe I will show you the results. So the results will play that. After 3 rounds, Kes Tyson was the only one having 6 out of 6, Ivanov Artyom 5, Boomstra 5, Sipma 5, van IJzendoorn 5, Wystra 5, Groenendijk 5. So if Jan Groenendijk wins, he will join Kes Tyson as the 7-pointer, and as well Wystra, Sipma, and no one else, because other players just drawed the game. So the thing that Dutch players are in the top is true, but we didn't expect Kes Tyson. Actually, according to we are talking with Rick. Of course, Rick is not a coach of Kes Tyson. Of course, I think he is not. Maybe he is. I don't know, but let me know. At least younger players like Boomstra, Sipma, van IJzendoorn, they are expected top. And now between them there is Artyom Ivanov and Kes Tyson, having 1 point more than other top players for now. Oh, we can see stream on the stream on the stream on the stream on the stream, and we'll be showing just one after another. Oh, I have a delay here too. Oh, there it is, there it is. Going deeper, deeper, deeper. You do it somehow, sometimes, looking between 2 mirrors, for example, to go deeper, 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 deeper. Just to see it. Okay, so we are not looking the stream on the stream. And go back to the games. Or just game visible on the camera. Dear Natalia, what are you thinking about right now? You know it will be tough to have some chances there. What has Olga played? Not the game. Olga played here. At first glance, that move looks dangerous. It's always dangerous. You see that it is possible for Natalia to somehow attack this side. She wanted to just stay with this column, but with what costs? Moving that piece. Now there is a little advantage for Natalia. Of course, Natalia has more temps, and maybe she will be favored to attack in this position. It will still be difficult, but maybe possible. Daria Tkachenko against Yulia Makarenkova. We have some improvement here in this position. So last move we've seen was here, and now girls played like that. Here, here. Yep. An attack. Exchange back. At this point I might tell you something. In this kind of positions, never, once your opponent has control over 21 and you don't have the piece number 27, don't play something like this, because immediately you will lose. Just after this move, and this, those pieces are not playing anywhere, and you will just losing a few moves here, 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 over. Even if you would try to sacrifice and go further, there might be even this exchange, 2 for 2, and with one piece more, you are favored, of course, to win a game. So don't go to 28, absolutely. So Julia is not going. Julia has played 35-30. And after move 13-19, plays here to 29, and that's a good solution. Here, here, and we are waiting for the next moves. But Daria Tkachenko has 2 minutes only. 2 minutes on the clock, and Julia has 30. The game started 3 hours ago. It's kind of strange that time control showed on the clocks on the applets. Something is missing here for me. Machiel against Voter. Voter exchanged back, yeah, like we expected. Machiel went here. And now there is a problem for Machiel because there are pieces 35 and 40 that are not in the game. Now he tries to lock Voter's possibilities, but it's just temporary because now Voter exchanges and there are pieces that don't play. And now the position of Machiel becomes really, really tough. When at some point he just put 2 pieces here on 40 and 35 without possibility of developing those pieces, just Voter takes the simple plan, leaves those pieces till the end of the game. Without chance of moving it, it's a winning position for Voter. Or if even it is not right now, it might be soon. What Natalia's done? Exchanged back. Natalia was thinking and exchanged back. And now Olga has played to 37. 5 against 5, still very difficult. Of course, I guess better for Natalia, more flexible, and she will look for chances because there is no way that with lower temps Olga can win this position. It's only Natalia who can win if Olga makes a mistake. And you have to let your opponent to make a mistake if you are active on the board, and Natalia is trying so. Like a mirror against mirror, says Eric's. Damian, you have a talent for cloning. Scientists keep struggling but made many copies of yourself in seconds. Consider changing your profession. If anyone wants to be cloned, just let me know. I am the guy. I am the guy of cloning. Not a problem, Eric's. And I will think about that. Tell me, please, if there were some giveaways, competitions for you with prizes, what is the thing that you would like to win? For example, some drafts board with the signatures of player that you would choose, or maybe some other thing that you can think of, imagine what would be the nice prize for giveaways. Once you will come with nice ideas, then maybe we'll try to prepare some for you. You are great viewers that are sitting, watching, joining, commenting, and definitely deserved to win something. And I would like to prepare something for you. So tell me, what would be the nice prize? Clone Ukrainian hero soldiers. Absolutely, being seriously, if I only could, I would absolutely do it. As many as I could. Let's refresh the games. Machiel played. Okay, we are 2 minutes after the time control. Guntis Valneris has already won against against Anastas, unfortunately for Marta, but in which way? Let's just check it. After this move, Anastas played here, here. Strange way to try to defend. Higher change, I missed the game between Boomstra and IJzendoorn. There is nothing you missed. Nothing happened. I thought that maybe he will be trying to take back. Okay, because after this you lose another piece. And Anastas didn't want that. So Anastas played here to 47, exchange, but there is just an attack. And the game is done. What was the result of the game? The draw. Players draw the game. And Natalia now agreed for a draw against Olga Bałtarzy. So nothing spectacular is going on during this round. Nothing spectacular. Average view duration on the FNJD channel is 17 minutes, so I'm glad that for such a long time every view generates 17 minutes of watching. Thank you very much for staying here with us during this broadcast. Natalia is putting pieces back on the board, accepted the results. So this is the 2 draws day for Natalia, as well as for many players. Of course, once they have won the first games of the tournament and started to play against each other, it's much more difficult to compete against other grandmasters. During World Cup tournament in Julinek on December, which was also broadcasted and commented by me in Polish language on my channel, we've had many possibilities of seeing Natalia competing other guys, because that was the open tournament, and girls, women played against men, and Natalia many times just performed incredibly until the game against Yuria Nikeyev that has beaten her, won against Natalia, and was favorite one to win the tournament, just if he won last game of the competition, and he did not manage that. So many emotions in games between women and men. What else can we follow then? It's a slump goes to a king against Gunnars Gribuska, so this center evolved to a breakthrough. The game between Machiel Weistra and Wouter Sipma, followed with this move for Machiel and this move from Wouter. Obviously, Wouter did not like to play 18 to 22, maybe just not to let his opponent exchange or go with 29-23, because now I don't know why Scan was typing about this possibility, but after this, okay, there is a threat, so you can't do it because you are losing piece, but okay, still exchange is good. Then you can go here and try to develop at least one of these weak pieces. And after this move, what Wouter has played, you don't have such possibilities. So sometimes there are moments that I don't understand what the Scan thinks of. It's just the computer, nothing more. Okay, so let's take a look at Jan Groenendijk's position, and then we'll see how the things are going in the It's a Slump game. Jan Groenendijk, where are you? Here I am, how do you do? Singing, talking, everything on draft streams. Okay, so we post here. And Jan changed back. Computer maybe suggested to make another exchange. Okay, but Jan needs flexibility in his position and wanted really to take over this square, number 21. Okay, another exchange from Jan. Let me remind you that Jan is playing against another Dutch player, Teke Koistra. I don't know if I pronounce it well, probably not, but I'm trying. You have to believe. This attack, okay, maybe after this there is even slight advantage of white pieces, but it looks like he's trying to bluff. That is the position, okay. I changed the order. Wait. What has happened there? Okay. I changed the order one time more. So not to have this, but wait. Is this winning position? What am I doing? No, totally changed the order. So I have to fix the order. Okay, this is the position. White is on move. And place here. No, this is not the. Okay, this is the position. And place here. Okay. Then here and here. Okay, kind of forced variations. Here. Okay, everything is equal. Here. Okay, has to exchange. Okay. He attacks, 9-14, it takes. Okay, and now Jan is thinking. Maybe he's not thinking anymore, chose something. No, still thinking. But with a small advantage of black pieces, the position is almost equal. And take a look at Itz's game. How he turned this advantage in the central position to a breakthrough, because this is a great way of explaining you how to win equal positions. We remember the game to the moment when he went into 28, yep. That was well done, like a stake. 3-3, 29, this move, yep. Not this, change in order. Here, and here. And now there is a problem. There is a problem for white. Why there is a problem? So which move was a mistake? Okay, it was slowly just losing. And now making a breakthrough with this exchange. Take a look how Dutch players leave formations like that on the long wing, long left wing. There is no way you can break through this, and meanwhile, on the white side of things, you don't have the crucial 47, and you don't have many other pieces, and just the way to lose because of the breakthrough. Simply, here, and no way to escape from sacrifice and making a king. Now, Itze is going with 3, breaks the formation. Why? Because in next move he just wants to sacrifice and go here, and now if white tries to break through after this move, they would be easily captured by this piece with an opposition. Just preparation, being patient. Without this piece, maybe somehow there would be some problems to win a game. So this is the position right now. It's absolutely losing for whites. Unfortunately, of course, for the Latvian fans who were holding fingers, crossed fingers for Gunnars Gribuska. Still without any decision from Jan Groenendijk. Waiting for the last moves. Tomorrow will start as always during this tournament, because morning rounds are always played every day at 9:30 local time, which means that in Poland, for example, Polish fans can join us on at 8:30 Polish time, 1 hour before this round starts here. Feel free and absolutely are invited to tomorrow's stream. We'll be streaming on the same places. Maybe we'll add the Twitch to it, because why not? Why not? The more channels we run, the more viewers we have, and this is what we care about, to spread the beauty of drafts all over the world. It's a pity that all the games with the camera preview has ended already, and you can't follow directly the games and see the players from the close distance, but you can still see what is going on in the background. And in the background, as you see, there you have many boards, many games that are still being played. Only the top guys are lazy ones and didn't want to entertain us with long-lasting and emotional games. They are just fast and going to relax today. I guess that tomorrow, as we have only one round, the 5th round of the tournament, which is the half of the tournament, by the way, everyone will come with the best power, with the best willing of win the game, because then the Thursday will come, and the Thursday means that we'll have another 2 rounds of playing. We'll have then another 2 rounds of playing. How is the game between Daria and Julia? The game already has ended. So after, in this position, only 2 moves were played. Here 17-21 and here 13-20. Of course, not wanting white pieces to break through with this exchange, Daria decided to make this exchange, and now simply after sacrifice you can go and here exchange 2 for 2. This piece would go, so this will limit him. You can even sacrifice 2 pieces here, or just with this one go here, but there is no way to win this endgame. So girls decided to draw it. And Wiktoria Motriczka looks like has a winning position as well against Jelizaveta Zacharowa. So maybe Wiktoria will be one with the lead after this round. Looking at the results before final standings. Olga Bałtarzy, Makarenkowa, Julia and Sadowska Natalia had 5 points, okay, so Motriczko, Wiktoria had 5. So maybe we'll have the duel between Wiktoria Motriczko and Natalia Sadowska on the first board tomorrow. It is possible. Top games. After all, right now, looking at the FMJD ratings, Natalia Sadowska is world's #1, like Iga Świątek in WTA in tennis, and the #2 is Wiktoria Motriczko in classical games. So it will be absolutely interesting to see the top 2 players fighting with each other in classic game. I guess there is no way we are going to miss that game in this tournament. Even if the girls will not be playing tomorrow against each other, then during some other day, definitely, absolutely, yes. You know what, I guess we might have some issues with the live games, because the time is not refreshed and the position is not changing. Please hold on a second and let me check it if players are playing and we have some issues with the live games. Just like I thought, the live applets does not work anymore, so we don't see the games between Machiel Weistra and Jan Groenendijk and Wouter Sipma, of course, updated. But Jan was sitting outside his table, so I think just the game ended with a draw, because there was no possible chance to win this game. It means, my dear viewers, that it is the time to finish today's stream, long stream of many hours, of many analyses, of many comments, of many discussions. Thank you very much that you were with us today, and I hope tomorrow you will join as well. Tomorrow there will be only 1/5 round, the half of the tournament, with many beautiful games, I wish, because this day showed us that morning rounds are full of energy, full of creativity, and full of passion. Tomorrow at 9:30 Latvian time and 8:30 Polish time. Let me mention, once we are on Polish warcaby channel, you can follow, be with us. The links will be published and are prepared already, so you can find those links. And see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for today. Have a good night and good rest of the day. Bye bye.